This could be a mistake in and of itself. Oh, and it's time for some podcasting. We hope you keep on listening. Because it's time for talking Tremor shit, bop, bop. Wah. Hey, everyone, and welcome to the Talking Tremors podcast. I am your host, Levi Dylan Burzloff. But who gives a fuck about me? Because honestly, most of the time, I don't. I have a special guest here on a Monday. And if you know this show, having a show on a Monday is really weird. But this guy right here had some things that he wanted to say, and I had to bring him on. My very own Derek. So, oh my God, there's the first mistake. Derek Hillyer. Say hi to everyone, Derek. Oh God, did something stop?
Hey.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's all glitchy.
Oh.
But it's back now. Here we go.
Okay.
We just gotta.
I'm not panicking. You're panicking. We're good. Everything's fine. So Derek here. I met Derek last year.
I'll panic too.
Oh, it's fine. Hi, Levi. Hi, Derek. We get our first comment I get to pin. This is my favorite part of the show, is pinning comments. I love it. I met Derek and his family here last year at TremorsFest. And his son Colton had some of the best questions. It was absolutely adorable. And honestly, this is super duper weird, but like one of my favorite moments from TremorsFest wasn't even at TremorsFest, is when Caitlin and I were packing up to leave the hotel, and like we walk outside and we're like, "Hey, it's you guys! Oh my God, it's you guys!" And like your whole family was there doing the same thing, packing up from the hotel too. It was like just another mini little TremorsFest episode like happening after the next day. I was like, yay! So yeah, like Derek's a cool guy. Like I love Derek and his whole family. And yeah, so Derek, you know what? I'm already talking too goddamn much. Take it to who are you? Why are you here? What are you doing? What is happening?
Why am I here? I think that's simple. I, like everyone else, am a fan of many different movies.
I may have lost Derek.
Okay. Really love Tremors. When I was a kid, that was one of the, VHS copy. And whenever someone was like, "What does people want to watch? What do you guys want to watch?" Every time I was like, "I want to watch Tremors." And everyone's like, "We just watched that." And I'm like, "I don't care. I want to watch it again." Like who cares what you think? I want to watch it again. Yeah, like I'll straight binge it and then finish it and do it again. And that was my childhood. A few movies were like that, but nothing was really the same as Tremors. There really was something about that first movie that's just, even as a kid, you recognized something was going on. And I loved the subtle nuances and the cinematography, and it was all, and the concept itself, which when you hear people like Steve, S.S. Wilson talking about the idea came from land sharks, and you're like, okay, land sharks seems simple. But then when you go from something like land sharks to graboid, it's a whole leap, and it works so well. There was nothing I was more afraid of at 5-6 years old than a graboid. Which didn't even exist at the time, but
you can't prove they don't exist. You can't prove they don't exist. We just haven't seen them. They have a 300-year hatching cycle. They could be out there.
Yeah, they could be in their cycle. Yeah, exactly. They lay dormant for so long. They could be. Yeah, and I was afraid of that. Like while everyone else was like walking along or something throughout the park, I'd be on the sidewalk. I'd be like, "You guys are stupid."
I know. I did that like in the playground. Actually, just anywhere,
that's
like in the forest.
Here. Just another person who loves Tremors.
I got a rock jump, always, all the time. You never know. Stay on a concrete. And yeah, if you're in the comments, everybody sound off, because there's 7 people, 6 or 7, who here binged Tremors like Derek did when they were little. I would comment, but I'm already here. Lizzie, our internet is being sad. It's okay, Lizzie. Here, I'll pull you up too. You're good. Lizzie, my internet's off my phone. So I feel like your internet's got to be better than mine. So like, I believe in you. So we got, okay.
Yeah, we're in the middle of nowhere. We are a lot like perfection. We're in the middle of nowhere. I'm in between 2 really small towns in the middle of nowhere. and it's in the desert. So like every day is a little bit like living in a part of it. So in a part of my own perfection, I don't mind.
And you've even got the landscape because you're down in. Are you in New Mexico?
Yes. So TremorsFest is Santa Fe. I'm 3.5 hours south. I'm just above the border. I'm in Alamogordo, New Mexico. It's right next to the White Sands.
I have to write these things down. Hold on. Alamogordo, which is just a great fucking name. Alamogordo.
It means fat cottonwood tree, I believe.
Oh my God. Now that I got to write down.
Yeah, it's like I think Gordo is like fat, and then Alamo is like cottonwood tree. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Oh, and Charlie here, White Sands is such a cool spot in New Mexico. This is what I love about the chat, just like everybody knowing right where you're at. And then of course Charlie with I played the floor is graboids rather than the floor is lava. And yeah. Looks like there's not many. I guess there's only 9 people here. So I imagine if we had more people, they'd all be binging it too. Oh my God, I am so sweaty that the paper's sticking to my arm. Oh my God, I'm sorry, everybody. Woo. I shouldn't be complaining because Derek's in the fucking middle of the desert.
That's okay. I'm used to it though. Not only is it the desert, but some people might know this since they know it's Alamogordo. This is actually the site of the first test for a nuclear bomb.
Oh, that's how I know that word. Okay.
Yeah, so the Trinity site's not too far away, and when they lit that thing off, the atmosphere has not fully recovered, so the sun can kind of get us a little better. I go outside for 10-15 minutes, and if I don't have sunscreen on or something, or get out of the sun real quick, I can get sunburned in like 10-15 minutes because the UV index here is so high, which,
Jesus
Christ. Just another thing trying to kill you out in the desert, right? We're used to that.
That's one thing in like the actual movie, now that you're saying that, like, because they worry about dehydration and thirst. Like that's always in that first movie, like 3 to 4 days. And now I'm just thinking about like, none of you had sunscreen on. So like, what the hell is that going to be like after 24 hours? Just like fucking sitting there. Hell, even when Fred or when Earl and Val and Rhonda are on the rock that first time, they were there for probably a good 8 hours or so, just like in the middle of the sun, just like getting fucking baked. Oh, wow. I now have to write that down. Holy shit. Sunburn.
Yeah, that was for a while there too. Yeah, and I wondered the same thing. I'm just sitting there looking at the desert like, man, if it was where I was, people would be getting crispy.
Yeah. That's what, like, they look fine the next day. They just kind of like wake up and they're like, oh, that was just a mild inconvenience. It's fine. I'm good. Now you would be fucking cooked. This is a new element to Tremors that I'm now just kind of like, oh shit, yeah. Because it's always like, I like making Tremors movies and stuff like that. So it's like, how do you? It's not up the stakes, but how do you make it more real world? And that's a great one of just like, yeah, no, it's fucking hot. It's fucking hot, and the sun is out, and this is bad. Hell, even when they're in Africa, that should have been more of a problem. Hell, even when they're in Canada, that should have been more of a problem because it's even worse, like up higher up in the elevation. Sunburn's a bad thing, man. Rhonda had it right with her nose. Like that, I feel like that was foreshadowing.
Yeah.
And her zinc on the nose was like, hey, we should be rubbing this
a lot more. Everywhere, though.
Everywhere. It's not Coke. Yeah. It's zinc oxide.
It depends. Okay. If they go like this, it's zinc. But if you see them doing,
oh, I can't feel my face. I can touch it, but I can't feel it. Oh wow,
that'd be hilarious. Everyone's trying out for parts and Tremors, and someone's like, "You want to see my Charlie Sheen impression?"
That is winning. Oh wow. Okay, this is great start. Great start, baby. I get Derek. Can you just do me a favor and talk more when I'm like rubbing my eye? Because I'm having a real fucking problem right now. This is like the
Go
worst.
ahead, rub your eyes as much as you want. Yeah, so
If you see this,
I've always wanted to be a part of the podcast because I love watching, obviously, and I love you. Ever since we met last year, TremorsFest, it's always been a ball. And like you said, we had our own, like, what's the word for it? I guess after party.
Yeah.
Like, because everyone else got like, the after party or whatever. We got the after party where we had our own impromptu parking lot after party. It was so my whole family, you, Caitlin, were there, and we just like stopped everything we were doing, and we were like, "Yo, we're gonna hang out," because we were all at TremorsFest together, and we didn't even know we were staying in the same hotel until we go to leave, like pack up and go, like you said, and then next thing you know, all of a sudden we're like, we were staying in the same hotel the whole damn time. Like we
should this should have happened sooner. That was my like, oh, damn it.
Right? Like where were we this whole time? Well, obviously TremorsFest, but you're like, I'm surprised we didn't run into each other at any point in time before that.
I'm thinking about that now, and it's like, I know because we were like leaving at the same times too. So it's like, I feel like that should have happened more or whatever. I did meet, there was actually one other person that I met was, Forrest Olinger. And his mom, Dory Hubbard, was there too. And he was eating breakfast. And I was like, oh, hey, man, like, I would like stop and talk to you. I was actually taking breakfast up to Caitlin. And I was like, oh, shit, I didn't know there was another person here, son of a bitch. And by the time I got back down, he had already like went up to his room. But it was like, oh, that would have been cool. Just like to stop for a minute and like take that 20 to like eat breakfast. And holy shit, did you fucking yesterday with the oh my god, the fucking the people, holy shit, that was what was cool. That was what we did in the parking lot. Was like, do you remember that? I remember 24 hours ago too, and that was awesome. 24 hours ago.
It's still awesome this much time later, because that first one, what was it, April, I believe?
Yep.
Yeah, it was in April. Yeah, so I mean, it's been more than a year now, but even though it's been more than a year, I don't know, there are times it feels like it was forever ago, but times where it feels like it was just right there, because that first TremorsFest, it, like you said, I gotta say, even not just you, but me, my son was one of my favorite parts of that whole thing. He asked the right questions. He interacted amazingly. I didn't even know what to expect because I've never taken my son to do anything like that before. But the moment I saw, so this is what happened with me. I first saw the tickets were going on sale for a TremorsFest. I didn't know anything about this. It had to have been, I'm pretty sure, on the Tremors Saga page is where I saw it, because I was a part of that. And then next thing you know, I'm just scrolling Facebook and I look and I'm like, there's a TremorsFest. Is this for real? And I click on it, and then I click and there's a place to go to buy tickets. And I'm like, it's a for real thing. So then the next thing, I'm letting everyone know there's TremorsFest. Like, I'm getting a hold of Lizzie. I'm like, hey, are we going to TremorsFest? Like, I shared a thing on Facebook. I shared all sorts of stuff, and I said, are we going? Lizzie's like, oh, that'd be perfect to go. All of my other friends are like, oh yeah, we're gonna go too. And I'm like, all right, it's settled. Like, I told Lizzie, I'm like, I'm buying tickets. So next thing you know, I'm buying myself ticket. I bought, and last year we didn't really need kids tickets. So we got Lizzie, me, and then my brother was coming down at that same time to come down for vacation. I'm like, do you want a ticket? I'm like, of course you want a ticket. So I bought him one. And then my other brother's coming down. He's like, hey, your other brother's coming. I'm like, you know what? Buy him a ticket too. So I buy everyone tickets. I'm like, let's go. We get down there, and like, I just got everyone tickets, and I tried to get everyone to come that would come. And I had friends, some of them were like, oh, I'm going to try to get the time off work. I'm going to try to save up money. I'm going to try. And I'm like, do it. When do you ever hear of something like TremorsFest? Like, why not? I'm like, it's 3.5 hours north. Like, normally for events, like, I live in the middle of nowhere. If there's going to be an event, it's like an 8-hour, 10-hour, 20-hour commute for me, or something like that. And it's like, yeah, this time I just had to just drive a little. And I was like, I get to go to Santa Fe. I get to go to TremorsFest. It's only 3 hours away, and the tickets are cheap. I'm like, this is a lock. Like, this is a no-brainer. We're definitely doing it. So I did. I bought us all the tickets, and then, like, off we went. I was so psyched to do the whole first TremorsFest thing. We took pictures outside when we saw the movie poster up, like, on the outside of the building, as if it was releasing all over again. Took pictures of that. There's that. You walk in, it's got the big old,
TremorsFest sign. Yeah.
TremorsFest. We're all popping up in front of it, taking pictures there, taking pictures everywhere. We didn't care. We were laying down on the ground like this is the sidewalk, posing with the sidewalk. Like take a picture everywhere.
What?
Yeah, we wanted to be everywhere. We were like, check this whole place out. There's a theater, there's a TremorsFest, there's a this, there's a that. We're having a ball. And I was so stoked for all of it. And getting there, it was so different than what I thought it would be, but in a good way. I have to point that out. Like, yeah, it didn't go the way I thought it was going to go, because like one of the first things I just want to point out, we're picking up badges, right? We're picking up badges. One of the first things that happens is we're just picking up badges. You look over and there's Steve and there's Ron and there's Michael, all just standing right there. And these are people I grew up watching on movies and TV and everything. And then I knew about, because I'm some movie buffs, not everyone knows someone like Ron Underwood. They're like, who's that? That's the director. Oh, that's the director. When you tell them what the title is, they know. But I knew who that person was because I'm a movie buff, and I'm like, I've seen multiple films. I know who he is. He made Tremors. And I look over and I'm like, everyone's here. I'm like, there's the whole cast. There's everyone. And they were just walking through the lobby while we were sitting there. And amazingly, Lizzie takes Link. At the time he's just a baby. She walks up to Michael actually and is like, she's like, hi, I'm sorry to bother you, but yeah, she's like, can we have a picture with my son Link? And
I saw that
like, absolutely.
Oh my God, yeah. I saw that. Sorry.
You saw that? I was actually on the other side of the room because Lizzie got up so fast. She goes, there's Michael Gross. Boom. And she's gone. Like, I had to sit there with Colton. I was like, hey, how you doing, buddy? He's like, good. I'm like, all right. I got left alone.
Mom saw Michael and she just left me. I mean, I get it, Dad. It's fine.
Zilla Films. I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah, no, he has made a couple of Tremors films. Oh my God, Tremors Takes Orlando, and then Tremors Shrieker World. I think. Alec, write him in the comments so that way I know for sure. And yeah, I asked for a hug and I got one. So happy.
So that's
Derek, somebody wants to know, what kind of questions did Colton ask? I have 2 kids, so I'm just smiling, picturing what he could have asked.
Okay, so there's the obvious questions that everyone comes up with, amazingly enough. You sit there and you think, when you've seen all the movies, you know that there's graboids. You got
the TV show.
And the TV show, yeah. You watch the movies, you watch the show, you got the graboids, you've got them underground, you've got them on the ground, and then you've got them flying. What's the next obvious thing? He asked things like, are they going to swim? Like, are they going to swim next? Which back in the day when we first watched the movies, that's the first thing my dad went to. And I'm sure a lot of people did. The first time we finished Tremors 3, when we found out about ass blasters, my dad's like, they're under the ground, they walk, they fly. Are they going to swim next? First thing he asked. First thing Colton asked, he's like, are we going to get like swimming next? Like, is that going to be a thing? And it's like, it's great that he can come up with the same question everyone's first thinking, which I'm sure we've probably had that question asked before, but as a kid he's never seen any interviews, he's never asked these questions, he didn't know the answer. And they were like, it can happen. Like, we'll see where it goes, but anything's possible. Which I've talked to people like Michael and Steve, and they all tell you the same thing. Like, anything can happen. Like,
it just takes good writing.
In good writing, if you know what you're doing, you can make anything happen. So they told Colton it can happen. And then he follows it up with questions like, are they going to be able to like go through rock? And they're like, well, yeah, the stronger, variants can like crush rock, but they don't really go through rock. And he's like, that's what I mean. Are we going to start drilling through rock? Like, are they going to be able to do that soon? And they're like, you know what? They're like, yeah, that could be a thing. Like straight solid rock, they could somehow drill through it, as if they got like, maybe they evolved to have on those mandibles, they get like maybe some kind of because their bone could fuse with other type of rock and it could make like something as hard as steel. It could happen. And he asked those kind of questions, and they're good questions. And he asked a whole bunch of different ones more, but we all know what question we're all thinking of.
Honestly, before you say it, this is what I like when I think of Colton like asking questions. So I had like me and Zoran were like talking and like going back and forth or whatever about like asking like certain questions, and neither like him nor I like wanted to push it by asking that one certain question or whatever. And it's just like, maybe and Zoran like left after 5 or whatever, and he's like, hey, if they ask that question, make sure you let me know or whatever. And I'm like, I will. And so I was just like, I was debating myself back and forth, like, man, I just really want to ask it. And I feel like Don would have listened, like, or like responded, like, because he was such a great guy. But it was like, I just don't know about it. And then Colton came in. And you can't say no to a child, like a little 8-year-old kid just saying that. You're like, okay, so what question was that, Derek?
It was the best question ever in front of God and everyone, whole theater. He's like, me next, me question. And it was to the point to where I told him, I said, try to let everyone get some questions. Don't ask multiple just yet, unless they say, are there any more questions? Then ask more.
Don was focusing on him at the end. Don Michael Paul was focusing on him.
At this point, he just went off. He's like, I want to ask whatever I want. Yeah. He goes all the way away from me, goes, sits over here, raises his hand, and it's Don Michael Paul talking up front, and Colton's in the back. And I'm pretty sure it was towards the end of the movies, either after the very last one or one of the last ones.
It was during 6 or 7. I remember it was during the 6th one. I remember this. Yep.
Yeah, there you go, 6. So we're having that Q&A, and Colton's like, he's like, I got a question. Don Michael Paul's like, yes, right here. What do we got? And Colton's like, if you make a Tremors 8, can I be in it? And the whole theater's like, yes. He's like, and he was serious. He's like, if you make Tremors 8, can I be in it? And just everyone loved it. Theater erupts. They're like, put him in the yes. And sure enough, and Don Michael Paul was, class act, great dude. He looked right at him and was like, you know what? I tell you what. He's like, I make a Tremors 8, you're in it. Because Colton had the answer is always no unless you ask. And so if Don Michael Paul somehow makes another Tremors film, I don't know if anyone else is going to honor it, but I'll tell you this. If Don Michael Paul was to make another Tremors film, Colton would be in it because Colton asked.
He set it up front, baby. And no, Thomas, Zoran is not coming this year because October is like Dead Meat's busiest month. So that was, I already asked him, and he is super busy. So there's another reason for the thing that we'll be sad about here in a little bit. But going through, why did you love TremorsFest, Derek? I mean, you're it's the vibe. That was one of the things. I know for me personally, showing up, it's like I don't know what to expect, but then it was better than expected in terms of it's the non-businessy of it. We were talking about that earlier, where it was like this was a real the familyness of it seems like we'll call it a more corporate kind of event. Someone like Colton asking all the questions that he would have asked would have been eventually a moderator would have stepped in at some point to be like, hey, you're only 8 years old, please stop asking questions and share the questions around or whatever. So what when you're describing that vibe and that thing, why did you just love it so much? Why did it meet or beat your expectations?
I mean, that's one of those things where I could talk all day and then some. I don't know who's watching went to the first one, but I'll tell you this. Like I said, from the moment we walked in to TremorsFest, which at first we got there so early because I guess I overestimated who was going to come soon. I was like, we got to go really soon and make sure that we get our tickets right away because I don't want to wait in no line for 500 hours. I was like, we need to get those badges. And we get there and there's no big line. There's people there, obviously, and they're picking up badges too. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I'm like, but there's no 500-mile line. I'm like, this is great. We get our tickets. And we even asked, should we go walk somewhere else or something? I'm like, nah. I was like, let's just stay. The movie's going to be in a couple hours. Let's just see how this place plays out. And there was the lounge off to one side. Yep. And there was a seated area where the first thing we did after taking some pictures with the big canvas poster, we sat down and we noticed other people wearing their badge. And the first thing we did was start making friends. We were talking to people, saying hi, asking them, you know, where they came from. And amazingly, like, I expected people to be like, well, we're from Santa Fe, you know, just because I thought people from Santa Fe would beat us all to it and be like, oh, there's something cool with Tremors happening this weekend. Let's all go get tickets. No, these people were like, oh, we drove from like, you know, 8 hours, 10 hours away. And I was like, oh, sweet. They were like, well, how far did you come from? And I'm like, I feel bad now. Only like, I was like 3.5 hours south. So not as bad as your drive, I suppose. And they were like, no, that's cool. And I was like, oh, cool. Like, so the first thing we did was start meeting other fans. And that's before anything even happened. The only thing that started so far is badge pickup. And we've already had a good time meeting fans. And we decided to buy ourselves snacks and stuff just at the theater rather than going out to eat. We were like, hey, let's get something here and walk around and see who all, you know, what kind of fans we have. Because the lounge wasn't open technically yet, but we were like, let's see who we can see. And sure enough, like I said, not only was there the whole, you know, crew where you got like the director and the writer standing right there, but then you look over and there's Michael just bopping through the room. And as cool as I thought that was, I didn't even have a chance to like do nothing. Lizzie was like, hey, look at that, poof, gone. And I was like, bye. I was like, later, she wanted to go say hi like right away. And I thought I was a fan. Amazingly enough, like I thought I was a fan. She was gone ski. I was like, bye. She goes, gets the picture with Link. And what's funny is Link does not like to be held by anybody. So she gives Link to Michael, and he's like, and his face is just great in the picture. He's happy. He's like, yay. But Link is just like, who are you? Where's my mom? He's not about that. He's like, leave me alone. So we got a picture.
I don't know you yet.
I thought that was really cool that Link's first celebrity photo was with Michael Gross. I was like, that's amazing. I just thought that was so cool. Lizzie comes back. She's like, look. And she's like, why didn't you run over? And I'm like, because you were already running over. I'm like, he's probably in the middle of doing something right now. And I was like, and I don't really want to like bombard him, maybe. I'm like, because I'm sure I'll get the chance to go say hi later. So I was like, I don't want to really bombard him, but I guarantee you, after meeting the guy, I don't think he'd have minded. I could have walked right up to him. He'd have just been like, how are you? I really don't think he would have minded. And that's when we did get a chance to walk on over and see the lounge for like the first time, which is, there were people in there setting up, which was you. And then there was
those other two. We don't got to say them. Just keep going.
Yeah, there was multiple people in there. Everyone's setting up and doing some stuff. And I'm just sitting at the front of it all. And I'm like, I wonder if I can walk in here. And we got a hello. I'm just going to say hello because you said hello. So there's a hello back. And yeah, like I said, that I was wondering, I'm like, am I allowed to walk in there? Hello, Darth. How's it going?
Oh, that's Hunter. Actually, Hunter was the Black Hand Kelly cosplay at TremorsFest last year.
Ooh, I love that cosplay. That one was a really good one. The one with the hat and everything. Yeah. Yeah, I love that one. That was a fun contest too. That's another thing, just the costume contest was really cool, which I don't have fashion sense, and I don't know where I can get like a slightly affordable, because I'm not that way. I'm not going to go get some affordable like Burt vest. I'm going to go all out and get the real survivalist. Like if I set this thing on fire, it's going to be fire retardant. Like,
yeah,
I'm going to get something. I'm going to be like that. So I don't have anything to wear, but if Colton wants to do costume contest or something like that this year, I will find him survivalist gear in his size just for him to be able to do it. Because I guarantee you, he'll probably be like, yeah, sure, Dad, let's do it. And I'll be like, all right. But me, I don't know. I don't know who I would want to dress as yet. Like
that was the hardest part for me.
A new trench coat and buying a new hat.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't know. That last hat looked pretty good. So you get a new hat, it's gonna be
and
then
better. Also, one of the other people in here, it's Zod L. McSpartan, but his name is William Thomas Cody. He was one of the Burt Gummer cosplayers that had the he's the guy that had the 3D prints with the Gung Ho Gummer. And actually, he sent me some 3D prints. He gave me a little Burt Gummer.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And a little and Shriekers.
I can't make anything like that. I'd love to have my own. Everyone else is getting all those. Yeah, like look at that. How come I can't have
it's so
anything
cool.
Nice like that? Everyone else has got like those little toy soldiers. Man, that's the kind of toys I'd want.
Fuck yeah, man. We all want the real Tremors merch, baby.
Yeah, we should make those you know, like Gung Ho Gummer and all of it, and just every character, every graboid we can make, and make ourselves like a little one of those grab bags, like as if it was toy soldiers, and be like, here you go, that's your. We should get those. I would buy those. As a point of fact,
Did you hear that, Thomas? He would buy them. He would buy them.
I would buy them.
So,
I would love to have toys like that to play with my kids, because I don't set up the little soldiers. Nothing against it, but if you gave me a Tremors set and said play with this, like, and here's the best part. Here's the best part. Really think about it now. If you get those made, the best part about that is all your boulders that you need for your playset, you can just walk right outside and get them.
Yeah, that's what I love about Hunter. Is Hunter does some great photography with. He's got miniatures and stuff, and he does like really fucking awesome like miniature photography that looks big because you're getting like that down close or whatever and like taking photos with it. But he like, yeah, and it's honestly the reason that Thomas sent me these was because I'm making more Tremors movies and I want to do a Shrieker sequel, and we're gonna use these as the miniatures in it. So then it's just like.
The quality looks great on those.
Oh yeah, all I got to do is paint them and they'll be good to go. But that was my like, oh my god, this is. And to your point, when he sent me a whole box of them, and I opened it up on the show, and it was the most distracting show ever. I literally couldn't. I was just like, yeah, they got a and they're kissing and they love each other. And I was just like, there's all of these things. And I'm just like, wow, blah, 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 blah. It was, I didn't get anything done for like an hour of the show because I was just playing with the toys on the podcast. And so now I had to
fault you for it though. I'd be the same way. It
was awesome. So then I separated because I gave some to the boys or whatever, and then I sent some to Jonathan Melville and Zoran, and I was like, I've got one of each over here, so that way I can bring them out on the podcast and I can talk about them, and they're over here, and I can occasionally bring one on and play, even like the African ass blaster too, the vagina with teeth, like it's a whole thing. But yeah. It's a grab bag of fucking toys that's the best prize of all, man.
Hello, I'm his son.
Hey, Colton, we were talking about you, bro.
Hi, Levi.
Hi. I loved you last year. I loved your questions at TremorsFest, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got to... What?
For those of you who don't know who I am, I'm Colin. I'm his son.
Here, there. I was gonna say stay here for a moment because the screen froze, so we need an actual picture of Colton. There we go. Everybody say hi, Colton.
Well, this is the next star of Tremors 8.
Yeah. Well, that's my I'm making a pro con list to go to TremorsFest this year, and one of mine, I almost want to just turn it into a filming adventure, and I just want to because I have this idea of using the TremorsFest as a plot point inside of a movie, and it's so I could get Colton in a movie, and Colton could be in a Tremors movie. It would be Tremors 7.5, or actually at this point it's like Tremors 7.75 because of all the other ones I've done. But so we'll get there. I was gonna say, if nobody else will, Colton, I'll put you in a Tremors movie. So we got a high five from New York, a high five from Texas, a high five from Arizona. Hi, what up, dude? Yeah.
Come here.
Colton.
Come here.
Okay. Oh, Link.
So we're getting bombarded. They all want to come and be a part of it.
No, that's fine. Oh man, if you knew how many times my nephew showed up on this show, it's just a thing.
Look right here.
Tremors 8,
right here.
Attack at TremorsFest. Oh, that's a good one, Lizzie. Hi, Link. Hi, buddy. Did you like TremorsFest last year?
He's my brother. Who's
No.
Look at how big he's gotten. He was just a little nugget when Michael was holding him.
You were an actual legit baby last time I saw you. Look at you there. Oh my God,
He's
buddy.
2 years old now.
I got a 2-year-old nephew, so I know how it goes. Hey, buds. Well, I've had 5 2-year-old nephews, so I doubly know how it goes.
Do you want to say something?
Yeah.
What do you want to say? Yeah, you can say it right there. Everyone's watching. Say, I love you.
I love you.
I love you too. Love you, Link.
There you go, buddy.
Everyone who likes the video, please press that like button down below.
Holy wow, Colton.
He watches a lot of podcasts.
Wow. You know what? That is the thing I am the worst at too. I forget to tell people this all the time.
I'm not going to push you into doing it, but if you guys want to do it because you like the video, you can do it.
Oh, that's a solid wind up and a pitch there, Colton.
All right, Colton, while you're here, what was your favorite part of TremorsFest?
My favorite part was definitely the...
Well, come over here. Tell everybody.
I think it was the last Q&A and the first Tremors.
So your first Tremors is your favorite Tremors movie?
Yeah.
And you're right.
Yeah. I mean, he's allowed to have a wrong opinion. I get it. It's fine. Tremors 4 is the best one.
No, I'm just saying, we raise them right.
Oh, wow.
Right on. Well, you guys can come back and bug me some more, but if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna get you off my lap. Just because it's really hot. All right, take him to the living room.
That's fine.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, Colton. Oh my God.
Bye, guys.
It's really cute because I talk about him like all the time. So I'm glad he actually got to show up on the show.
I told you he'd show up. I was like, I guarantee you when he's done with his food, he's gonna come poking around and see what I'm doing because he wants to know. And not only that, he's probably watching with Lizzie, or even if he's not, she's watching and she's probably telling him, "Hey, Dad's on."
Dad's famous now. And yeah, Derek, you are a good father. Bravo, man.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Got the critical need to know information.
Oh yeah, he's definitely got critical need to know information. I love that kid. And we're prepared in this house too. I send him around. His teachers hate me. I send him with a smartwatch, but it's not one of those ones where you can like text and stuff. It's just one where I can track him with GPS and he can call me if there's an emergency. And they're like, "Why does he have a smartwatch?" And I'm like, because I need to know where he is at all times. And they're like, "What do you think is gonna happen?" And I'm like, when you need it and don't have it, you sing a different tune.
I can't get close enough to kiss it, but God damn it.
Why?
God damn it. Shit.
But yeah, that's how we are in this house. We make sure that we have everything that we need because we know what it's going to be like. And taking them last year, we didn't get to participate in things like the costume contest, but watching everybody else do it, it was really cool because I didn't know if anyone would do it. I didn't know that it was happening. I didn't know there was going to be trivia, and just so everyone knows who's thinking about TremorsFest or TremorsFest 2 or anything like that, I just want to point out to everyone, if you like the movies, you can win at trivia. It doesn't matter how much somebody knows about Tremors. The trivia games are for everybody. Like, because even I knew answers. My son knew the answers. We all knew. As long as you love the movies, books, shows, the content, you'll know the answers. Like, I was wondering how much, since it was like a film festival thing, I was just worried that some of the questions were going to be like, what was the color of the director's underwear shooting the third scene or something? And I was going to be like, what?
Blue.
I was scared. I was like, I don't know what I'm going to know. Yeah, it was probably blue. But I just didn't know what to, again, like you said, I didn't know what to expect. And especially after watching the first movie, changed the whole thing. The vibe may have been cool throughout, but watching the first movie together changed the whole experience. Because not only did everyone love watching the movie together, not only did we all have obviously a good time doing it, but doing it together in the theater, like having the cast, crew, stars, fans, people who run podcasts, people who just grew up watching the movie, and there were also people there who didn't watch most of the movies. Like, I've only ever seen the first one, or
there's people who hadn't seen the first one. they hadn't even seen
I didn't
Tremors
meet
1.
any of those people yet, but yeah, there was people who didn't even see them. I didn't get to meet any of those people, but there were other people like, we've only seen the first one. And I'm like, well, you've got a whole bunch more to catch up on, and we're going to do that in the next couple of days. Like, we're on it. Like, yeah, let's get it. And one of my favorite experiences of all of Tremors Fest was actually after the first movie that we'd all watched together, because I have this uncanny ability to end up next to a celebrity, just next to randomly without realizing where I'm standing. It's happened to me before with other celebrities, but I'm getting up out of my seat, I'm carrying Link, we're going up the stairs, and because of how like packed the theater is, not saying it's like super duper packed, but just because everyone's exiting at the same time,
yeah,
we get to the point to where we can't move, and I'm just standing there. When all of a sudden from next to me I hear hello, and I look over, and there's Michael. And he just says hello to me. He's like, hello. And I was like, oh, hi, how's it going? And he's like, it's going really well. Great. I love the movie. And he's like, you enjoyed it? That's good to hear. And I was like, yeah, of course I enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it since I was a kid. He's like, oh, well, thanks for coming out. And Colton came in here and reminded me to subscribe. That's funny. Don't forget, folks, leave a like and subscribe. He's going to make a great YouTuber.
Oh, shit. But you just met you were meeting Michael and enjoying that moment.
Yeah. And he was right there. Like, and that's the thing. They always end up like right here next to my face. And I don't realize it because I'm holding Link. I don't even know he's there until I hear hello. And I look over and he's right there next to me. And I'm like, oh, hi. And he was glad to meet me. He's like, glad to meet you and stuff. And I'm like, absolutely. Then he's like, well, we're all going to head down now, into the lounge afterwards. He's like, we're all going to head down now. See you down there. I was like, absolutely. Yeah. Have a good time. And I let him go. I was like, here, you go first. And he was so nice to me. Like, it was weird because I didn't expect to meet him until like there was a signing table or there was a meet and greet or there was going to be a something. I didn't expect for it to be right after we watched the movie, 2 feet from me while we're walking out. Didn't expect that. It's happened to me multiple times, but that was a very different one because during all the other times, I paid to be around celebrities and went to go meet them and stuff. And I get that I paid for a ticket, but it wasn't some kind of a scheduled or sanctioned or anything. It was just him being there and saying hi to me. And I was just like, and it was such a weird experience, honestly. But because he was so just the nicest guy ever, I was just talking to a friend, it sounded like. I was just like, hi, how are you? And we didn't talk really about in depth of the movie. We just said, how are you? How'd you like it? I loved it. It was great. I've loved it since I was a kid. That's excellent. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you brought the kids. Your kids are wonderful. All that stuff. I was like, it was such a nice interaction that I was like, any apprehension that I might have had about how's this all going to work out, I didn't care at that point. I'm like, who cares how this works out? The fact remains, I guarantee you, if he's going to be that nice, everyone better follow suit or something bad's going to happen. Like, the governor's going to get him, dude, is what I thought.
Don't fuck with Michael Gross.
Yeah, any apprehension I had was gone. I was like, this is fantastic. We all head down into the lounge after the very first movie, and that's when, everyone very first. See, you gotta be very careful with that.
I'm sorry.
That's when everyone's first starting to get their autographs, first starting to, meet celebrities, first starting whatever. But the first thing we started doing was actually meeting fans. Like, because we did it before when we were all picking up our badges, but now all of a sudden it's a different dynamic because we just all watched the first movie, which is such a classic and a favorite for all of us, that we're in that mindset. Like when people say, don't go watch Bruce Lee movies, you'll leave the theater being like, "Ha!" Like, you can do it. Man, we were all leaving that theater thinking the same thing, like, get up on a boulder, or something.
Broke into the wrong damn theater, didn't you bastard?
Right? That's exactly what we were thinking. Yeah. Val, you're going to have to forget about the autograph. The line was pretty big. The line was pretty big. So what's funny is we actually thought, you know what? We're going to kind of hang back, let everyone do their thing, get their autographs, whatever, because it's not important for us to be at the front of the line. It's just important for us to be there. And And when we started getting up to the front of the line, what's funny is the line's moving kind of slowly. And if Tremors Fest only had Michael Gross there, it would be worth it. Everything else is a bonus. It is a bonus. But I mean, it's not.
There. We'll get there, Chris. Don't say that yet. Don't say that yet. Sorry, keep going, Derek.
Right. I just want to say, like, it was great to meet everybody, because when we first get up to the table, the first people that were there were
Gladys and Leela.
Miss Lee.
Yep.
What?
Leela Lee and
What's
Gladys Jimenez.
Yeah. And they were the first ones there. And because we got stuck in line, which is not really stuck because we had them to talk to, and they were talking to us about if we've seen the show, and I'm like, of course we've seen the show. And they were like, how
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna do one of these at the stage.
how was your drive up? Did you enjoy the first movie? And that's questions. I'm asking them questions because I was having time with them that I enjoyed, like, answering their questions, rather than most people, not saying that everyone, but I'm sure most people would be like, what was it like working on the show? What was it like working on this episode? But me, I just loved those down to earth conversations where they were like, your son's so cute. How old is he? And at the time he was, let's see, April, May,
7.
June, July, August. No, your little brother was 8 months old at the time. So I was like, yeah, he's 8 months, he's 7. And they were like, your boys are just the best. And they really liked the kids. Everyone did.
Hey,
of
guys.
course.
Hi guys, helpful tip. Remember to hydrate every day.
Hydrate.
Gotcha, Colton.
Hydration break, apparently.
Everybody get out your water and drink some water.
Yep.
Or whatever.
You're gonna die of thirst. Dehydration. That takes a couple of days.
You know what I want?
Maybe.
I want Graboid grape. Or Monster mango.
Mango. And for $1 extra, you get a souvenir glass. Look at that. Glows in the dark.
Even glows in the dark. Look at that right there.
All right. Now time for the olives. That was at least 3 impressions worth right there. 1, 2, and 3. I need to have these olives here.
Olives are good. Olives are good.
Yeah. I gotta have these olives, otherwise I just do impressions and sing songs the whole time. So these help me not do that.
Yeah, go find me some olives.
Yeah, go get no, Derek, you go get olives. Colton can stay. He's fine.
I'll actually be right back, guys.
Oh my god.
I don't think we have olives. I'm just kidding.
And you know, Lizzie, that was
I'm
actually
gonna go
something.
check. I'll be right back.
Oh, excuse
Lizzie,
me. That was
yeah,
actually
my
something.
wife. So those of you who don't know, Lizzie's my wife, and she said she was pointing out also that Link was not always having the best time. He's 8 months old. That's all.
He's an 8-month-year-old baby.
Yeah, and we don't have a babysitter, and I don't trust anyone to watch my kids for days on end. I don't have that. I don't have enough family for that. So I took both my kids to go to Tremors Fest, and I also don't like going on to do things, without taking the kids, because I want them to experience it as well. And when I brought them to Tremors Fest, I was also wondering, how's this going to be for the kids? And when Link was upset in a couple of moments where he'd get upset or he'd cry, I thought everyone was going to be really mad at me. Like, what are you doing bringing a kid to a theater? Because a lot of people will act that way.
No
olives. And what really ticked me off is there were some Disney movies that, especially like Incredibles 2 or something, when that came out, people are like, you need to leave your kids home. We've been waiting like 15 years for this or something. And I'm like, movies are for kids. They're supposed to be for kids. It should be for actually stress that. It should be for the family. It should be for everybody. And when we go and we got there, and I thought everyone would be upset when the baby's like, nobody cared. Everyone laughed in point of fact, because like sometimes it would line up with the movie and he'd get upset and be like, and everyone would just and they'd all laugh.
I thought it was cute. Like and for me it was just like, oh my god, like I had no idea who you were at the time or whatever. It was just like this, like, oh my god, clearly whoever that was like loves Tremors so much that maybe you can't find a babysitter or anything like that, or maybe they just wanted this 8-month-old child to experience Tremors. Either way, I was just like, okay, that's adorable, and I fucking love this so much. I don't know. I can't see. I know that there are people that probably would have been he brought a baby to the TremorsFest, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck you. You're not invited next year. Fuck off. That baby was cool, and that kid was cool, and I don't care. And you know what? Honestly, that was actually that was one of the other people of the two that I keep talking about did say that at one point, and I was just kind of like, okay, I don't know, man. Tremors is a family movie. I don't know what the complaint is. Like, most of us have seen all of these already, so like I don't know how much it really affects the situation. Like, it's just fun and interesting. It's not like going to see Deadpool and Wolverine and there's a fucking 8-month-old baby. That's not
That's why we haven't gone to watch Deadpool and Wolverine. Like, my 2-year-old to that. Like, there's nothing wrong with Deadpool. My 2-year-old's not going to understand any of that. If I put that on the TV, he's going to sit down and start playing with toys and watching Blippi on our phone anyway. He's not going to know what's going on, but I'm also not going to take him to it just because I don't want him yelling in the middle of, Wolverine doing something bad. He's like, get his claws out. And then all of a sudden the baby's like, Mama! They're screaming or something. I'm not going to take him to those movies. But Tremors has been out since 1990. Like, if your first experience is watching it at TremorsFest, expect to be watching it with families, in my opinion. Because, like, why not bring everybody? Like I said, the VHS of that sitting in my milk crate, like we had milk crates full of VHS, and out of all the movies everyone else wanted to watch, we had tons. We had Darkman, we had, we had horror movies, comedies, everything. And that copy of Tremors that sat right on top. I still need the fourth one on VHS.
Yeah.
I've got the first 3, and then I've got the first 4 on Blu-ray, and then I've got the full set.
This is the only one you need. This is the only one that matters.
I've got that in Blu-ray.
Yeah.
That's what I love to have too. Like, because I had it at first in DVD, and then I found it for like $1 or $2, $3 or something at a thrift store in Blu-ray, and I lost it. I was like, yeah, Blu-ray, like first 4 movies, the best ones. Or I don't want to ruffle anyone's feathers, but for me, best ones.
It's a sentiment that's been shared on this show before. You're fine with that. Like I said,
right.
Meeting Don Michael Paul, I've actually come around on his movies a little bit and been a little bit nicer. I actually watched a Don Michael Paul movie today that was Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man, which is a movie he wrote and produced in like 1991. Really fucking good. Like, and I even texted him too because he gave me his phone number, and I was like, "Hey man, this I just decided to watch this. This is a really good movie." And what made me, and I even added because I was like, the whole time I was thinking, I was like, because it's a buddy cop movie, and it's got Mickey Rourke and Don Johnson as a biker and a cowboy, and I was like, bro, man, like, as much as I love Michael and Burt, like, you should have been allowed to like write your own original Tremors movie with people like this. This would have fucking like kicked ass. You could have had your like a new Val and Earl with these guys or whatever, and that would have been awesome. But the point being, Stampede is great. I love Tremors 1 through 4 in the TV show. Those will always be nearest and dearest to my heart, and I can't help but admit that part of the reason this podcast started was because of how much I hated Tremors 7. So it's not.
Which I mean, and even like we said in the theater, speaking of later movies, well, when Don Michael Paul came out and was doing, hold on, Alien,
talking about bringing kids to aliens.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to take them to aliens just because if they're young enough, that really might scare them. Like, I don't know how scary Romulus is yet. Haven't watched it yet, but it is something that I probably wouldn't take the kids to. But yeah, like I was saying, Don Michael Paul, when he comes up there and he starts talking to us, Q&As and stuff like that, there was a point where my buddy had admitted, he's like, we made a review of Tremors Bloodline when it came out. And he's like, so you're one of the people who ripped me to shreds. And we were like, no, actually we weren't, like, because we were always on board with Tremors so much that, like, it doesn't matter if it's not as near and dear to us as the first ones, as the Stampede ones. We were like, you know what? Compared to a lot of other stuff that's out. And plus, on top of that, we're getting more graboid content. Like, I didn't even know that there was a fourth movie when there was a fourth movie, because I went to my buddy Jeremy's house and I had seen the first three, never seen the fourth one, didn't even know it existed because, you know, there was direct to video. And not all the time did I go to, as a poor kid, we didn't always go to the movie section at the store all the time to go look at movies. So I didn't know it existed. I go to my buddy Jeremy's house. Next thing you know, I'm looking at Tremors 4 on his shelf. I'm like, when the hell did this happen? And he's like, you didn't know there's a Tremors 4? And I'm like, no. I'm like, well, what the hell? And he had all the Tremors movies up to that point. So I'm like, and this is like way back when I'm in like high school. So I'm like, I want to watch Tremors 4. And he's like, well, we're doing stuff today. And I'm like, I don't care what we're doing. Like, I'm like, I want to watch this, because everyone was like, we want to go hang out in town and go to Dairy Queen and get some dilly bars and stuff, because those used to be like 70 cents for a dilly bar. And everyone's like, we want to go walk down to the Dairy Queen and get dilly bars. And I'm like, not me. I want to fire up the DVD player and watch Tremors 4. Like, and nobody wanted to do it, to the point to where I took his copy, and I only lived a couple blocks away. So I took his copy and I went to my house. And I was like, I'm taking your movie. Tell your dad I'll have it back later. And I failed. I did. I failed. And what's funny is, when I looked at it and I saw that it was going to be a prequel kind of thing, I was apprehensive again. I was like, is this going to be good? I was like, is this going to be good? I don't know. I was like, this is going to be weird to go backwards instead of forwards, especially since ever since the third one, I was like, I want the next movie. So now I'm like, so we're going backwards. How's that going to be? But I watched Tremors 4, and I was still all about Tremors 4. In point of fact, it's one of my favorites. I love Tremors 4.
It's my favorite. Like, I understand, you know, 1 is a perfect movie, and Tremors 2 is the best direct-to-video sequel of all time. Tremors 4 is the best Tremors movie, and I will fight people on this. I don't care. I have legitimate reasons. They're cold, hard facts, and I will go to town.
You are right, Levi. You are right.
Thank you. Really?
Yes,
I'm right?
You are right.
I can't tell if you're pandering to me or not there, Colton, but I appreciate it nonetheless. No, like it isn't the point of this conversation, but I can give an exact.
He's taking over, because like my face, he's blocking out my face and everything. He's like, this is no longer about you. This is about
to that point. Well, here's one for Colton. Colton, there's a comment for you. Joke for Colton. When I was young, my mom told me not to watch scary movies because the monster would come out of the TV and eat me. So I only watched them at my friend's house. Looks like your dad took that advice a little strangely on that point. And then your mom didn't even watch Tremors until we were together. No one told me they were good, and monster movies weren't my thing before. Guess what, Lizzie? That's exactly Caitlin. Caitlin had no idea what the fuck Tremors was until we were together. And it was I didn't even wheel out Tremors until a few years into the relationship, because you're just like, this is my favorite giant war movie of all time. Please don't break up with me. I know this is going to be weird, but trust me, it's awesome, and I get it. And here's another one for you, Colton. Joke for Colton. Why are graboids so fun to hang out with? Because they're really down to earth. Jesus Christ, Chris. Sorry.
I always thought they were from outer space.
They're aliens. They're aliens.
He believes in the same theory as Earl.
Well, okay, I'm gonna help you out.
From space and dropped down onto Earth, and then they landed in the ground, and then they started hunting people underground, and then they're gonna come up and eat you all, guys, unless you like.
And that's right. If you don't like and subscribe to this podcast, the graboids are going to eat you. So you're going to love this, Colton. I have actually had a personal theory for a very, very long time that graboids are from outer space, but in the past. Because in the movies, it said that, you know, it's a Precambrian fossil, which technically doesn't make scientific sense. It has to be pre-Devonian.
Not scientifically possible.
No, in the Precambrian era, the only life forms that we had were not single cell, but multi-cell like organisms. They're more like shrimp and stuff. So there wouldn't have been anything for a graboid to eat. But if you pop that forward about 1 billion years to the pre-Devonian era, then you actually get like life forms that are like able to be consumed and stuff. But my theory is that in the past, because space has been happening forever, right, Colton? We're just
billions of years.
Billions and billions and billions of years. In the past, there was a planet of graboids, much like Dune, and this theory ties into the Dune world, that it exploded, and it sent all these graboid eggs all across the Earth, and it's called panspermia. This is actually a regular alien intelligence life theory, panspermia, the idea that our planets and everything got populated by other planets long ago. And these graboid eggs went everywhere. They went everywhere all across space and time. And billions and billions and billions of years ago, they landed on planet Earth. And then they sat there, and then they did their thing, and then they hatched, and then they hibernated. They hatched, and then they hibernated. And much like alligators and sharks, all that they did was maybe kind of get smaller over time. Yeah. And so that's they are from space, Colton, in the past. And they did used to be much bigger, but they got small. I always think of the Godzilla kaiju thing, like when they're, kaijus ruled the earth because of radiation and all that jazz. And I actually have a script written of it's called Tremors Ouroboros, and it starts with gigantic graboids in like 80,000 BC, and like they're huge, and they can take down trees, and they can eat the boulder that you're on top of. They don't have to drill through the boulder. They're so big, they just eat the boulder and bring you right down. But that's so you're right, Colton, to all these facts. You're right. Bravo, buddy.
In the new movie, but since they don't have drills, they can't go through mountains because they're not big enough.
Yes. That's the scary part of it, is that you think that you're safe, but then, oh no. Now, like you were saying, like your dad was saying with the like, oh, maybe I would add like, I think diamonds, or like some kind of, because I do enough construction work that you guys a diamond drill bit, like you're drilling through concrete. Like if you had some kind of mutant evolution that happened and it allowed their beaks to combine with diamonds, then you maybe, and you got that corkscrew bit that the new ones have that you just might be able to get through the rock, and boom, 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 boom. Now you're eating. So you got good ideas, kid. I'm telling you.
Kind of like
we're gonna come here.
Onyx episode of Pokemon.
What was that?
Yeah.
I heard Pokemon.
Oh, I said kind of like that Crystal Onyx episode of Pokemon.
Yeah, I thought I heard Pokemon. Yeah. That would work.
Yeah,
honestly.
Crystal Onyx is just like, is just another form of graboid.
Yeah.
I wish my mom was a real mom.
I'm surprised more people haven't made that connection. Pokemon, like the Onyx is just a rock graboid. Honestly, now I need to write that one down.
Go find me some money. Yeah, I don't know. I'd love to see some crystal or diamond graboid mandibles. That'd be pretty cool.
That would be cool. Gold graboids.
Gold graboids.
Well, gold would be cool, but gold is actually a really soft, malleable metal, so it wouldn't be good for digging. And in fact, well, let's let's use it. You'd have like a gold graboid, but that would be your actual like queen graboid. That would be your they don't breed because they turn into shriekers and stuff. Actually, a golden ass blaster. That's what you do. Like that's your queen. Like it's made of gold, and so then it's something about the gold makes it so that they can lay more than one egg, and then that's there's something there. I don't know. Like I said, I always got to yes hand these ideas. You have your hand up? What's your hand up for, Colton? Hit me.
In the new movie, we should also give mercury-plated graboids. I was thinking we should make like layers of armor for the graboids. Like each one is a different type of metal for the graboids.
Okay, talk me through that.
Basically, like there's the graboid, and then like we want to put like layers of like armor around it, but each armor layer is a different metal.
Ooh, so let's do that for the little baby ones. All right, because we've already seen in Tremors 4 that the little baby ones, they do like as they're growing, they shed their skin and they molt or whatever. So, well, there's a way that we can say that one of the evolutions happened, and as they're molting, and like maybe that's the one that then evolves into the diamond beak, is that they're going through different metals on their skin, and they're like molting out like different metals, and that you start with like copper, and then that's weaker, so then you'd go like, then you've got a bronze skin, and then from there an iron skin. Like as they're getting bigger and bigger, and even like saying that like the metal on them, they're picking up from the ground, because all that they're moving around and stuff. And I imagine even though the beak's closed, there's still some like consumption of the different minerals in the earth and stuff. They're putting that into their body. This would actually make for a great mix master grab. Oh my God, Colton, this isn't what this. God, I have all these ideas now. Oh my God, kid, this is good.
I gave you too many ideas because I'm so smart.
Well, Colton, as much
very smart and not so humble, huh?
That's okay, man. That's how scientists are made. You ever met a humble scientist? But you know what, Colton? I'm gonna blame your mom and dad for this, because they seem incredibly smart. So that's my, like, your mom over here with the onion, like an onion, and it's talking to your dad. All I have, he's just brilliant. Seems like he's going through his dojo training in near record time. Your mom's writing a book. So Colton, I feel like you need to blame your mom and dad for how brilliant you are. And then when they're like, "Oh, you're so smart, Colton," you're like, "This is your fault." Sorry.
Yeah.
Just as a little bit of a side track here, Chris said that Colton's got some good ideas.
Oh yeah.
They're now bulletproof. This will be an extra challenge for Bert to overcome. Yes, I said Bert. Bert never died. That's the way it works. If it doesn't happen on screen, and even if it does happen on screen, like, it might take some wizardry with the writing, but especially when it doesn't happen on screen, like, it never happened.
I choose to just not watch that part of that movie. I just turn it off. It's like, nope. This was great. Rest of the movie. Oh, they're on this cliff. You know what? Then movie over. Now I'm going to watch my movie, which I've never actually done. But it's just like, nope, TV show now. Nope, this is over.
But see, that's the only part of all the shows, all the movies, all the everything. That's the only part where, like I said, we told Don Michael Paul, we did not rip you to shreds. Hold on, buddy. I was like, we did not rip you to shreds. But I will say, the end of that movie, I was like, okay. Like, now I have a reason for some justifiable contention with the issues here. Like,
even at the end of the TremorsFest, when we went into the lounge room to eat the cake, there's a graboid, and I said revenge on the graboid for eating Bert.
Yeah, we got revenge and we ate the graboid.
Holy shit! Oh my God, that's a great way to put it. To that point, that's the only, like, I watched Tremors 5 and I was like, okay, I can tell this is different. However, it's more Tremors, cool. And then I watched Tremors 6, same thing, where it's like, I know, okay, this isn't the Tremors I grew up with. However, more Tremors, cool. I will never forget the day that Caitlin and I put on Tremors 7, and we're like watching it, and it was a Saturday, and we had just gotten married like a week before. And I was like, oh, hey, like, there's a new Tremors movie that came out like the day after we got married. And I obviously wasn't going to put on Tremors after we get, like, the day. As much as I love it, and Caitlin loves me, I still think that would have gone over well. But it was just like, oh, there's a new movie. Let's watch it. And we put it on and watching it. And it's, Tremors just has that great, like, this is Saturday morning sci-fi fun, just kind of like, woo, and that was what we were like, having a blast. Richard Brake kicks ass in that movie. You're just like having good with it. And then that ending happens, and it was just like, what the fuck was that? What I mean, what the freak? He can do it. It's fine. What the freak was that? And then I proceeded to get mad and actually like look things up and be like, oh, there's a whole history to this. Well, let me draw a line in the sand and be like, that's some bullshit. And so yeah, I get it. I love you, Don Michael Paul, wherever you're at, but that was a bad choice. Although I don't blame him. That was definitely more Universal's choice to, like, to end the Burt Gummer because they didn't like Michael Gross getting more power. So
yeah,
what do you got?
Technically, since there's a lot of ores in Alaska, shouldn't the next movie be in Alaska if they're gonna be like armor plated?
I mean, sure. We can.
I mean, most of the time they're in deserts. Why don't we do it in Alaska?
Well, they tried to do one in Canada, and we all know how that worked out. But I would love for one in actual snow. That would be really appreciated on my end.
Well, yeah, and what I don't understand is they went all the way. I can't remember where they went, but they went like somewhere all the way to go. Yeah,
they went to South Africa.
Yeah, but why not come here? Like, because I live next to the biggest white sand dunes like in the known universe. Like, it looks like snow, and they've used it for so many movies. I don't know why they didn't come here. Like, it would have looked really good doing that scene here.
Go to actual Canada, because Canada has great tax break incentives for filmmakers. Like, that's why every single sci-fi show that you know films in Vancouver, British Columbia. Like, I love that joke about Stargate, that every planet that they go to looks like the Pacific Northwest because they only film up in like Canada, like in Vancouver.
Yeah, they film like Supernatural up there too, I think.
Yeah. That's what, like, there's so many. X-Files does it too. Like, there's so many sci-fi shows that are just like, we're gonna film in Canada because it's cheap, so everything looks like Canada.
and the reason why they do that is because they're trying to inadvertently catch Bigfoot in the footage. You know what I mean? Like, I'm from the Pacific Northwest. I'm from Oregon, and we know Bigfoot's up there. So like, that's why like they should shoot the Tremors films. Here's what I'm saying, because like you might actually catch a real graboid in the background. Like
I said, I'm waiting, man. We could just be in the middle of that 300-year hatchling period, and we just don't know yet. And Colton, someone here is trying to make you laugh.
So Colton, I was about to,
Okay, two balloons
are. Colton laugh once. Two balloons are floating in the desert. One says, "Look out for that cactus." The other balloon replies, "Cactus."
Wow. Damn it, Chris. Wow. Excuse me. I'm fucking loving you, kid. I need to have an episode just with Colton.
Watch this. This is how you get a balloon to reinflate. Tickle, 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 tickle. You tickle it. That's the way it works.
Before I die again, please like and subscribe.
You heard it here, folks.
He's gonna build your stuff more than you are. Like, he's just all about that like and subscribe.
Please and thank you, Colton. If you want to be my producer, I can't pay you. I can pay you in being in Tremors movies. That's about the grand extent. Or olives. I can send you olives.
You don't need to pay me. I like doing it.
Cool. I do. I can do this part, but the actual producing, we're like 6 episodes behind on the Spotify for uploading episodes because I just haven't actually sat down and done it. And so I'm a bad person. I need you, Colton. You're my only hope. So if you could just grow up like 10 years instantly, I would just really appreciate that. Okay. Oh my God, please, Colton, I need you to say this one.
Hey,
can you read it?
Remember when Colton was 3 and would break the fourth wall and all the time and say, "Okay, boys and girls."
What's great is that your frame is frozen right now, and you just have this like look on your face, and your dad is just back there like, "Yep. That's my boy. That's my kid. Love you, Colton."
He used to break the fourth wall like that all the time. We'd be like, "Hey, go play," or something. And he'd be like, "I'm gonna jump off this swing set." So he'd be like, "Okay, boys and girls, watch this." And then it was like he was doing a show for everybody else already. You know, whether there's a camera or not, he's like, I'm in a show right now. And he treated like his whole life like it was an actual show, because he's like, "All right, boys and girls, today we're going to McDonald's."
You know what? You can't prove that it's not. How do you know? there could be invisible cameras everywhere. And, you know, when we die, they're just like, all right, here's your life.
Like that one right there. It's looking at me.
That one right there.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
There's one over there. There's one back behind me. And I see there's one more right here in front of me. This one doesn't even count. They don't have that footage. But the invisible fairy elves have that footage there.
Like
they have that footage.
Show. Well, we're going to call it the Colton Show.
You know, Caitlin has that legitimate fear that she like is always just waiting for them to be like, oh yeah, you've been on a show the whole time. And I'm like, how did she know? We don't tell her. This isn't, we're all actors here. All right, so I'm going to do this with Colton on the air because I kind of want Colton's reactions to these things.
All right, calm down. We're going to react.
Okay.
We're going to react.
I'm going to pull it up.
Be serious.
I mean, you can be forking funny for all I care. I don't mind. I'm now being really conscious of all my swear words. I'm just like, okay. So, all right. Because okay. I'm gonna bring up because the reason. Okay. The reason I'm having a problem with this is, with this show, I have tried to make it positive. Like, there's things that we're going to criticize, and we're going to like there's healthy criticism, but I am just ever since meeting Don Michael Paul, and like I used to shit on him so hard. Like that question about the like, oh, so you're one of the ones that was like shitting on me, and it was like I actually talked to Don afterwards, and that's where I got his phone number, and I was like, hey Don, I have a Tremors podcast.
Right back, guys.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
He can still hear you.
He's gonna go look on his phone and like watch us there.
Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door.
Great.
Come on in. Come on. Come on. Come back. Come back.
Come on,
There
Link. Link.
So what are we reacting to today?
We were talking about it. If you'd pay attention.
There. Because honestly, Colton, I want to react with it with you here because it's actually kind of it's about you. It is about you a little bit. I know that's where like, and Thomas here just chimed in with the, yep, you sure did. Because Thomas is the only person that I know of on the planet that has told me has actually watched or listened to all the episodes of my show. So Thomas knows that when I started this like 3 years ago, man, I would just, and it wasn't about like slandering him. It's just like, what the fuck happened here? I don't know what the fuck happened. Why is this happening? And I would just shit on Don. And that's where, again, I met Don. And he shit on me back, and I was like, you know what? We're not going to do that anymore. So when we're going here, note, and I'm not saying this to you, Derek, I'm just saying this to anyone listening in the podcast Future Land, that I feel like these are things that really do need to be criticized, and we're gonna have a reaction to this as we're going, because I just don't think it's good. I think I have my suspicions and fears and all that, and we're gonna get into it. All right, Colton. Yeah, I do. Oh man, Colton, it looks like I've got it all put together here, but I do not. I am as wild and out there as this T-shirt that I made last week, which is very cool.
I think
again, I don't drink either. This is actually my friend's, like she works there, this brewing company. But we made tie-dyes.
Go tell Mama.
So if you don't know, and you haven't been watching the show before or anything, or if you didn't fucking suspect it, oh my god, I just dropped a swear word. Jesus Christ. I just did it again. It's
okay. Here,
no, I know. I'm just
here really quick. Hey Colton, take your brother to your mom real quick. He needs a diaper change. I can't do it. I'm in the middle of it.
Dad skills. Wow.
There. Now he will forget the word was in his head because he's going to go do something really quick before he comes back. So
yeah, he'll never forget it. It's in there. So if you hadn't figured out by watching this show that we're going to talk about TremorsFest, and not just last year's, but this year's TremorsFest, because the schedule just came out, and everybody that's been listening to the show for a while knows that we'll put quotes on it, was helping out to get a lot of people there. I've been contacting everyone from Finn Carter to the set dressers and everyone in between. And the schedule for TremorsFest 2 has come out, and I'm just going to read it. And you know what, folks? I'm going to let you decide here with Derek, too. All right. So, tentative schedule for October 25th through 27th. These are no times on these original ones here. Costume contest, trivia contest, comic book release, art contest included. Hosts, Michael Gross and George R.R. Martin. Friday, 10:25, 3 p.m. badge pickup opens at Violet Crown Cinema. 5 p.m. Tremors Lounge and Fan Art Gallery opens. 7 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Tremors in adjoining theaters. Intro and post-film Q&A in both theaters. 9:15 p.m. opening night reception with cast, crew, and fans at Knuckles Brewery across the tracks from Violet Crown Cinema. All right, that's day one. And well, I'm going to go through them all, and then we're going to react to them as like in a minute here. And then Saturday.
Send you this schedule, or where is the schedule?
It should be on the official Tremors franchise fans group page, which is not the largest Tremors group anymore. It's the second largest Tremors group. And I consider it's run by Universal executives, Universal people, and then one person in particular. And then Saturday at 10:26 at 10:30 a.m., Tremors documentaries and bloopers, 1 hour session, Violet Crown Cinema, 12:30 p.m., Alec Gillis special effects, 90-minute presentation and Q&A on special effects. 2:30 p.m. Shrieker Fest, 2-hour viewing and panel session on Tremors TV series, and then 6:30 and 8:30 p.m. back-to-back showings of Tremors 2 Aftershocks at Knuckles Brewery. Outdoor family fun viewing, post-viewing reception at Knuckles. And then Sunday, 10:27 at 10:30 a.m. Tremors documentaries and bloopers, 1 hour session at the cinema. 12:30 p.m. Tremors script table read, 90 minutes with actors performing popular scenes, Q&A. 2 p.m. closing party with cast, crew, and fans, Violet Crown Lounge. And Chris, it's not. I love you, Chris. It's not. Like I understand this is some real bare bones slim pickings in comparison to last year.
Come on, buddy.
See, Link agrees. Link is like, this is some bullshit. Link is like, look, I was only 8 months old, and I know that this is fucked up.
Right. Okay, so hold on. So I'm gonna have just 1 second really quick while I go get he needs a diaper change, so I'm gonna go, hey, come on.
Do you think? I'll vamp. All right. And then Thomas over here, I'm not really sure about the brewery because I like to have a drink here and there, but I suspect that the brewery is going to have a lot of expensive alcohol. And I mean, that's true. And it's actually, that was one of them. Oh, I'm so glad you're here, Lizzie, because that right there is my, Derek brought it up because Derek brought it up when we were talking. And Lizzie Hillyer says, I don't really see how a brewery is family friendly. Most breweries have issues with children being there after a certain time, right? And no. And then Thomas Brewery, not family friendly. I
also want to point out really quick that not only is a brewery not really family friendly, certain people don't want to be around lots of alcohol. And last time they had like a bar downstairs in the theater where if you wanted to go get a beer or something, that was fine. But going to a whole brewery is a whole different environment. Like, what if I don't want my kids around people who are drinking? Like, maybe if somebody has like a Tremors Rail Ale or something like that. Last year, that's what they made. They made Tremors Rail Ale for, the Tremors Fest, and that was fine. I saw maybe a couple of people with a couple of beers or something, and most of the time they drank them during like when it was lounge time. They would go down, have a beer, and then they would go join the lounge or something. I don't think I saw very many beers like in the actual theater or anything like that. And now we're going to take ourselves and go put ourselves in the alcohol area. Like, I don't quite understand that one. Like, why are we?
I bring up the olives. I was showing off the olives because I don't drink. Like, Caitlin, out of the two of us, might drink if we're like out, like hardcore partying on a weekend, but neither one of us drink. And that's like at all. I to the point, I literally, my drinking game is a jar of olives. Like, that makes, I can't imagine that even those without kids, there's people that are going to be uncomfortable being at a brewery for that like specific reason of just like, that's not, as Lizzie said and Thomas said, that's not family friendly. And it to the point where hey man, everybody, if you want to drink, you want to smoke weed, you want to, shoot all the drugs in you and do all that, you know what? It is not my life. You're going to lead it however you want. I'm not here to make decisions for you. I just would prefer to not hang around that. And that's actually mine with like people that drink a lot. Like, if you get to that certain point, I have been around and dealt with enough hardcore drunks that I'm just like, not fun. It's not, I'm going to say it's just not Tremorsy to me. I don't know. Like, I don't see you like when Val and Earl first go into the, Chang's and drink a beer, they're not getting wasted. They're just having like a beer to get through, like, to, start their day. And hell, there's even something to be said. They're having a beer at probably like 10 o'clock in the morning, but it's just not, it just doesn't work.
I don't mind that people weren't waiting till 5. I mean, some people were having beers before, like during badge pickup, and I didn't care. Yeah. Like, no, because it was like a couple of beers here and there. There wasn't a bunch of people running around getting wasted. And I'm also not saying that there's going to be like a bunch of people slamming a bunch of hard liquor just because we're going to a brewery. But I do want to point out, like, this whole brewery thing, there are things that I'm noticing just now that I haven't really realized until just now. Like, if we just focus on the brewery for a second, because it seems like we have a lot of issue with the brewery. Let's just focus on that to get out of the way. We've already gone over why it's a problem in 50 different ways. I have another issue here. It says outdoor family fun viewing of Tremors 2. Like, are we watching it outside?
Yep.
Why?
That's what I've been telling everybody since I realized this and saw the writing on the wall coming, that's their workaround. That's, that's his workaround for, we're not allowed to show it at the theater, so we're going to show it somewhere else. And it's still a free screening.
But I mean, at that rate, like, okay, so my issue last year, we had all the movies. And I remember when TremorsFest kind of ended and we were talking, like, especially me and you in the parking lot and stuff, we were talking about, it's not really TremorsFest if we didn't get all the movies and all the show. Like, we should have had everything.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe we were a little greedy wanting all that. But, I mean, we got a lot in the first TremorsFest, all the movies.
The only reason I said the thing about the show was because Leela and Gladys were there.
Yeah.
Where it's like,
well, I would have loved to have watched, even like an episode or 2 or 3 would have been great.
Like, and then what's ironic is that, apparently we're going to watch, and you know what? It doesn't, and now that I want to look, so it doesn't say where we're watching the TV show. Like the Shrieker Fest, the 2-hour viewing and panel session on Tremors TV series, it doesn't say where we're watching it.
Oh, that's concerning, because like the whole time we watched all those movies in the first TremorsFest, we were in the theater the whole time. Yeah. And it's nice because like it really helps out too when you got the kids with you and stuff. Link was able to take naps during the movies because the theater's dark, and we put him to bed and be like, here, we'll cradle you, we'll rock you to sleep. You go to bed, it's dark. And that's the thing. You don't want glare when you're trying to watch a movie. How are you supposed to watch a movie if there's glare? Not only that, but if we're outside, what about the inclement weather? Like, what if there is bad weather? What if it's 500 degrees? What if it rains? What if it snows? What if it's what?
You want to know what I thought about without any of those? One thing that I know for sure is, like, because of where that's located, that's an incredibly busy traffic area. Like there's going to be so much noise when you're outside from all the cars and everything, like all the people and everything going by. And it's a Saturday too. So you can expect that, like, because it's in that downtown rail district, there's probably going to be some music playing. There's probably going to be other events going on. And it's going to be highly distracting to have like playing two movies, the same movie back to back, which is another thing we'll get to. But yeah, out like rain, anything. It's hot. Oh no, like I need to look up when the sun sets in October, but I'm hoping it's at least after or before 6:30.
I don't know, and that's another weird thing. Like it says 6:30 and 8:30. What are they doing? Are they, because one thing that I've learned is apparently there's two showings. Okay, so if you go back, there's two showings of Tremors 1. So we're not even, so that already takes away from the whole Tremors Fest thing that we did before, because we were all in the theater together. Now we're not going to all be in the theater together, which is already a problem. But are they going to split us up not only by theater, but are they going to split us up for showings? So like what? Our 7 o'clock tickets going to go to the 6:30, and our 7:30 tickets going to go to the 8:30?
Like, oh shit, bro. Oh my God, because you know what? Oh dude. Oh shit. I didn't even think about that. Oh, dude.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't get this. Like, are they doing that? Like, I get that you can't really fit 2 theaters worth of people at a brewery, and that's probably why they're doing it. But,
well, I mean, you can't. Okay, we had 150 people last year. Like, that was the tickets. Like, that was like how many people you could fit into that theater. Hell, even fitting 150 people at an outdoor brewery, really hard. But let's take it. So last year we all saw how the second day about 50% of the people left that, like, after that first day. So like, let's put it down. So that's 75. That's just off of last year's number. You're not going to fit 75 people in. If we even go further here with the math and we say, okay, there's 2 theaters with 150 people in each, they're looking to sell 300 tickets. That means that if you half that, that's 50%. That's 150 people trying to fit into a brewery viewing, and then it's 75 and 75 if they're splitting up these 2 separate viewings, which I didn't even think about that. I thought those were just like free for all.
Well, here's another thing for you to think about that's going to kind of suck. Thinking about how we had so much for Tremors Fest last year, you said that a lot of people left after the first day because, you know, Michael had a previous engagement that he had to go to after the first day, and you know, some people were kind of disappointed that they were like, well, how come Kevin's not here and stuff like that? And, you know, they expected more than we got. And so they left after the first day because they're like, I got what I needed. I paid, because the tickets were cheap. So they paid only so much for the ticket. And then they got to meet people like Michael and then the cast and then the director and everything. And they did all that on the first night. And so, like you said, a lot of people left. But here's the thing. With us getting less this year, if people are coming to Tremors Fest this year and getting less, won't more people want to stick around for more days?
Yeah, you know, I was literally, and not even that, but Michael will be there for all the 3 days. And I've always thought, like last year, Michael leaving was one of the reasons that people kind of like left the second day, because they're like, oh, well, I hate it. I can't tell you how much I hate it. The Kevin and Reba thing of like, oh, well, a super famous person isn't there, so I don't feel like spending my time. And because Michael wasn't there, they're like, well, I'm going to leave. You know, it's not worth it. If Michael's there now, that ups that chance of all of those people wanting to stay now more.
Yeah, so I really think that your 75 people estimate is actually being like really forgiving.
That's conservative.
Yeah.
I've tried it when I do these things, I try to be super conservative, because you're always, when it comes to planning an event, you always kind of want to aim low. And then that way you're superseding it. You know, you want to beat expectations. You never want to not meet expectations. You want to jump over that. And when I said that 75, I wasn't taking Michael into account of just like, oh, no. He's going to be there. That means those people are still going to want to stay. Oh no, all of those people are going to stay now.
Yeah, lots more people are going to want to stay because Michael's going to be there. A lot more people are going to want to stay because there's not going to be as much content in the first day, so they're going to want to get more content out of their money. Plus, ticket prices are higher this year, so if you're paying more, you want to get more, and we're already getting less. And I'm already starting to see that we're going to have people wanting more, but getting less.
Well, and that's where I just commented to someone, Forrest. I was talking to Forrest Ollinger on the Facebook group, and he was saying, well, there's a cost benefit analysis and all that, and he pointed out something that so we're getting more fan interaction and seeing Chris here in the comments. I can see that's what someone like Chris you are thinking, where you're like, oh, that sounds like you're getting more like interaction with all of these people. However, what I just said, you really got to think about. Last year was 150 people. Now it's going to be 300 people. You are actually getting less fan interaction because you're dealing with 300 other people wanting to like be there too. Hold on one sec. I'm going to do something, Derek, just to bring it back. I think that works. Usually if I remove you and bring you back. Like that's you're losing. And then from what I know, and this is the thing that I've been doing, is like speaking to everybody about going to TremorsFest, that we might have even less people there that were in the movies than last year. And because we're not showing 3, 4, and on, so there's less people for fans to interact with, while there are more fans to interact. And that is that's recipe for disaster. And I even think about the 300 people fitting into that space. Like part of what made that work last year was like 150 people felt like just right for that venue. Like you're not crowded or anything like that. This is just, okay, cool. We've all got our breathing room. Everybody can talk. Like doubling that number, like it's a great space, but like to not like, to have some breathing, you're not going to have it. It's like all doubled up. Have a good night, Thomas. I love you, bro.
Have a good night.
That's such a concern. And that was actually one of the things I had been talking with one of the organizers about. I'm really trying not to use their names because I'm not in that mood for that fucking bullshit right now. That he was even saying, because he goes to conventions all the time, that the Crown doesn't have the capacity to do more than what we did, like in terms of people, like actual people. And so for now, it's like, okay, that's what you said, and you and I even like agreed on that, and now you're doubling it. What the fuck is going on here? This is like crazy town.
I mean, I agree, because like looking also, I don't know, again, whoever's watching, if they saw things, but there was only X amount of room in the lounge, you know?
Yeah.
And so not everyone could fit in the lounge at one time, especially on opening night when everyone was still there before they all left, before Michael left and stuff. You could not fit everyone into that lounge with just
maybe like
one
75 people. Like 50 to 75 of us.
And that meant that the whole rest of the theater, we had to be out where the chairs were, the seats were, where the food was and stuff. We had to spill out into there and be out in that area as well. And then there was a whole bunch of people trying to get to their movies, which had nothing to do with Tremors. They're going to see a movie, and they're like, what are all these people doing? We're walking around with our lanyards like we're supposed to be here, but we're in everybody's way already, and we got to wait for some people inside of that. Yeah, we got to wait for some people inside of that room to kind of clear out, and then more people can go in. So people are clearing out, people are going in, and it's a living, breathing organism, that whole lounge room. But it's not going to fit 2 theaters worth of people in it, or even close to it, because it didn't even fit the 1 theater's worth of people in it the first time. Like where they think we're going to all go anyway, because when they bring us out of those theaters, even though they're staggering it by 30 minutes, where do they think we're going to go? Like, we can't even be in the theater at that point, because we already filled the lounge last time, and the whole eating area and bar area, like where all the food and stuff was, that was full. So we got that full, lounge full. Now we have a whole nother theater worth of people. Where do we go? Because we can't just sit in the theater and be like, we'll sit here and twiddle our thumbs until there's space for us. That we can't do that.
I'm eating an olive for that. That was beautiful.
That's a good impression of somebody who doesn't know what the hell they're doing there.
That was good. That was really good.
And you don't want to confuse people. The good thing about Tremors last year, watch a movie, Q&A.
Watch a movie,
Q&A, lounge. I was on the ball. I was like, I know what we're doing. Like, even when I didn't know what we were doing, I knew what we were doing. Now I'm confused looking at this because I'm like, cool. They're staggering us. Why are they staggering us? How much are we being staggered? Are we going to keep people in the theater while we take other people to the lounge? And
you're doing great. Your wife just said my fucking main problem with this, and you and I were talking about this. Okay.
Yeah. So there's a Q&A in both theaters. What if we want to be a part of both Q&As? Yeah, that's a problem I have with all this because last year, all of us got all the content. Whatever was available, whether it be a trivia, a costume contest, a Q&A, whatever we did, everyone had the ability to be a part of it. Now we have separate events where and what are the Q&As going to be? Because a lot of people are obviously, like you said, they all left when Michael left. A lot of people are going to want to be at the Q&A where Michael is. So what if they got questions for Michael? Everyone wants to go ask Michael something. They're like, hey, let's talk to you. What about the other people? What if no one wants to ask them questions because they're like, who are they going to stick in the other room? At this rate, they might have to put someone like Steve or something just because he knows the answers to questions, because of who he is. But how's that going to contrast? How are we going to show our love for both? Because I want to ask everyone questions. I don't just want to ask just one person. I want to ask multiple people the questions. I want to ask Michael. I want to ask Steve. I want to ask Ron. I want to ask everyone. And if I don't have everyone to ask a question, why can't I go to both events?
And this is something, running a podcast and everything that I've done and everybody that I talked to, I hadn't even thought about this yet, but this is just hitting my brain that Tremors was made 35 years ago. All right. And you heard it last year where okay, somebody asks a question and it's like, I don't actually know the answer because it's been 35 years. So I don't remember. So but then because there's, there was 4 or 5 or 6 people at once, they get to oh, I don't know the answer, but over here, this person does know the answer, and actually sharing, they have a collective memory because I'm when you're making a movie or anything like that, you get that trauma bond. So you just you got to cue it up in the old brain box, but oh, hey, Ron said something, which makes reminds, and actually that is what happened. Someone would say something and they'd be like, oh, that actually reminds me. Okay, this is the answer to the question. And you're not, if you split those people up, you don't get that motion, that flow to it of hey, these are people sharing their stories. It's why you like this podcast. It's why I like doing this podcast. Is it's just oh, this is that you're fucking up in the moment and things are kind of going back and forth and it's not perfect, but we're all figuring it out together. And to split up the Q&As, this was something I had said to you, where it's everybody and their mother is going to want to go to Michael's, and then they're going to be really upset. And this is I'll call it the Kevin and Reba thing because that's my best way to do it. Where it's oh well, but I guess I don't want to go see Robert Jane and Ron Underwood talk about Tremors. Who are they? Oh well, but there's Michael Gross. He's got to know everything. So let me go. I want to go listen to his Q&A, and then you're missing out because those people. Everybody should be asking questions in that room, in that moment, and sharing it, even if, because God knows everybody does ask the same fucking questions sometimes. Not always, but oh, hey, you need to hear somebody ask a question that you would have asked to ask a better one. And you don't get that splitting the Q&As up. And then, to Lizzie's point, because this is one that I have so fucking hard with this. And actually Thomas, who just left, was telling me it too, where it's that is going to give me so much fucking FOMO for missing out. I'm going to be what happened in the other theater? And for me, I'm going to be doing my best to record both. I'm going to I will fucking talk to the people that I need to beforehand to be I'm recording both of these because that's how that works. it's still going to be, but I have to be in one theater asking questions. I can't be in both. And that to me was my first like indication that this was not thought through like at all. And you had said something to me too about like, those people are family, and you said like they all deserve our love. They shouldn't like feel like we're choosing. Like they shouldn't, like everybody should feel like we love them all unconditionally. It doesn't matter to start picking and choosing. That's, dude, esta no bueno, senor. Like that's, oh my God, that is so fucking bad.
Yeah, because I mean, we're putting people in a situation where like maybe people really, really think that like Melvin's character is like the best. They're like, man, me and Melvin, man, I was a kid around that time when the movie came out. I was an ornery little shit too. Like I can grasp it. Like I really got to talk to that guy. But then you're like, am I ever going to get an opportunity to ask some specific question to Burt Gummer about this specific thing? So you're like, now I have to choose and pick. Is it going to be this question for Burt Gummer? Is it going to be this question for Melvin? What do I do? And this crappy thing is people, not only just for like how much love they can show one character, they might go, it might be easier to talk to Robert Jane about this later. Maybe I'll go and talk to Michael Gross about this now. And so even if it's not even a love thing, they might have to, they might be put in a situation where they have no choice but to pick the more popular person and be like, I'm not going to have this opportunity again later. I have to take it. And then people are going to be like, and then all of a sudden you got like, yeah, like you said, like maybe Robert Jane and Ron Underwood over here with 10 people asking them questions. And then you got 290 people in the other place asking them 5 million questions. And not only is that not a good situation, but I see 3 really major issues with it. Not just the fact that we want to spread our love around and show everyone we're thankful for you coming, because like I learned, like when I went, I was just your average goer when I first went to TremorsFest. I didn't know any of the cast, crew, podcast, people, nothing. I didn't have an inside shoe anywhere. But then I learned that everyone who came, cast, crew, people who started in it, they did it because they love the fans, and they didn't do it for a paycheck. They did it for us. And for us to do anything less than to go there and tell them thank you for that is just, it's morbid for them to put that effort forth and say, we love you, we're doing this for you. And for us to go, that's great. We love you too, but I'm going to go over here and do something and ignore you now. Like that's bad, first off. Second off, it's confusing to people because not everyone's going to know the ins and outs of a movie. There needs to be the average person walking in, enjoying a movie, who can go, hey, what about this special effects question or something like that? And you're going to have Michael up there who's an actor. He's about taking the lines he's been giving and elevate them. He's about the scenes. He's about his co-stars. He's about that kind of stuff. And instead of having that question, they're going to say, hey, something really detailed about special effects. And it's going to be really crummy for him to sit there and to try to dig for an answer.
You're going to have to go to the other theater for that answer. We can't answer that in this theater right now. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, right. And he'll be so great about it.
I know.
Michael, he'll probably even try to give somewhat of an answer, because he always tries to give something. He's like, look, I've seen a little bit of that. This is how it looks, but I didn't work on that per se, me personally, because I'm not part of that crew. So maybe we'll have to ask somebody else. And like you said, that's what happened last year. They had to say, oh, I'm not a part of that, because people would say, hey, this question's for like Michael. And then they'd be like, something about sound effects. And then all of a sudden he's like, well, that's your guy to ask over there. And then they'd chime in and they'd jump up and be like, oh yeah, here I am. And you could redirect someone. If you're sticking someone in a room with only one other person or something, like, who's he going to throw it to then? Sorry, you're in the wrong theater. Next question, please. Like, you have to police their questions at that point rather than field them to somebody else. You have to police them at that point and say, sorry, bad question. Next question, please. Like, and then people are going to be, and the one thing you don't want to do with anything is, like, the one thing you don't want to do is confuse either the people who are coming for us, which is going to be the cast, crew, and stars, or confuse the fans.
Yeah.
You don't want to confuse people. Why do we want to be confused? We're going there because it's time off from work. It's a good time. It's an event. It's a fest. That's what it's a festival. It's for us. We don't want to go there and be like, what do we do now? I'm confused. What happened? And it's very not good to be put in a situation where you could be embarrassed and somebody, especially like one of your favorite stars of the whole world, like how great would you feel if Michael had to sit there and be like, great question. Dude, next, like how embarrassing is that scenario where you have to be like, did I ask it wrong? Did I do something incorrect? Like,
oh my God.
And that's not going to play well for anybody.
I didn't even think about something like that. That's so, oh my God.
And it's gut wrenching, isn't it? Because like I would feel so bad if I was like, hey, yo, this question. Because I said I'm a movie buff, and I am. But I also said I'm not part of any kind of inner circle. So I might ask the wrong question. I might even ask the wrong question. And here I am on a Talking Tremors podcast. Like I should know my stuff to some degree. I might ask the wrong question. Some person who just is like, I love Tremors. I'm getting a ticket. Let's go. They're probably going to ask the wrong question, like for sure, because it happened last year. People had to be like, field it over this way. Like they had to be like, let's give your question to this other person. It happened last year. It's going to happen again this year.
To the point where I love that like during the Q&As last year, after like the first one, there was several times where like, because I was recording all of them and someone would like have a question that wouldn't have like a proper answer, and I'd be like, it's actually this thing over here. This is actually the what happened. Like this is like, how do you know that? Because I read it in this book. Okay, there's a book about this, and you guys don't remember, but it's in the book because other people remember. But getting to like, oh, nobody actually knows the answer to that. Levi, do you? Okay, yep, that's just the thing with what and the happened. There it is. Like it's not, but you, because it's 35 years, and then Tremors 2 is 30 years. Tremors 3 is like 25 years. That's a long time, man. Like I get it, and did not know, and just now that that thing about the embarrassing is just in my head right now.
Well, yeah, I don't want anyone to be in that situation because that's what I was saying earlier in the podcast that made TremorsFest so much more than I thought it was going to be, because I didn't have one moment during all the days I was there, during every movie that I watched, during all the times when my son stood up to ask questions completely unpoliced by me, because I didn't stop him. I didn't tell him no. I just told him, hey, let other people ask a couple questions. And then at the end, when they say, hey, anyone else questions, that's when you go for a second question. Just let everyone get their first one out first. That's the only policing I did, was to show him to have a little etiquette. But other than that, I didn't tell him he couldn't ask questions. I didn't tell him what kind of questions to ask. I let him do whatever the hell he wanted. And it worked great because everyone was such a class act about everything. They were wonderful. They were classy. They were smart. They knew that you could be in a position where you're vulnerable, and they did not want anyone to be stuck in that situation. And that just goes further into the fact of saying things like they're not really getting paid for it. You know, they may have like their room paid for while they're there or something, but they're not getting paid. So for them to get up there and go through the social, maybe they don't even do that. Maybe they pay for it themselves. I'm just saying, like, the best that they're going to get is something like that. And for these stars and cast and crew and famous people to come forward and take a social interaction that's going to end up winding up bad, and to fix it for you and be like, that's a great question. Let me help you out here. This is where we're at. Rather than being, oh, I don't know what the hell we're going to say about that. So
awkwardness and then move on, like the awkward move on. This is a weird way to say it, but you brought like, now you're making me think about it, where we were almost like cattle in a really, this is the best metaphor I have for that. When you're talking about movie Q&A lounge, movie Q&A lounge, movie Q&A lounge, go to your hotel. Like there's that, okay, I know exactly the thing that I'm going to and moving from, and here I am, and there's that thing. I'm and there's about an hour or two in between each of those like actual like those 3-part like events. There was like that little bit of space. So you could go out and come back, but you'd still know like, hey, if I stay around, hey, I might see Robert Jane. Hey, I might see Don Michael Paul. And like you can make that decision because you know what's happening for real. Right now with the like, so now it's 7 and 7:30, and then the Tremors 2, it's 6:30 and 8:30. Where do I go? What am I doing? Do I go to these? Which one do I choose? Am I like do I want to go later? Do I want to do the early one? Who's going to be there at the later or early one? Is everybody going to show up? Are we all going to get the same reception? Because if there's a post viewing reception and you decide to do the 6:30 one, does that mean that if you don't want to watch Tremors 2 again, that like you just got to kind of sit there at the brewery if you don't want to drink and just like, yeah, they're watching that movie in there and I'm just waiting for them to get done so I can see all the cool people that I came here for. It makes it, this is why I really wanted to talk to you about this. Cause it's like, I love Caitlin and she like will speak to me about this all day, but like to actually here's a conversation with someone that knows exactly what this was, that isn't my wife, that doesn't have to listen to this every day. Like, just like, what is going on here? Because that's something I hadn't thought of. And I have to answer your wife's point because I'm talking about wives. I forgot to ask, is Don Michael Paul coming back? No, he's not. Because they're not doing that. And I'm actually I have been wondering the last 2 months because Don actually offered to come on the show. He sent me like a text and was like, yeah, no, I'd love to come on the show. But like you were saying, like with your brothers, just like, but there's people that have like slagged me off before. And I'm just really wary about doing that. But you know what? For you, I would love to come and do that. And I was like, oh my God, dude, like, as one of the ones that slagged you off, here's like proof that I wouldn't, and I would love to have you on and do that. And I've been wondering for like the last 2 months why he hasn't responded to me. Even today, after I text him, he usually like texts me back like within like a couple 2 to 3 hours. And I texted him earlier in the day after I watched the movie, and I've gotten nothing back. And I'm just sitting here like, oh my God, Don, are you thinking that like I didn't want you at TremorsFest? And I'm really fucking upset now. And I was telling Caitlin this earlier. We're like, if I wish Thomas was here because he would say this too. If you've listened to all like 60 plus episodes of this show, you know that I started like I did. I was not nice to Don. So for me to now be like, oh my God, Don Michael Paul isn't going to be at TremorsFest, that makes me sad, is a big fucking deal. Like, that's me as a human being, as a person being like, recognize my mistakes. That's another human being over there. That guy should be a part of it. And that's where even with the one person that I was talking to, because there's two event organizers here that we're talking about, and I'm not going to use their names, but there was one that I was talking to for the longest time. And he kept telling me that like, oh, you know, we only want the most famous people from Tremors 5, 6, and 7 there. And no, we don't want anybody, even if they were in those movies and they were acting in those movies, they're still not, I fucking hate, like, this is just not good enough. They're not important enough. They're not like, it's just not starry enough.
It doesn't make any sense to me because watch the movie or not, you could be like, this is the guy that washed cars during the 6th movie. If he was willing to go or something and say, hey, I've always wanted to see Santa Fe. Can I come out there? If he was willing to go, like if you were just like, this was our car detailer on the set of 6, maybe he's got a story to tell. Maybe I could be like, hey, what was it like washing cars? He could have been like, you should have seen, you know, half these cars, man. These celebrities are slobs or something. Like, who knows what he'd talk about? Like, yeah.
I had to wash a plane. You're talking about Tremors 6. I had to wash a whole plane. We had an ATV that I had to wash too. Here's like what happened with that. No. That's I have to upload this episode, but I talked to Mike Malone, who's the set dresser for Tremors 1 and 2. And it's literally just a job of going out there and making sure that everything works with continuity and just like making it look good. You're not like fully building the sets and everything, but you're still dressing it. Like all of everything, as he said, everything that's not a prop is something that he touched and put in there. So, you know, like in Chang's Market, everything that you see that nobody's touching is Mike Malone. He was a great guy. Like it's him like putting it together.
And that's a lot because they're store shelves. So like I get that it's perfection and that they didn't fully load the shelves, but they still had like rows and rows of shelves.
No, they did.
I'm just saying that they didn't have 20 items on one area at all times, but they had like item here, 10 items here, 10 items there. They
did. Derek, they did. No. That interior set was legit stocked like a regular store. Like where you could have walked around it.
I just mean that there was some spaces. Sometimes you could see through the shelves. So I'm like, I'm just thinking there wasn't like maybe they might have put like 2 medical packs in one spot and then like 10 pairs of jeans. And then next to that, like, like maybe 5 or 6 shaving creams. So you're only stocking it for like perfection. They didn't have to stock it for LA, but I'm just saying they had to do one item, another item,
another item.
Yeah. And then they had all that shelf, all the next shelf, all the next shelf, and that's just one shelf. And then you got a shelf behind that, a shelf behind that.
No, and he actually just like, it was great. It's not like he had any like, oh, here I am, and I'm out with the Kevin Bacon and all that. But there was these great set stories of just like having a fun time, and like, because when you're on a set like that, there's like hundreds of people, and you get a different angle than someone like Michael Gross, because you're there, and he had to be there literally every single day because he's like dressing the set. So you're getting all of this. So like a car detailer, fuck yeah, maybe he knows more than fucking Jamie Kennedy does. Like, you don't know that. Like, get that person in there and talking. These are all people that have something of value to bring there. So that's where, like, one of my first red flags with that person was them being like, oh, no, not important enough. We need the Kevin and the Rebas. And I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up. That's like, all these people
I want to expand on who should get to go to TremorsFest as well too, because Lizzie's last comment right here says, oh yeah, I want everyone there. So my wife says, I want everyone there. I wanted everyone there. Like I said, if you could bring the car detailer, bring the car detailer. I just also want to point out, talking about earlier, my own personal TremorsFest experience from the first one. This is another thing that I'm going to point out that's probably not, which I really want to go this year. If I go, I don't think this is going to happen or anything close to it again. I actually sidebarred at the end of TremorsFest with Don Michael Paul's son, finding out finding out that he was playing alongside the original Bo Duke, and he got to play, and I forget his name at the moment, the actor, but I remember the original Dukes of Hazzard. I remember Bo Duke, how amazing he was and stuff. And just thinking of his son, who everyone knows, Don Michael Paul. We know who he is. Who's his son, though? And while everyone's chatting up Don Michael Paul, where was I? I was off to the side having a conversation with his son, and his son was literally looking at me like, why do you want to talk to me? And I'm like, what the hell do you mean, why do I want to talk stuff? And he's like, not really. And I'm like, well, what do you do? And he's like, well, I did act alongside the original Bo Duke. I'm going to be doing something with the original Bo Duke. And I'm like, and you think that's not cool? I'm like, dude, I'd love to go like, yeehaw, with like the original Duke. You telling me that's what you did and you think that's not cool? And he's like, I don't know. I guess my dad's a director, so I guess I don't realize it, how cool that might be or something to someone like, I'm like, that's great to someone like me. I thought, it's like, you want to know what I did last Tuesday? I was scraping gum from underneath the tables because I got kids or something. Like, that's what I was doing. You're playing in something with the original Bo Duke. And everyone else is like, I want to go talk to the director. I'm like, I'll talk to his son. I don't care. I'll have a conversation with him. and I had a good time. And I don't think I'm going to get that this go around of being able to take someone who had nothing to do with Tremors, but brought something to the table. I just want to point that out.
That's actually what the person that I want to talk to most is Elza Gross. Like, that's what you're saying right there. Like, and I told her that actually it was her and Michelle Wilson, Steve's wife, who actually, Michelle Wilson is the first AD on Tremors 4. That's actually where her and Steve met. So she already has a little, like, she was in Tremors, like, and met, and her, like, Elza and Michelle were talking, and, I slid over and I was like, I would just really love to, like, stop you guys sometime and, like, have an interview with you two about all of this, because everybody else is coming from it of, like, being inside of it. But you two, I really want to know, like, what the fuck you guys think about all. And they were even like, but we didn't, like, do anything. Like, what? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, no. You did. So don't lie to me. I understand. Elza, you especially, you've had to sit here by Michael for the last 30 years and watch him do this. What's been going through your mind every time that he gets asked back for a sequel? And then Michelle, hey, Michelle, you watched Tremors get ripped out of Steve's hands. How the hell did that go? What was life like after that? No, these are, like, you have legitimate things to bring to the table, even though everybody else probably isn't thinking that. It's clear, like, that's, you do, like, you really do. And it's like, I talked to Robert Jane's kids, because it was just like, hey, what's your dad like? How the hell does this go on? And they were just as like surprised to be like, I didn't think that everybody loved our dad this much. Like and I think that was actually one of the first times they had actually like watched the movie was there. And so they're just like, oh wow, like we didn't realize like our dad was this big of a deal. It's kind of cool to see him get what he's deserved. He's our dad, so of course we love him. But that's same thing. I'm so with you on that, and I don't think it's going to happen. And I agree. And there's two questions. I'm going to do one here. So Levi, who is in charge of scheduling this event? Is there still time to address these really valid concerns? Are they reasonable, and will they listen? And you know what? I'm going to need Derek to answer that question, because Derek, who did we meet at Meow Wolf from Lizzie?
So I'm the answer to both of those questions.
I know.
So at least that's what I've been, because again, I'm not on the inside. I don't know about who runs these things. I didn't know before I talked to you. I didn't know anything about nothing. I knew, hey, Tremors, yeah, that's what I knew. And so this year, everything's being planned out by Glenn Maddock, which I met him, and he's Brent Maddock's brother, as I take it, right?
Yep.
Right? Yeah. And Brent Maddock couldn't make it, which, we send him all our love, like Brent Maddock all day, love the guy. And then his brother comes, and we met him there, and he's apparently the person to bring stuff up with about TremorsFest. I don't know anything about that. All I know is I just now started having concerns about things like, here we are sitting there like, we're splitting people up. Okay, that was not the original vibe. We're doubling the people. That's going to be very difficult in the space we had. We're doing this, we're doing that. We're going to a brewery. I had kids, and just so everyone knows, like I said, it's the same answer. When we finish TremorsFest, and this is another one of those things where the experience isn't going to be the same this time. After TremorsFest, we all wanted to go see Meow Wolf. And my wife, me, the kids, everyone wanted to go see what Meow Wolf was, which for those of people who don't know what it is, it's an art exhibit, but it's interactive, and it's very strange, bizarre. Any word you can think of: strange, bizarre, cool, off-putting. Even there, it's everything.
Trippy as balls. Fucking trippy as balls.
If you're gonna do anything when you go to Santa Fe that's not TremorsFest, go to Meow Wolf, because that, as I understand it, also Santa Fe is the original Meow Wolf, because there's multiple now. So like that place is a trip. And not only did we get to go, we were talking with people during TremorsFest and found out. Glenn said, I'm going to Meow Wolf too. I was like, when are you going? He's like, after the fest. And I'm like, oh, that's when we're going. I was like, well, what time are you going? I was like, you want to go like together kind of? And he's like, yeah, we can meet up there or whatever. I was going to go around noon. I'm like, that's about when we were going to go anyway. I was like, we were thinking 1 o'clock or something, but I was like, sure, we'll do noon. I was like, maybe we'll see you there. And we went to Meow Wolf, and sure enough, at Meow Wolf, we run into, there's Glenn Maddock. And I'm like, tell your brother thanks, for everything Tremors, because he had his hand in that too, and he didn't get a chance to come. So tell him we love him, tell him thanks. And I also thanked him. I said, thank you for hosting. Thanks for helping. Thanks for everything you did. And I had Glenn sign, because what's funny is like I had the things everyone else asked for to get signed was like, a lot of people brought up merchandise and this, that, the other thing. I just wanted like my TremorsFest pass sign. I just wanted to see if I could get that signed, because I thought it'd be really cool. Yep. And what's funny is I came up with it. I think I was one of the first people, because I came up to him. Nice. I didn't know.
It's Brent's book. I'm showing, for the podcast people, I'm showing off Brent's book, The Films of Jacques Tati, that I had Glenn sign for that same reason.
That's really cool. Yeah, and I had Glenn sign our family's cards, which mine got done first, because I was downstairs at one point because Link wasn't doing so good during one of the movies. He was kind of fussy, so I took him out during the movie, took him down to the lounge, and Glenn was there. And he was like the last person I did not have sign my thing. And I was like, hey, can you sign it too? And he's like, me? Why me? He's like, I didn't write it or star in it or nothing. And I'm like, I don't care. I'm like, you're a part of it, aren't you? Like, you're here. Why not sign it? So I had him sign it, and I told him, thank you for everything. We met him at Meow Wolf. It was really cool, and I've got nothing bad to say about anyone, but I've listened to this podcast long enough to know that Glenn isn't exactly reasonable. And like I'm saying, I won't say anything bad about anyone, because I don't have my foot on the inside of anywhere. But if this is what's being scheduled, because that's what I've got pulled up here on my phone is I closed it. Oh, there it is the schedule. So we can go over it and see why we're doing this. Why we're doing a brewery, I don't know. And just starting from the top, like it says costume contest, trivia contest, comic book release, art contest included. There's no times for those. We don't know where they're going to end up. They're apparently a part of this, but everything else is scheduled, but those aren't scheduled. So I don't know when those are happening, why those are happening, if those are happening, whatever. Then we go down to the hosts being Michael Gross and George R.R. Martin. Nothing against George R.R. Martin, but to the point of what you said last time, we're going to be at a brewery where everyone's honking their horns and stuff. I don't know if anyone knows this. I'm completely deaf in my left ear. And I've got about
me too!
Really?
Oh my God, yes! Oh my God! I fucking love you even more now. Sorry.
Are you really deaf in your left ear?
No, it's like I lost my hearing like 10 years ago, 50% of it like in this year. So, yeah.
I was born without the cochlear in my ear, so it's completely deaf.
Oh my God.
And then I have about 60-70% because this one's had to work so hard to try to keep up. I've got about 60-70% over here. So, I mean, it's going to be hard for me at a brewery to hear everything that's going on with the movie already. And now we're going to sit here and put George R.R. Martin back up there, which I don't know about everyone else, but the last time he was speaking about the movie, he got on that microphone and he was like,
listen, here's the thing for the movie. It's very quiet.
Yeah, and I didn't hear a word.
I'm trying not to make it loud. Like,
yeah, and I mean, I've even got some of his books in this room right behind me and stuff. George R.R. Martin all day, don't get me wrong, but like, why is he... Are we really going to give him the microphone? Because last year it was just... And I didn't hear a word, so I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe, I mean, Steve's a really good speaker. Why not like Michael and Steve? He's a really good speaker. And I mean, he's going to know more about how to introduce something like Tremors. I just feel like maybe he should be the one to do it.
Even more so than last year, Steve and Ron and all them, like the Stampede people left and they weren't there on Sunday because obviously Tremors 5, 6, and 7. Like, so now there's none of that. So, hey, why don't we just put Steve and Michael in charge? Because obviously Michael Gross is the figurehead of Tremors, but then Steve is the reason that Tremors exists and that we have Tremors 1, 2, 3, 4 and the TV show, because he wrote them all. And hell, Tremors 5 was his and Brent's original script. So like, if you can't get Brent there, then let's let Steve do it. Georgia, like, it's not. I know the reason why, of just like, oh, now you're trying to sell Tremors to the masses. Look at George R. R. Martin's here. It's like, that's, you said it too. It's like, no, Tremors is underground content for a reason. And I'm not a gatekeeping person when it comes to like the fandom. I honestly want more people loving Tremors. It's just the, hey, okay, this is an event for fans. It's not, that's where I don't like the, oh, let's like bring Kevin and Reba there. Cause then it just becomes, oh, we're showing up for Kevin Bacon and Reba. Oh, I love Reba. Oh, she was in Tremors kind of a thing. Like, oh, I'm showing up for George R. R. Martin. Oh, what's this Tremors movie? Like, you're not, maybe you might get some enjoyment out of it. You're not going to get the joy of everybody interacting inside of the fandom. Like, that's the thing we're talking about. That was what was fun. Like, experiencing it with other people that were fans, or even if like they hadn't watched it, their spouses were fans or their friends were fans, and like trying to and sharing that together. Yeah. He's gonna do anything but write the books.
We went to the first Tremors Fest. Like, if anyone knows who everyone from Tremors is, which if you're on this podcast, you should. And then to top that off, if anyone knows who George R. R. Martin is, which I'm guaranteeing like 9.9 out of 10 people know who he is. But the funny thing is he was not the one who got attention. He was not the one who got attention at all. Like, George R. R. Martin was there, and you would think that if you just asked random people who's going to get the most attention and name off some names, 9 out of 10 people in just random society asked on the street are probably going to say, oh, George R. R. Martin for sure. But no offense to him, all love to him all day and everything. But when we were sitting there with Burt Gummer himself and the man behind the camera and the man behind the pencil, man, that's where we went. We were like, let's go get a shot of that, like, and he was just there, and that's great. I'm glad he was there and everything, but I don't know what really he's bringing to Tremors, and like you said, maybe it's just trying to get other people interested in it, which that's great. Let's get people interested. However, I didn't say it's underground content because people can't be a part of it. I'm saying it's underground content, not only for a joke, because, underground content, but also some of my favorite bands have talked about how at the start of your career, it's a good idea if you have the money to pay people to be on like your album, because I used to work with people in music or talk to people who are into music, and they would say, I paid a lot of money to bring this artist onto my record, to get my sales to go up. And what's funny is a lot of those artists would bring someone onto their record and it would flop. And then they'd be like, why did this flop? And then later on, they got popular themselves because they were doing what they were supposed to be doing from the start. They were doing their own thing. Mm-hmm. And they were like, but I had Snoop Dogg on my record. That's great. But you're not Snoop Dogg. Like, nobody wants to have Snoop Dogg on your record unless your name is like, whatever, Dre. Unless you're Dre, we don't want to hear Snoop Dogg on your record. Like, that's how it is. Same thing here. Like, unless you're part of the casting crew, like, maybe we'll wave at you and say hi and thanks for coming, but like, what else do you want from us at that rate? Like, oh, congratulations on being the unofficial member of the Tremors family. I don't know. I don't know.
No, well, and so, like I said, the thing that I was doing and trying to help this and help organizing it before I feel like I kind of got pushed out, was I was, finding people. I was literally just contacting literally everybody I could. I probably contacted like 100 people, like legitimately calling them, emailing them, Instagram, Facebooking, LinkedIn, Twitter, fucking everybody I could find that I could find. I was gonna say not like felt it was a part of it, but just like, oh my God, that's a name I recognize. Okay, cool. And I had to stop saying George R. R. Martin's name. Like because it was basically, I just had like a copy paste print of like what I would like. Here's my pitch. And I started taking his name out of it because it would instantly make people be like, well, hey, are you going to pay? Or is there any money involved or anything like that? And it's like, no, that's the hard part. And they'd be like, but why is George R. R. Martin there then? Doesn't he have some money for at least a fucking hotel room for some people? And I'm like, after like the 5th or 6th time of them saying that, I was like, that's a great point. And I actually looked it up. I looked up George R. R. Martin's net worth at one point because I was just like,
hundreds of millions.
It's $120 million he's worth, and that's what it's just like. I think that's just books. That's not even Game of Thrones. Like $120 million. And then I looked up Michael Gross's net worth, and it's like $6 million. And I was just like,
really?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. I'd figure he'd be at least worth more than that. I mean, he's great.
I actually talked to Michael Gross's agent a couple of weeks back because he wants to come on the podcast, and Richard was like, "Oh no, Michael has done very, very well for like the Tremors movies. Like they have made him a lot of money. Like, and those movies, and he's even like, no, those movies themselves, even Tremors 5, 6, and 7, which is the ones that he's been working with Michael on. You'd think maybe they're not making as much. He's like, no. Michael has done very, very well with those movies. And it was just like, but it like to the point of, here's George R. R. Martin, and it's everybody's putting his name on the tin and saying he's hosting and it's his thing. And you can't shell out any money for fucking at least hotel rooms for people. Like that was my one when I was helping behind the scenes with those two people. Like that was my one, like we can't like do anything like at all because that's at least a discount. And I know this from like experience that, hey, if you call up hotels in the area and you say, hey, can you get us a discount for this weekend? We're going to have at least 300 people there. We're going to send them all to you. And then we're going to have the actors and stuff saying there too. So, hey, like, is there any way that you can get us a discount? Man, a hotel, they don't fucking care. They're like, yeah, sure. Boom. They give discounts for like contractors and weekend renovators like coming through. It's easy to get a little bit of like, would you like help us out here? So the fact that didn't happen, hasn't happened is just like mind boggling to me. And then, the George of it all to not like, here's like 10 grand for some hotels. Boom, slap it down. That way, everybody who wants to come, that's one less expense that they're having to pay. It makes no fucking sense to me. I can't.
It not only doesn't make sense, I'm just, again, I know this is going backwards, like what I said earlier, but
You're fine.
I just don't get how somebody can go out of their way to pay for their own hotel, come out there, pay the money to come out there, whatever. They're going out of their way for us, and they've done all this stuff for us, and then what do they get in return? They get more work on top of it because they got to, like I said, they got to field those questions. They got to help with the social part of it all where you're not going to be left in a bad situation. They're at work, basically. Like, the good thing is that because the fans and the cast and crew are so close, it's not exactly work because we all love each other. Because like Lizzie says in the comment right there, we all felt like a family after.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll bring that one back up again because that was a good one.
Yeah, we all felt like a family. Well, not just after, but like during. We felt like a family during. We felt like a family after. And now we're going to take the family and we're going to pull a major pain where we're like, I didn't say family don't split up, you know, like, and you know, like, I feel like Damon Wayne's like,
holy
never
shit.
heard of Oprah? Like, poof, go into your different theaters, you know, like, okay, damn, like, that's what I feel like, you know, that was such a big part of TremorsFest where we were all together. And then for the cast to just be like, we're going to come out there. We're going to come out on our dime. We're going to help you guys out. We're going to be a part of this for you. And then for us to turn around, like, at least one thing that we were able to give. And another reason why I think we were so loved at TremorsFest, like, not to say that other people weren't, a lot of people love my family being there. And that's why I'm on your podcast right now. That's why we're friends. That's why I made so many friends while at TremorsFest, because of how well we all got along. But in the end, we were so thankful for everyone who came, who, when I heard you had a hand in all this, I thanked you for doing it. Did I not? Like, I told you thank you?
I assume so, honestly. Man, shit was a blur for me.
I did. You know,
I assume so.
When you said that you worked, that you were helping with it, I thanked you for it. When other people said that they put in effort, I thanked them for it. And every celebrity that I met or cast and crew member that I met, the first thing I said to them was not, can I get you to sign this? Or can I get a photo? It was always, thanks for coming out here. You guys are the best. It's really wonderful to meet you. Thank you so much, because I heard through the grapevine of the original TremorsFest that these people were getting the shaft. And I felt so bad. I was like, they're getting the shaft. It doesn't matter what they're worth or how much they already have. It matters that they're putting an effort for us. So I wanted to at least thank them. And the first thing I said to everybody was, thanks for coming out. You're the best. It's awesome to meet you. Wonderful. All that stuff. I wanted to help them feel like it was for the right reasons. Because if we wanted it next year, no one's going to want to do it if you run up to them and go, hey, you, thanks for starring in my movie. Sign this really quick or so, like, and just everyone's rude to each other. No, we were all nice to each other. Fan to fan interaction, fan to cast and crew and stars, stars cast and crew to fans. It was all love. And I loved that.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God, Hunter. That's a thank you can go a long way. It's so simple, yet it makes a great impact on those who hear it, makes them feel appreciated. To exactly your point, Derek, Robert Jane was on a podcast last week, like literally like last week, and he talked about TremorsFest for like 5 minutes. And he had, oh my God, it's hilarious because you don't sound like Robert, but you're making all of the same points that Robert was making. Like he was literally saying everything that you're saying for the same reasons. And one of his big things, because someone asked him, like, do you do other horror conventions? And he was like, no, because I just like that whole like, hey, I'm gonna pay you for an autograph and a photo and this like transaction thing. He's like, and he was even like, I no diss on the people that do, because hey, that's a great way to like keep things going. But he's like, I just don't. That's not the vibe I'm digging into. But that's what he's like. But that's why I love TremorsFest, is that it was just like, hey, all these people came in and they, showered me with love, and I got to sign and talk to people and take pictures. And it was just such a fun time for me. And there was no, what you're saying about the audience having like no pressure to do anything, there was no pressure on the cast and crew either. Like they were just, hey, we're here doing stuff. This is great. Everybody's giving us our due credit. And now I'm like, with this schedule thing coming out, I was just like, man, that's not what Robert wanted. Like, that's not. And even hearing, because he was talking about this year's Fest and how excited he was for it. That's why I know he's one of the only ones probably like legit confirmed, besides Michael. I don't even know if Steve or Ron is even in. And like I can't wait to do that again because all these fans just like, they love Tremors. Like they do. Like they're not, he didn't say it, but he's like, they're not there for George R. R. Martin or anything like that. They're there because they love Tremor. And he even brought up George R. R. Martin. He was like, yeah, I didn't even really know the guy, but it's like kind of like his theater or something like that. And he was sort of there. It's really weird and strange, but I don't know. Hey, like whatever floats the boat. And so now I'm just like, everything you're saying, I'm just thinking like, what would Robert say? What would Robert Jane say? Like that's not.
We need to make those for when we go back to Tremors Fest. WW RJD. Say, what would Robert Jane say? But because and that's another thing. I spoke to him directly when we were meeting everybody. I spoke to him. He brought his kids, like you said. And we were one of the only families to bring kids. There was another family there. I know one other for sure who brought some kids. It might have only been for the first night. I can't really remember, but we weren't the only ones. But I think we were probably one of the only ones to bring our kids down into the lounge to meet the cast as well. And when Robert James saw my son Colton and my son Link, and we bring the kids in there, he was like, yo, thank you for bringing your kids. He specifically thanked me. He's like, thank you for bringing your kids, because he's like, I felt bad bringing mine along. And he's like, I feel like a jerk dad. At first he's like, I don't know if this is the best idea bringing my kids or not. What do you think? And I'm like, I think it's a great idea. He's like, yes. He wanted some validation because he's like, we did this. We did the right thing. We brought kids. This is awesome. And he not only thought it was awesome that he brought his kids and I brought my kids, he really wanted to interact with my kids because there's adults for days, autograph, picture, say hi, whatever. But there were kids for him to say hi to for once. And he loved it. He was like, did you guys like the movie? Did you guys see it? What do you guys think? Is it great? Are you having a good time? And then he even asked things like, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, like, are you guys doing well? Rather than just how was the movie, which everyone asked, are you guys doing well? And, and Colton was like, yeah, we're doing great. This is awesome. And to ask something that really has potency, as a question, it means something, because like I said, those level interactions that are down to earth, that aren't just, can I get a signature? Can I get?
Oh God.
Sure. How was your time working on Tremors? Fantastic to meet you. Next. It's a machine, but the first Tremors Fest was not a machine. It was a living, breathing organism that had us doing something different that we didn't get a chance to do. Because I'll tell people, right after I went to Tremors Fest, only a couple months later, it was like September or something. So April, May, June, July, August, September. 5 months later, we spoiled ourselves this year. After the first Tremors Fest in April, 5 months later, we went to FanX in whatever that hellhole is. Pardon my Salt Lake City. There you go. That hell. So we go to that hellhole, right? And it was terrible. It was trash. There was trash everywhere. There was just the whole city was a problem. But we get to the event, and it was a great event. There was lots of vendors, lots of people. There were people from Ink Masters, tons of celebrities. And I was, again, worried, like, how is this going to work? Because there's rules everywhere, all over the website, all over your ticket. You buy your ticket, there's rules written on the ticket. I'm like, oh, shit. Like, I hope I don't mess up, like meeting a celebrity, doing something wrong or something. And we met a lot of people, lots of people. We met like 20 celebrities personally, getting pictures, autographs. And what's funny is we met some who that's how it was. They were like, good to see you. Thanks for your work on this movie. Here's an autograph, whatever. Bye. Thanks. You're wonderful. And they were good people. but it felt like a machine because we had to pay a lot of money for those pictures and everything that we did. I mean, I can't even get into how much we spent. It was a lot of money for pictures and autographs. It was a crap load of money. But some of the best people I met there, some of the most absolute wonderful people, had normal conversations with us, which was like Matthew Lillard. Everyone says Matthew Lillard's like a treasure. The dude really is. When we get in his line to get autographs, it's a huge line. 5 million people in this line, okay? And we had spent the whole festival trying to get, or the whole FanX or whatever, trying to get his autograph, and just his line was always too long. So we showed up first thing in the morning, tried to get very close to the front so we could get up there, and we're still pretty far back in the line. He shows up, sees us in line, and took us and said, anybody with kids to the front of the line, please. And he specifically talked to me. He's like, hey, sir. And I'm like, what? And I turn around. This is like I'm talking about celebrities being right here. He's like, excuse me. And I'm like, I turn around. I'm like, there's fucking Matthew Lillard, Shaggy himself. You know what I'm saying? Right there. And he's like, hey, can you have her and the kids and let's all go to the front of the line? I was like, absolutely. Thank you so much. We take the kids to the front of the line. Next thing you know, he's grabbing people in wheelchairs. Like, do you have a disability? I don't want you sitting in a wheelchair all day at my line. Let's take you, bring you to the front of the line. Let's get the kids and the people with disabilities first, take care of you, give you guys hugs, photos, anything you want. I was like, that dude was so nice. And of course, he's going to talk to us like a normal person. He's like, how's everybody doing? Are you having a good time? Is there anything you guys, any problems? Is everything wonderful for you? It's great to meet you guys. Thank you so much for coming out this early. I was like, you're the best, man. Thank you so much. And sure enough, every other celebrity that we met that was the best celebrity we met more. I don't know if we really met anyone who was more famous than Matthew Lillard per se, but we met the whole cast of Scream. We met everybody from all sorts of different stuff, voice actors and everything. But the best people we met were people like Skeet Ulrich, who played, and we met Jamie Kennedy. And as cool as he was, Skeet was the man. He was like, how are you doing in school? To my son Colton, he was like, how are you doing in school? And Colton's like, I'm doing great. And he's like, are you having a good time there? And Colton's like, yeah, I'm having a great time. And he was like, where'd you guys come up from? And we're like, down in New Mexico. He's like, I shot a movie there. And I was like, oh, that's got to be the one about the baby or something. And he was like, actually, no, it was a different movie. I'm like, really? Because that one about the baby, I'm like, that looks like New Mexico. He's like, no, that was like Arizona or something. He's like, that was actually, no, it was actually the one about the baby that Skeet Ulrich plays in. He did that in, what's it called? Utah. And he's like, no, that was here. And I'm like, oh, damn, really? He's like, yeah, I did a different movie, some other one, this one down there. And I was like, that's amazing. But he spoke to us about normal things. And what's funny is he's just like me. He's out of open heart surgery like me. And I thought, man, like, this guy's such a real person. He's had open heart surgery. I noticed that he's been gone. I just thought that he wanted to give me some time to talk about why TremorsFest was something so important to all of us. So that's what I was doing. But it was such a different experience to have somebody who's down to earth talk to you. That's what I was doing. But
oh my God. No, you were doing great. No. You're great. Holy shit.
Yeah, and it was wonderful to meet those people. And in the comments here, Lizzie says, was it Sarah Botsford that specifically asked for a photo with Link? I can't remember the super nice lady actor that was there. Yes, she's from the fourth Tremors, and she wanted a picture with Link. She's like, can I hold him? And we were like, yeah, sure, for sure. Like, she asked for a photo with our son. Like, instead of us asking for a photo, she asked for a photo. She's like, can I get and she did. She got a photo with Link, and I told her, I was like, as much as I love you, I was like, I just have to point out that my mom thought you were like the greatest. I'm like, she thought you were amazing, and especially in Tremors 4, thought that your character and your acting was just like spectacular. I just want to let you know that as much as I love you, my mom loved you more. I was like, so I have to give you that because my mom's no longer with us, and I have to let you know, since she can't let you know, that she loves you that much. And she was so receptive. She was like, your mom sounds like a wonderful lady. And I was like, she was. And so many people there were down to earth and nice and wonderful towards us that it's going to be a really different experience this next go around. I don't know how it's going to turn out, but I'm hoping for that same energy. I'm hoping for the same crowd. Because I mean, even right here, other people, Darth's got here, Darth Indominus, which I'm sorry, I don't know everyone's name just yet, but says I met Ashley Eckstein. Hold on. Ahsoka's voice actor from Star Wars, for those who don't know. And we had a conversation. We share the same birthday, and she and her mom both sung happy birthday to me. Of course, I said happy birthday to her first. Of course, those are the interactions that are like, they stick with you because you have a moment where it's not like you're separated in any way, you and a celebrity or you or someone like that. It's like you're together. And it makes things so much more special for you to have a normal, like, lucid conversation with somebody that's on planet Earth. That's not like, thanks for starring in this movie. I love this movie my whole life. You're wonderful, so amazing. Sign this, photograph that, bye-byes. Like, it's just different when you have something, and to have 2 theaters of people trying to have those interactions. Now I'm wondering, are we even going to have them? Now we got, instead of 150 people, we got the 300. Like, are we going to have these interactions? Because I want them. I want to be able to say, are you giving me a water? No. Okay. I want to be able to say things like, thanks very much for coming. It's good to see you again. How has your year been? I want to be able to say that without people being like, hey, asshole, you're holding up the fucking line. Like, and me be like, oh, well, sorry, man. Like, these people were really nice to me last year. I kind of wanted to be nice again. Like, but, like, I want to be nice back, But, yeah, I know, Chris. I know you weren't saying anything bad. You're just, I know. I went on a rant because, like, TremorsFest, this title, it says we need to talk about TremorsFest, and the reason why we need to, it's because the people who are coming this year too much more different than we did last year, and I know that we don't have all the rights to the movies to watch everything. That's fine, but even if we're not going to watch absolutely everything again and do it the same way, we should still offer what we can to people. And looking at the schedule we have right now, it's not just concerns that we have, it's a problem that we have. And not to say that it wouldn't be a good time. It looks like it can be a very good time. But if you're going to tell me that it looks like it was put together like to play gangbusters, like, I don't know if it's going to go over that well. It doesn't look as swimmingly as the first go around is going to go, and I'm kind of worried about it.
Now that I'm actually back, and actually I love you so much, Derek. Holy shit. Way to just fucking take this show and just like, nope, we're going to fucking talk about this. Let's roll, baby. That was fabulous. Your concern about the trashiness and the corporateness, and I honestly, Sarah Botsford was one of my favorite interactions last year out of everybody. And be like, am I going to get? And I don't mean me personally. I mean, like, for everybody. This is the question that I feel needs to be fielded: is that, are we going to get the same interactions that we did last year? That's where I love Chris. Chris is new to Tremors in terms of like everything that we're talking about. Like, you accidentally hit the nail on the head of something that has always concerned me since I first read about it in our favorite Tremors book right here, which is Universal saying you can sell an empty box named Tremors. Like, that's something they told Steve when they first made Tremors 2. We need Tremors 2. You could sell an empty box named Tremors. And even he's like, it was a backhanded compliment, but like, you still do it. And that's what Tremors Fest 2 looks like to me. Because I've seen, Chris, you just did it. You did it early. You've actually, I see you've like gone through your processes now. I've seen people it was in the Tremor Saga group, because there was a couple of posts being like, oh no, this is like what's going on here, and people are immediately like, oh, there's a Tremors Fest, where can I go? And it's like, you're saying that on a post like, oh no, like this is a bad thing, but you're so focused on like, there's a new Tremors Fest, let me go, that, oh no, that's gonna be some people. And I did, like, for me, my greatest concern, and it has been even before all this came out, and it was when like trying to plan it for this year, is that when you're making a sequel, you always want to do better than the first one. And that was what I was always pitching to people about, like, we need this Tremors Fest to be the Tremors 2 aftershocks of, festival events. And now it's turning into the Tremors 7 of festival events, because it's just not gonna live up to what we had originally. And I feel really bad for people. I'm, like I said, I'm feeling bad for people. Of just.
Well, take your hydration on the road. Let everyone know that you love them, and you do got to get sleep, because Chris said Colton's still awake. He's trying to push the water again. He's working on getting Levi that Poland Spring sponsorship. So, yeah, you're supposed to be in bed. The reason why you're not is because I'm on the podcast, and your mom's watching the podcast. So
we'll take Colton here. Like, we'll ask Colton the final.
More water, okay.
All right, final question for you.
So, Colton, what do you think about this year's Tremors Fest? There's going to be twice as many people there. So instead of 150 people, there's going to be 300 people. And then there's probably going to be like half as many of like the cast and crew there. And they're not going to show any of the other Tremors movies. They're just going to do Tremors 1. And then we're going to go to a brewery. We're going to go to a bar and maybe watch another movie. What do you think about this, Colton?
I'd say it's good since it's Tremors, but I've got to say everybody knows it's going to be a little bit worse than the last one. I'm not saying it's going to be bad. It's all right from what I've heard about it, but
Okay, take out your love for Tremors and think about the fact that there's going to be half the cast, twice the people, twice the cost, a third of the movies, and now we have to go to a bar. Just tell me your honest thoughts on that.
You don't want to know.
There you go. When people sit there and say, do we have the ability to address these issues? When an 8-year-old can tell you we're staring down the barrel of a problem, like.
And Colton actually said exactly like what I was vocalizing of, like, you're gonna love Tremors. We all love Tremors, man. I get it. I like more Tremors. This is great. But really, I don't know. Like, it's like one of those, like, that looks like a delicious cake, and then you bite into it, and it's all that really crappy sugary frosting, and you're like, oh, that, like, it looks really good, but now I've eaten it, and my stomach is sick.
And then you have that moist, spongy cake underneath.
Yeah. It's not like
they tried to make tres leches and fucked it up.
It's like the graboid cake. It's just like, there's a lot of sugar in this. I mean, it looks cool, but there's a lot of sugar in this fucking cake right now.
And that's what the graboid cake stands for. Everything looks great on the outside, but underneath, you're fucked.
Yeah. There was so much sugar and other stuff in that graboid cake that it lasted for 6 months in my house before I made a trophy for it for Zoran.
Oh,
like,
God.
No,
I did not know. I ate it and thought that it was great and everything, but I did not know there was that much sugar in that shit.
That's how, like, it was solid. Like, it didn't get moldy or anything. It just became solid. And it traveled in the car from Santa Fe to Iowa and then sat in my house for like 6 months before I finally, like, cut it up to make a trophy for Zoran for 3rd place in the costume contest. So that, I don't know about that cake. It looked really good, but it was definitely like, uh-oh. I expect my cake to disintegrate by a certain point in time. This is like the fact it lasted that long. But I enjoyed the cake. I'm not gonna like hate it. But thank you, Colton. I can't believe you're that smart, man. You should turn around and thank your dad right now for your brain. Actually, your mom. No. Your mom's in the chat. Thank your mom for your brains and
Thank
your
you, Mom.
And as Colton would say, like and subscribe to the podcast. Push that notification button.
Yes.
He's got to say it. He's got to say it.
I'm not gonna push any of you to do it. You can only do it if you want to do it. But hit that like and subscribe button right now, and click the link down below and hit that notification bell.
Look at it. I need to employ him as a YouTuber.
Yeah. Get your whole. You need a family channel. You need the Hillyer family channel. Make that happen. Get on.
All right, buddy, get your water and go get yourself. Brush your teeth. Get yourself situated.
This is.
Bye, everyone. Bye, Levi.
Bye, Colton.
And Chris, Andrew. I really liked you as a guest here today.
Wow. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
And you said it earlier, Darth and Dominus. That's Hunter. That's the Black Hand Kelly cosplayer. And then right back at you, bud. I'm trying to go through.
I'm gonna try to remember that. Hunter is Darth and Dominus, right?
Yeah. My one thing that I really wanted to bring to TremorsFest this year was name tags. Like, I am bringing a stack of those sticky name taggers for everyone to put on and be like, this is who I am. Because we all know each other from the internet, but you don't actually know what someone looks like. It's like, this is my name. What's up? Even Michael Gross gets one. I'm Michael Gross, star of all Tremors.
Star of everything. The guy's in everything. I mean, I was even watching Suits like 2-3 nights ago or something, and he plays, like, I think his name's Walter Gillis in Suits. Like, he's in everything. I love How I Met Your Mother, and he's Ted's dad. He's in everything, and that's what's amazing, is because like everyone, we know them from Tremors, we love them from Tremors, but that doesn't mean we don't watch the other stuff too.
Yeah.
Like we do watch the other stuff too. But when we're going to TremorsFest, that's where we're going to be focused, is on Tremors. And I mean, this time there's just going to be a little bit less. This is like Diet TremorsFest, or I mean, if the whole thing becomes like if we're gonna make soda jokes here, like if the whole thing goes kaplooey because of this kind of schedule, like maybe it's TremorsFest 0.
Oh, I was thinking that. Oh my God. Tremors 0. Oh my God.
Tremors, yeah, there we go. In the comments, sound off with all the different kinds of diet Tremors, because there's Diet Tremors, Tremors 0. Now we got Tremors Light.
Local Tremors. Liquid Death Tremors. Tremors Liquid Death. That's just water. Sparkling Tremors. Oh, there's one.
Sparkling Tremors. It sounds like Twilight and Tremors had a baby.
We don't need.
Could you imagine the Graboids coming up? Could you imagine them coming up and being like, yes?
That would really piss the homophobes off. Like, just this sparkling Graboid. Hello there! I shoot rainbows from my mouth. Whoa! Oh, Tremors caffeine free. Damn it! I gotta press it. There we go.
Tremors caffeine free.
Yeah. And well, all these things do call back to this. They're with 300 people at $40 a ticket, and we'll call it, like I said, it's $20 for the kids' ticket. They stand to make $6,000 to $12,000 off of this for what is only a $250 to $500 investment. Oh, Lizzie with the mineral tremors. There's a good one. Hell yeah, girl. And if
for 300, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah.
12,000.
If nobody's getting paid, and like hell, they're not even there. If nobody's getting paid and nothing is getting comped, and you're having George R. R. Martin host, but he's also not putting anything in, then all of that, like, well, where's this money going? And then that's where so I learned some of what I learned about last year. It was actually from the Tremors 2 Blu-ray, because Steve talks about you can only charge to watch the first Tremors movie, because of, like, that's a movie that actually released in theaters, so you can only charge to do that. Like, that's it. Everything else is direct to video, and it becomes such a fucking hodgepodge of legal shit that the theater owner basically said, you know what, I'll eat the cost on that for showing those movies, because all of those people are going to be in my theater. They're going to be eating at my restaurant. They're going to be drinking the beer that's on tap. So whatever money that I don't make, I'm going to make up for that, like, right there. So I don't got to worry about it. So now it's like, okay, so, and there was 150 people there. I can speak to myself, where I was eating plenty of food and drinking plenty, and I wasn't drinking alcohol. And it's like, shit, man, I can't even imagine how well they did, like, on that. Oh man, damn it. Okay, Lizzie, let me finish, and we'll get to your comment. I'll pull it up because that's a good one. So if you're making 12 grand on it already, and then 300 people eating and drinking, that's a math number that's just like, that starts to be out of my range a little bit, whatever. Let's call it another $20 a person for one day, because that's one meal, and then you got 3 meals in a day, and you got 3 days. It's a whole, like, these numbers go up, and that's where it hasn't been confirmed yet. I'm just really sure about this because I've done so much research on all of this at this point that I just trust my gut instincts when it comes to these things. That when that ticket price went up, that's when Universal said, no, we're not. You're obviously paying for more movies, so we're not doing that. And actually, Hunter, and it worked, did it not? I even bought some food and drinks. Even my mom bought the Tremors Rail Ale, and it did. Like I said, that's where it was a no-brainer for the theater to be like, hey, let's do this again. And I'm like, I don't know why the cost had to go up and screw everybody out of that. Like, that's dumb. To then Lizzie's point,
well, I wouldn't have actually minded the increase in a cost in a ticket if we were all in the same theater.
Oh yeah. I was fully prepared to pay $40 for that. Like, that was an easy, like, shit. Okay, just so everybody knows, I love Derek and his family so much that I bought, like, tickets for them immediately. When I texted him and he was like, oh, I couldn't, and I was like, I'm fucking buying the tickets. Fuck you, I'm doing it. And he was even all, like, humble and like, no, you can't. I'm like, shut the fuck up, Derek. I'm doing it. And I did it for Thomas too, because Thomas was, like, unable to at that moment, but it was like, I want you there. I know you're gonna love it. Let me buy eat that cost, like, whatever, man. That's like, and Derek, you just don't worry about it. I'm not bringing that up to shame you. So don't you got that look on your face right now, like, no. You know what? Maybe I'll just eat the cost for your tickets and I won't tell you, and you'll just be like, uh-oh, what am I gonna do? But I was fully prepared to, like, pay that up front, because it's like, hey, I know we're gonna get 7 movies, and then I know that we're adding stuff. So, like, that's cool. That's great, man. That's my value. Boom chakalaka. Hell, even if you didn't add stuff, 7 movies with all those people, $40. I'm in. Cool. That's great. When it's $40 and fucking not even half is less, like 2/3 is less, I'm just kind of like, that's less. So, and to the point where this is where I need you to partially answer this question with me here, Derico. So Lizzie asks, so if we don't want to go anymore, can we get a refund? LOL. We can have our own Tremors Fest with blackjack and hookers. And I'll answer one part of it that I myself. Sorry, I have the camera on a swingy thing, so this is good. I hope nobody's getting dizzy. And this is before I found out this, even, because, again, if you're planning an event, you should always think past the event that you're planning currently. Like, that's an event organizer thing. And I was already next year talking to people about holding it in Lone Pine. I want to do it in Lone Pine for a real 35th anniversary. And even what we're talking about with all these actors and stuff and everybody coming on their own dime, every single person that I've talked to that couldn't make it this year were like, oh, but if you did it in Lone Pine, that's fucking 3 hours away. It's the same thing that you're talking about, where it's like, I'm in Alamogordo to Santa Fe. That's nothing. Let me drive that. Most of those people still live in the California area, so they're able to like, oh, I can fucking make that drive. That's like nothing. Or I don't think there's plane ticket. Maybe there is, but like they're more willing to do that because it's a lot easier. So that's my hope with blackjack and hookers. Like I want to make a Tremors Fest that way. And Hunter's got some great ideas for it. And Ben Sword, who was in the comments earlier, and I'm hoping. But I need Derek to respond with something there. So Derek, what about this refund thing? Is there any troubles or legality issues with such a thing? Is there any problems with Tremors Dry and wanting a refund on it? Can we call anybody?
Okay, so we have to address the Tremors Dry thing because it's hilarious. Less sweet than the original. Not only is it less sweet, but I had a real issue with when I saw the schedule and when I saw what was going on. You know, I really want to go to Tremors Fest, but I mean, put it this way, people. My family, this is going to be our vacation for the year. You know, it's the same thing as last year. Last year, Tremors Fest was our vacation, and then for the first time in our entire lives, we took a second vacation and went up to FanX because we enjoyed. FanX only happened because we enjoyed Tremors Fest so much. And to put this in context, we spent $50 trillion bajillion going to FanX, and we had a better time at Tremors Fest than we did at FanX. Okay, let's put that out there for everybody. Okay, and then now we got Tremors Fest 2 coming up. And when I saw the schedule, and when I saw what's going on, and I saw the brewery, I saw the less movies, I saw the more cost. When I got like you said, you bought part of our tickets. You got one for me, Lizzie, Colton, and I still needed one for Link, and I needed one for my brother and my other brother. So I needed 6 tickets in total. You got half of them right then and there for me, and I went out to go get the money to go get the other 3 that we needed because it's not a thing of can we afford it. It's just can we afford it right now because we had a lot of things happen and we had to recover from all that, and we couldn't afford it at that moment. And so you helped us out, and when I went to go buy the tickets, I didn't look to see that there was a difference between 7 and 7:30. Whatever I clicked on at that time, there was only one option. I tried clicking on things, and there was only one thing to click upon. If it said 7, 7:30, whatever it said, I only had one option to click. And I think we found out that at least the good news is I think all of my family's tickets are going to be in the same theater. So that's a good thing because whatever time you get is whatever theater you're going to end up in is what the schedule says. You know, that's the placeholder. That tells you what theater you're going to. If I couldn't have got my whole family in one theater, I would want to cancel. Because if I buy like a ticket now and then it's like, let's just say I'm a single person or something, I want to take my girlfriend. If I buy my ticket now because I can only afford mine, and then I buy my girlfriend's later, come to find out we're in different theaters, like that's just gonna, like I said earlier, it's gonna confuse people. You don't want to confuse people. You want to make it easy for them. You want to streamline it. That was the whole idea of the very first iPhone. When whoever, Steve Jobs or whoever, they said streamline it. And of course they didn't. They made it retarded. But that's what they said. Streamline it. That's what the customer wants. That's what we want. We want everything streamlined, and that's why you get good content, good services, good products, because you've made it user-friendly. It's not user-friendly to not tell me at the time that I could end up going somewhere different than where my family's going. Because I'm not going to sit through these movies while my wife's in the other room and me and the kids are in this room. We don't get to spend the time together. I'm not doing it. And should I want a refund, I went, and like you showed me, there's now a sentence up on where you buy the tickets at the end of an explanation where it says it's non-refundable now, which it did not have before. And you have photographic proof that it did not say before. Now, here's the problem with that. You cannot charge somebody for something and then after you've charged them, change the terms of service. It's called bait and switch. It's illegal. You're not allowed to do it. It's a big problem. You cannot do that. So here's the thing. Just so everyone watching this is aware, I don't want anyone to cancel Tremors Fest. I don't want them to not go. But if you are having any issues of what we have talked about, like we said, we need to talk about Tremors Fest. That's what we're doing. If for some reason you need to not go because you're like, this is no longer fun, they cannot tell you, oh, you're not getting your money back. All ticket sales are final. Doesn't matter if ticket sales are final or not. You didn't have evidence that shows you didn't write that at first. And so you can't charge us for something. And then once we've paid it, be like, hey, we're not going to give you your money back, by the way. Like, and I feel like the reason why that came up later is probably because of issues like this. I think people came forward and were going, when maybe someone was talking about, hey, this might be what the schedule looks like. This might be, we might have less movies this year. We might, all of a sudden people are like, I want to go then, and they don't really want to go. So it says right here, Hunter says, and this came out after they showed the schedule. They most likely knew less people would go if they saw the schedule before the tickets went up for sale, which is what I'm basically saying right now. Yeah, nobody wants to be stuck in a situation they don't want to be in, and they know they're going to get cancellation. I mean, tickets were going fast. When I went to go get my brother's tickets after you would help with mine, there was like 3 tickets left after the 3 that I bought. I don't know if there's still tickets. That's what it told me. It said there were 3 left.
There's 7. The 7 is gone. There's only 730 left. So
yeah, okay. So there's whatever. Maybe it was the last 3 of the 7, which is why that happened or something. Maybe it was telling me there's only 3 tickets for 7 left. So yeah, it was telling me there was only a couple tickets left. That's why I freaked out, because when you said I'm going to help with tickets, I freaked out and was like, holy crap, there's only X amount of tickets left. And then all of a sudden, like, we took off. I was like, go make money. And so I did. I took one of my video games. I have a very rare video game collection, as some people know. Took one of my video games, gave it to my friend, and said, hey, loan me a little bit of money, borrow my game. I'll let you temporarily buy it, but you know I'm buying it back. And he's like, I got you. And he gave me the money, and I got the money, and I got the tickets. And now I'm still trying to come up with the other half just to get you paid back, because I'll always pay for my stuff, but I want to make sure that my brothers didn't miss out. So I had to get their tickets. But they can't tell us, oh, here's your tickets, buy them. And by the way, now we're going to set up a little disclaimer that says no refunds. Like, it's like, you can have no refunds. That's perfectly legal. You can have that as long as you state it during purchase. If you don't state it during purchase, it's called a change of the terms of service, or TOS. And if your terms of service change for a product or a service, you have to notify the consumer first. So, or whoever they are, a consumer for a product, or I don't remember, a customer for service. So it's either a customer or a consumer. You have to notify the customer or consumer before you can make that change. Otherwise, you have to acknowledge and uphold the first agreement, which was that there was no term of service that said you couldn't get a refund. So if anybody does have a problem, this could become a legal fiasco, because this is how class action lawsuits are made, which is not a good thing. I don't even really like saying that right now, because I'm not here to get up anybody's butt who's trying to schedule Tremors Fest and become a problem for them. But I can tell you right now, as I'm looking at this, we're still holding on to that last glimmer of hope of wanting to go to Tremors Fest and looking at how it's going to be compared to how it was last year. And I know some people are going to change their mind and be like, we don't want to go. And for those people watching, I hope people understand. You can tell that theater there's evidence of a change in your terms of service. If you attempt to change the terms of your service without notifying the customer or consumer beforehand, you could be liable for damages. Don't do it. So if anyone wants your money back, just tell them that. Tell them specifically that they could be liable for damages. Be like, not only will they have to pay you back your ticket money, but if they cause a problem with you where you have to get a legal team involved to get your money back, they have to pay for that as well when they lose, which I guarantee you they will lose. Yes, I know I'm not a lawyer. I know I'm not. But Levi was asking me, like, were you a lawyer? Like, no, I'm just really smart, because you can see a couple of books behind me, which are things like Harry Potter and stuff. But, I mean, here I have a copy that's almost 80 years old of The Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer Lytton.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that's like 80 years old. I have so many books right next to me that are just worth so much money and so old. I've got books on how to speak Russian, how to speak Gaelic. I've got books on demonic hauntings. It don't matter. I've got it. I've got all sorts of stuff because nobody told me I couldn't read books. Nobody told me I couldn't learn. And what I learned is a very bad situation for whoever is setting up Tremors Fest, because again, I'm not trying to do anything wrong towards them in any way, but I will tell you right now, if you change and bait and switch people and say, hey, we're gonna now put up the term that you can't get your money back, is bad. Is very bad, people. Don't feel like you lost your money. If you really don't want to go, don't feel like you lost your money. But I would like to say to some people, if I can, and I don't know how everyone else is going to feel about this, try to go. Try to go. I want to go to Tremors Fest. I want to see people who we went last year and saw. Says, I will still be going. Hunter says, I will still be going. My grandparents really wanted to go on the trip and spend time with me. I also just want to see how the whole event actually goes down. And just like Levi said, you might turn it into a filmmaking adventure. This is going to be my family's trip. So not only am I going to go, I'm going to go and I'm also going to see the Loretto staircase, which is the staircase of the church that I don't know if anyone's ever heard about it. It was built by a carpenter out of wood that nobody can identify, by a carpenter who nobody knew, who disappeared, and no one ever found him again, and it's held up in a way that nobody can explain. It's an amazing staircase. People got to go see this thing. If you don't know the Loretto Chapel staircase, look it up. Chris says, do not open that book on demonic hauntings. I have opened it, and I've read it. And I have books on Irish hauntings. I have books on poltergeists. I have books... I've got the original. I've got Mark Twain sitting here. Oh, here we go. Yeah, there we go. Irish witchcraft and demonology. It's even worse. Demonology. This is just so amazing to me. Books like this are so much fun. When people ask me what do you like to read, right there, I'm learning some very strange stuff. I'll stay up all night long learning about things like the law. I'll just look up the law just because I can, so I can know my rights. Then I'll turn around and I'll start reading some of the Tremors 2 original script that you sent me. I will read whatever I can, which I haven't gotten actually really into it very much at all because I haven't had time. I've been so busy with class. Sensei's got me teaching classes, so it's gonna take some time to read that one. But I'm kind of on a reading break pause because there's a lot to read. He's opened Pandora's box. I always open Pandora's box. Oh no, save Colton, call the Ghostbuster. Yeah, call the Ghostbuster. This place is pretty haunted. I just like the dragons. Lizzie loves dragons. There's everything in this office. Lizzie's a writer. She's going to be writing dragons books, and I have tons of dragons books. Put it this way, people. Lizzie writes fantasy. She enjoys dragons. They're her favorite thing. And she was more psyched to see Michael Gross enjoy her. Like, how cool is that, right?
Yeah.
He wasn't even the most popular person there for the writers who were in. Oh, man. That's hilarious.
Shit, man. I just want to put a quarter in you. Like, you just keep going. Yeah, it's that I don't want Tremors Fest to be canceled. And even though I am personally making that pro-con list to go, and I know Caitlin is so heavily in the con because of how much bullshit that one person that we talk about has inflicted on both of us over the last 3 years, that it's just like, I want it to be good. That's really what it come down to. It's like, and that was actually something that when I talked to, that's what I was saying about the sequels. And I talked to that one of the organizers. Like I said, I'm really trying not to bring up names. It's so hard.
Very hard.
And when we're talking, and like, I just don't want a half-assed Tremors Fest. I feel a half-assed version is worse than none, because that's like the reason that you're here, Derek, and Lizzie's here, and Hunter's here, and everybody's talking about this and having a good time, is that it wasn't half-assed that first time. And just like, here's, nobody's getting paid, everybody's just having a good time, and putting all their love into it. This is definitely like we know you're going to show up, so just like whatever kind of a thing. And I wish, I know he's not, but I wish Zoran was going, because he's one of my, like, he's such a, is that be good people thing from Dead Meat. And he has such a great instinct for stuff like this. And it's just like, what is your thoughts on this? Does this seem extra sketchy to you? Like, what's going on? Because I want to put positivity in the world. I want to do that be good people thing. I'm just looking at this and being like, should I give that leeway though? I don't know. Like, having helped and doing everything that I can, and then getting that email that I sent to you and just finding like, wow, here's a person that I've been helping this whole time, and that through this other person I have been talking to, and they say they're relaying messages, and now I get this email and it finds out that none of those messages went through, and this other person basically just wants to use me. And it's just like, oh my God, I don't want it to be true. I would rather it didn't, because Tremors is great, it's awesome. And, with the rights going back to Stampede here soon, like, I just want it to flourish. And I'm just sitting here like, is this, I got in my one hand, let Tremors Fest 2 just die like that, and then also like, no, help it out and like keep it. I'm just so lost and conflicted. I'm angry. I don't know how angry you are. This actually sounds like you are a little bit angry with that legality thing, and then everything else. Just like, there's something wrong here, and I know currently, I know that currently right now, out of everybody in the whole world, I'm the only one that has been actually hurt by a specific person involved, and actually had go after me in multiple different ways. And this is where the audacity, and this is something that you don't know, of just like that same person that we're talking about coming up to me on the first day of Tremors Fest and coming to me and wanting to shake my hand and like talk to me and ask for my opinions and what am I thinking about. And the whole time that Tremors Fest is happening, coming to me and asking and talking and just like, oh, here, what do you think? Is this going good? What more could we do? And then turn around and then give me the same coldness again, and now you're still banned from that official Tremors Facebook page. And then that person even then blocked me because I actually said something to Hunter on one of the guys' posts. And it's just like, but then to turn around and here I am talking to at least 100 different people, and then giving you the common courtesy to send them all your way. And you're still like, yeah, but you're not giving me enough, and I'm the one that's in charge. So you like, I appreciate all your work, but also you need to like respect who I am. It's like, oh my God, I already was. So for you to fucking throw that in my face, I don't, I was gonna say I wish that this happened to more people. I don't, because it shouldn't, because it's absolutely opposite to everything that you were just talking about, Derek, of like, no, this is family. Everybody's here having a good time. That's all this should be. Adding this extra shit and being mean on top of it, I'm like, what more are you going to do? That's why I'm like, I almost want Tremors Fest to be canceled, because it's like, what more are you going to do? If this works for you, what more are you going to keep doing and thinking that you can get away with? Because you shouldn't. Like, there's
that's the way people do it. Speaking of legality and stuff, when people wonder, like, when the cost of housing went up so high and stuff, like, not to try to get like political in a way or anything, but housing costs went way up, and people are like, how are they able to do that? Because you signed the rent agreement. If somebody signs off to pay that much for rent, then everybody does it, and this Tremors Fest could be precedent to future Tremors Fest. See, this is why I'm very much on the fence like you. You're sitting there saying like, maybe it should cancel. Should not. I'm like in the same boat almost. I'm scared to see where it's going to end up, because either one, it's going to set precedent for future Tremors Fest, like how it might go if they have some right to do it still, and it could be very bad, or maybe it dies for this year, because like at my dojo, for instance, my sensei had a certain tournament that he threw in honor of his father, and during the pandemic he couldn't throw it. And so people were like, he would sit there and say, this is the 10th annual tournament in memory of my father, and we started it like 13 years ago. People would go, that doesn't make any sense. And he's like, well, yeah, we didn't throw one every year because of the pandemic. So maybe TremorsFest could be the same way. Maybe have one this year, and so even though it's the second annual TremorsFest, it's 2 years later. Like, it could be possible to do it that way as long as we can work out all the kinks. I mean, I still really want to go because, yeah, and you brought up the comment. It says,
sorry,
like,
I pulled up just so people can see it. You don't have to say it, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it all feels like, it's geared towards, either a specific group of people or one person, and it very well could be. I don't know, like, because, and again, nothing against anybody, but maybe having George R.R. Martin talking about the movies and introducing them is to please him, because why do we really need him there? And then maybe having the movies at the brewery is to please whoever owns the businesses, because
it is
maybe trying to get some of the money here and then some of it over there as well, which
it is. Like, I don't want to stop you. It is like that is exactly what was told to me when I first started this, that like they wanted to spread that money out and around because they own the businesses in and around there.
And I'm not going to spend my money at a brewery no matter what they do. Maybe other people will. I'm not going to. I don't have any need for beer or alcohol. And the only thing it's going to do is, like I said, I've got my kids with me. But, to share something personal, I can't go too deep into it, but Lizzie and me, we don't really like being around alcohol. Nothing against it. Like, when people were drinking their Tremors Rail Ale, I asked them, I was like, how's your beer? They were like, it's great. And I was like, cool. And that's where I left it. I was like, cool. And there it was. But I don't want to be around people who are actively slogging drinks, like it's their business, because I just don't want to be around that. It's nothing, I can't get into why. It's all personal stuff, but we don't want it. And why should we want it at TremorsFest? Like, no.
No, I have the same. It's a vibe thing. Like, that is a whole different vibe than, and we didn't talk about this, where on the site and even everything that was being sold, there's a children's ticket. There's an actual children's ticket.
We had to pay. We didn't pay last year for the kids, by the way.
No, I know. And there's a children's ticket, and it even says this is a family-friendly event. So that, and then a brewery. Those that, like, and you know what? We actually have a great brewery in town in Maquoketa. Like, that's like, it's not a bar. There's a difference too between a bar and a brewery kind of a thing. But it's still like, I still wouldn't call the brewery family friendly. Like, I wouldn't take my nephews there to like hang out and stuff. That's not like that. It's the vibe. The vibe is the best way to put it, because I know what you're talking about. Like, I've had my own experience with alcoholics. Is the best way to put it. Of just like, that's not what you're going for that sort of thing. And like, so how? It is two diametrically opposed ideas, which is why I think you and I are both very, I'm not going to, like, we're both smart people. I'm not going to try to be humble. Like, and everybody that's in here in the comments, Chris and Hunter and Lizzie and Thomas and Ben, like, we're all very smart people. And I think, I'll just say autistic. That's a great way. We're all very artistic people. And so we're all having this thing where it's like, okay, so in one hand, you're saying that this is family friendly, but then over here, you say the ticket is R-rated, and then we're going to a brewery. In one hand, you say that, like, oh, nobody who's coming to TremorsFest is getting paid, and they're all here for everybody. But then also, we're going to split people up, and we're going to charge extra more for the tickets. Like, there's these things.
Yeah, like, why does the theater need more money if cast, crew, stars, and all that? If they're the ones who are going to be paying for their own stuff, like their own hotel, their own transportation, their own this, their own that. They're paying for all this crap. Why does the theater need more money? Why does the venue need more money? Like, if they got some last year, if they already got some last year, like, if we're going to up costs, then why up it for only one specific thing? Why isn't it upped because, oh, well, this year we wanted to make sure that we reimbursed, Michael for coming out a little bit, maybe Robert, maybe Sarah, maybe we wanted to reimburse people a little bit. I could understand it if they told me that, but the thing about a business is never going to sit down with the consumers and the customers and explain to them, this is why They're not really going to do that. So when you get the information, it was given directly to you that this is why it's putting it up to the brewery. It's for a business aspect. That was told to you as just a person. Nobody's going to sit the whole group down and go, hey, guys, the reason why we're doing this is because of that. Because, like earlier, when I explained to Colton, we're going to a bar, have as many celebrities, twice as much cost, twice as many people. What do you think? When I took away his love for Tremors, he was like, you don't want to know. He's like, you don't want to know. I'm like, that just sucks. And I'm like, there's the answer. Because if they tried to explain something like that to everybody and try to pass it off and be like, it's for a good cause. Is it for a good cause? What's the cause? Lining your own pockets? The First National freaking Bank of shut up, you're just taking money? This is the
Chris, I love you here. So this is the, like, in my pro list, this right here is what, like, I can't tell you that is just like right up there, because I get this, and just I'll say it out loud for the podcast. New fan of the saga and someone who hasn't gone to TremorsFest, I may be out of line, but life is short. I've lost people this last year, and I know Levi has too. TremorsFest dry is still valuable. Just to bring fans together and to see Michael Gross while he's still in good health and able to. Look, that right there, I cannot begin to tell you why I just feel like I was telling Ben this, it's my duty to go to TremorsFest. Like, it's where if Caitlin doesn't want to go, I will go by myself and do that, because that is, I don't want another Fred Ward situation anytime soon. And that's such a...
Yeah, knock on wood, because, like, yeah.
Michael Gross is 70.
Like, I'm hoping Michael is exactly like Bert and wants to survive forever, because I want to see him at 50 Tremors Fest. I know that's probably not going to happen, but still, that's what we want.
No, that's my, like, speaking to everyone and knowing, like, what ages we're all, like, everybody's getting older. And it's like, man, like someone like Charlotte Stewart, that's actually one that I think of a lot, where it's like, man, I really wanted to get her there, because getting up there and nobody's given her all of that love yet. And it's like, that's something that makes people want to live just a little bit longer sometimes. Like, that's just that little bit of, oh, hey, oh my God, there's 300 people coming out to a Tremors Fest for me and talking to me. That's where, when we're talking about Brent Maddock, that's where his brother, there's a part of me that I get really upset with, because Brent, the reason we don't see Brent is he has a lifelong nerve injury. Like, he has to walk with a cane. And if you look at behind the scenes photos and stuff for Tremors, he's got a cane in that. And this nerve injury has been hurting him more and more, to the point where he is, like, almost immobile. Like, he's still, actually, him and Steve are still writing scripts together, because the grand extent of what he can do, he can still type and, still talk over the phone. But, like, to get him on a plane and travel all the way to Santa Fe, New Mexico is fucking impossible. And that's where Glenn, I get so upset with, because I can see very clearly that, like, oh, so your brother's getting weaker and you feel this is your opportunity to slide in here and, like, get, like, now, because everyone will be looking to you because that's your last name, and they're like, oh, well, what's Brent thinking? And we have no idea, because it's only Glenn being our go-between. And I'm just like, that's what upsets me, because I just don't trust it. And I've said it before it's hilarious to watch interviews with Brent, because his, like, one thing about Hollywood, he's like, man, some of these people that run shit are fucking psychopaths, like, legitimately psychopaths. And I'm sitting here like, it is the ultimate irony in the world, the saddest, that it turns out that your brother was one of them. And now he's doing that to you and you don't even realize it. And so look, Chris, I get it. I'm man, that's where, man, seeing Michael and Steve and they're all getting older. That's my, like, oh, that is just the thing that I have to go to Tremors Fest for, to shower them with love. However, I'm mad that I'm being forced to do that, to, like, it shouldn't be that way. We should have already been initially.
Maybe I had, like, rose-colored glasses on for a little bit, because, like I said, there was no issues for me with the first Tremors Fest. Like, I didn't see any issues. I wasn't a part of any of the problems. Like, there was obviously behind the scenes
No,
problems and stuff?
There were none.
I just mean like when somebody wants to come up to you, like you said, and shake your hand even after everything they've done, it's still uncomfortable for you. It may not have been a problem, but it's uncomfortable. Like I didn't have to be a part of all that. So me saying stuff like, and just like you saying that some people might be an issue, the fact that I got to go to Meow Wolf and run into someone like Glenn, I thought that was fantastic. Yeah. And again, that might be all rose-colored glasses or something. I thought it was just fantastic, that first Tremors Fest. It really was. And I feel so bad that it's not going to be the same thing because, I mean, we got, like you were saying, with Brett, with his nerve, whatever's going on, I wish him the best. I wish that he feels the best so that he doesn't have to always have to put up with that. And I'm sorry for him having to, but I hope that one day he does get. And if they are going to charge more, why not pay just a little bit more to really help somebody, like someone like Brett? Like, why not charge more and say, you know what, we have somebody who needs to come, and he has specific needs, and in order to meet those needs, we need to charge a little bit more for tickets so that we can have that person there, because they weren't there the last time and they really should have been there. And I mean, if he chooses, I'm sorry, I really don't want to come because of this, it just hurts too much or something, I would understand. But it would be nice to offer and say, hey, if we made it easy on you in some way, would you like to? Because again, having those people there, it might really, showering them with some love and telling them, hey, thanks very much for this, it might make them go, hey, it was really nice to get out and see this. Because when you're going to work that hard on something, you're going to put that much effort into something, you want to be recognized for what you've done. And I'm sure Brent's no different.
Oh, yeah.
So if he ever does see anything like this, or if he ever does make it out to a Tremors Fest, I hope he hears it from us that we're thankful and that I'm very sorry that he's not doing the best, but I wish him the best. And I hope that he does come, because that's the kind of people that you really want to meet too, is the people who tried so hard on something and then it got this underground following. It got everyone who was like, this is very different. Graboids, Tremors, we love it. We want the people who are a part of that. We don't care if you detailed the cars. We want the writer. We want the director. We want the guy who detailed the cars. We want all of you to say thanks, because like Lizzie was saying, we spent so much money to go to FanX. We had to meet the cast of Back to the Future. And anybody who hasn't met those guys, oh my God, dude, those were some of the nicest people you will ever meet. Christopher Lloyd, calmest, nicest, most happy gentleman on the planet. Oh God, those guys were amazing. Lizzie says again, like, glad we could go. That we've been broke ever since. Yeah, it cost a lot. Like I said, we enjoyed Tremors Fest more, and it was so much cheaper. And nothing against Fan X, like, we had a great time. We loved the celebrities we met, but it was 10 million times cheaper to go to Tremors Fest, and we got 50,000 times more for it at the same time. So it's gonna be a big problem for people, and we're gonna have to look for those reasons. Like you were saying, like you're making the pros and cons, and everyone else is too. And just like either it was Chris or Hunter, someone had said, even though it's Tremors Fest dry, it's important for us.
Oh yeah.
To
like get that time while we still got it.
Yeah.
That's as I said, that's where I just feel being taken advantage of. I don't think anybody in the world ever likes being taken advantage of, and that's it should be simpler. That's my God damn.
Well, this one might have just enough problems to become a real problem, because not only can it confuse people, it might embarrass people, and on top of confusion and being embarrassed, we could potentially also be looking down the same aisle as being upset about the transition so now we're just upset. So we got like the transition of how it was last year to this year. So now we've got upset, we've got confused, we've got this, and then people are going to not know which theaters are, which Showtime are. Then they're misdirected. These are not the feelings people are going to want to have when going to Tremors Fest. I don't want any of those. I don't want people to be confused or misdirected or any of that.
To take it back to one of your first comments was the embarrassed thing. Like you said this earlier at the beginning of the show, And honestly, it just wasn't on my radar in terms of like what you're talking about. But now it is. And it's goddamn, it's like one of the only things I'm thinking about of just like, it's gonna be embarrassing, not only for the people in attendance, but those cast and crew showing up, and to not be paid and also be embarrassed is like, and that was actually what Robert was talking about in terms of going. He'd done 2 other horror conventions before, and that was his, like, he just felt it was embarrassing to like asking people for money for autographs and pictures and stuff when he would just like, that transactional nature just it makes it awkward, and when it should just be about joy and like sharing experience. Honestly, I'm loving that he was at that, asking you about your kids and asking them how they're doing. Like that's what it is, and that's what we loved about the first one. Now it's like, and it even goes to like, so now there's 300 people, none of them paid, so there's no hey, you can only spend 2 minutes talking to this person. You know, because that was last year where everybody's just like, however long fucking Michael or Steve, Robert or Ron felt like talking to the person felt like talking, like that's how long it was.
But I want to point out that everyone did very well with that. Like we might have had, like I said, we got stuck in line, you know, talking to Gladys and Amy as well, but it didn't feel like we were stuck. You know what I mean? Because like we had someone to talk to, and then even when we weren't up by the celebrities, cast, crew, actors, anything, like we had the other fans. And then when we didn't have the other fans, if people wanted to leave us alone because they were having their own conversation, we had our own. Like, and it didn't feel like we were at any point in time stuck in a position where we didn't move forward and have progress. People didn't take too much advantage and be like, I'm going to talk to Steve for like 5 hours. We had a good, you know.
He's stuck. I would say cramped. Like that's a great word for like it flow. You keep saying that too, where it's just like there was flow, there was ubiquitousness, like everything just like moved from one to another, and to take that out, now you got, oh my god, Lizzie!
We want to say good night. I gotta work really early.
I know. Love you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. It's fun talking to everybody on the chat.
I can't see your face. I need your face. Get in here. My face is all sweaty, so it's fine. Hey! Oh my, now you're good. You can leave.
Sorry, I'm awkward. Bye.
Bye. Enjoy work. Write more novels. Yeah, now it's like I said, the extra to go from 150 to possibly 300 is like that embarrassment factor. Now I'm like legitimately, because oh my god, now I'm thinking about this too. So with a regular convention, you have handlers for all of your actors and stuff like that. With this, it's a grand total of Glenn and Zach. All right, so who's gonna be handling people to like move them along? And as evidenced by like the way that those two have treated me, like, are they going to be as nice to fans that are like there? Like, I'm a person that's had a bunch of interaction with them, and they're still just like curt and go fuck you to me. How's it going to be when it's like, oh, here, you've been talking to Michael Gross for 2.5 minutes. You're over your time. Move on. Like, there's no handlers. Like and that would actually be a position that you would almost kind of have to pay for, to have someone being like, all right, you're past your allotted time, move on. And even to it, oh my god, to another point. So Michael Gross was at the Flashback Horror Weekend in Chicago a couple weeks ago. I saw him, and then I saw everybody else that was there talking about how like they would come up and talk to Michael, and he would give them all the time in the world. Like he didn't care. And that was what shit, man. I love telling the story about last year at TremorsFest, where Michael was there till like 1 a.m, and Elsa's just sitting with her coat, just like at a certain point getting closer. You got a wife, you understand what I mean? Where you're just like at a function and you're just getting closer and closer, and just like, Michael, I'm very tired. And I know you're like, I know that you can't come back tomorrow, and I can see how much these people love you and you love them, but I would like to go home. Like I just see her, she's just like, Michael, we need to leave, please and thank you. So he's given like fucking 3 hours of his time for all of these people, and that's who he is at other conventions. How's he gonna feel feeling rushed and pushed through? And there adds that embarrassment factor. That is a thing that I am gonna fucking be screaming about from now on. Like,
I need to make a comment on that. Actually, I need to actually make a comment on that, and that's the comment is Bryce Papenbrook, which a lot of people aren't going to recognize that name at first. He is the voice actor who does Kirito from Sword Art Online, and it's an anime. Some people might know that. Either way, if you haven't seen Sword Art Online, I swear to you, you will love Sword Art Online. You got to check it out. So Bryce Papenbrook does Kirito's voice. He's the main voice actor, and we met him at FanX. And what was funny is he started talking to Lizzie, who was obviously gushing about him, which I thought he was an amazing guy too. But she really wanted to gush about him and was like, "Hi, perfect to meet you. You're wonderful. You're great. You're so cool. Kirito's the best." And he's like, he wanted to interact with her, and she was like, "Yeah, I'm a writer. I'm getting my degree. I'm this, that, the other thing." And he just stopped everything and was like, "Let me talk to you." And he really wanted to talk to Lizzie about everything. And he's like, "So what's that like having kids and wanting to be a writer and this, that, the other thing? What have you written? How are you doing in school? What's going on? Which of my work like?" And she was like, "I'll be honest, I only really know you as Kirito." And she was like, "I don't know exactly what else you did." And he was like, "That's totally fine." He's like, "That's totally fine. I'll be Kirito for you." He's like, "I'll sign any paper you want." And he really spoke to her for so long that the handler was coming forward and was putting their face in there, just like you were saying, they're getting closer. You know, loved ones are getting closer. Handlers are getting closer, and they're coming forward and they're like, "Excuse me, hey, we got." And Bryce was just like, back off, like, shut up. I'm talking to one of my fans here, like, and we spoke to Bryce for so long, and I didn't say a word to the guy. The kids didn't even really say a word to the guy. They didn't know who he was really for the most part. So it's all busy talking to him, and I'm just standing there holding like all of our stuff, having a good time. Like, it was wonderful to meet you, and she's just going off with it, and he's the one initiating it. And so everyone else in line, they see this happening, and they're like, "We want to meet him too." But then they all realize, as fans, they realize he's initiating. And this is why his line was long, not because of how popular he was, because every person, it wasn't just her, every person that came up, he was like, "Who are you? What are you all about? Why are you here? Thank you so much for being a fan." And then I realized his line was long because he loved his fans so much. And I was like, "Oh, dude, meeting him was great." And more of a point to the, and I feel like I might have missed this. Everyone said good night. Good night, everybody.
No, they were saying good night to Lizzie.
Oh, there they are. Okay, good. Oh, yeah, I forgot all about that. Awesome. Well,
we're about sorry. We're literally talking about
the point of handlers too was another thing. Like, who was it? It was Matthew Lillard's handlers hated him. They hated the guy because they were trying to handle him, and you can't handle Matthew Lillard.
I actually seen him at like he loves everybody. Like he is such a effusive.
He ended up right next to me a second time too. Like I said, celebrities just pop up right here. And he ended up right next to me one time. I'm not paying attention. I don't even know he's coming. Everyone else is freaking out because they're like, "Here comes Matthew Lillard," and I'm just like, I'm so deaf. I'm looking off over at somebody else, waving to somebody in a Full Metal Alchemist cosplay, like, "Hey, that's a cool cosplay." And next thing you know, I look over and like a foot away from me, there's Matthew Lillard standing there saying hi to everybody. "Hi, everybody. It's great to see you. Are you guys coming to see me?" Like, and then he starts giving everyone hugs, and his handlers, he's got like 20 handlers. Okay. Realistically, it's more like 2, 3, 4, something like that. I don't know who's all handlers or who's all what, but every person's walking behind him like this. And they're all pissed. And I'm like, and I looked at one of them, and instead of interacting with the famous guy, I'm looking at them and I'm like, "What's your problem?" And they're all like, "He won't listen to a fucking thing I say." I'm like, "What, you his handler?" And they're like, "Yeah." It's the most useless job on the planet. He does whatever he wants. And I'm like, he's fucking Matthew Lillard. Of course he can do whatever the fuck he wants. Like,
Fucking let him do it.
like, if your job is to do nothing and get paid, then cool. And they were like, yeah, well, it's gonna look bad on me if I don't get him to his table soon or something. I'm like, who cares? Just tell him that the boss said no. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, so with a Tremors Fest with having handlers, like that's gonna be so weird in comparison to the year before. Because like if we did have something like handlers, because there was no handlers. We just we play it by ear, and we did a good job at it. Because even though some of us got caught up into it, we started talking to somebody. Maybe you were talking to Steve, or I was talking to Michael, or someone was talking to someone, and it just went on for too long. But everyone behind us had respect for it. And when we finally caught on to what we were doing, and we were like, shit, it's been 20 minutes. We got to go. Like we took care of it ourselves, and we did the best we could, but it was all for the love. It wasn't something that we had to handle.
Yeah.
Oh, Ray Park, I heard he's amazing.
Hunter did the same thing. I'm telling podcast people, but yes. Hunter had the same thing happen to me when I met Ray Park, Darth Maul's live action actor. The guy came out and I didn't recognize him until he asked how everyone was doing in the line. Awesome guy. And actually Chris had a good. I wanted to go back. Well, Hunter had a good one with. We were talking about not to mention actually, I'll start with Hunter's first. The first fest was flawless. No weaknesses from what I saw. Respectable times for movies and times between movies. Not to mention the multiple reschedules before we landed on a final date in October. And then Chris over here with to be optimistic. If the fest has the issues you guys expect and have given good reasons for, it may lead to a change in organizer next year, which would benefit everyone. Which I'm trying my best there. That's my one job right now.
I'll just point out, I don't care who organizes it. I just care how it's organized.
Yeah.
Me personally, like, I just want Tremors Fest to be a good thing for everybody because I had such a good time the first year. It's not really fair to have something two worlds different the next year. Like, you know what I mean?
Like as many of the problems that I said about like the organizer, for me, up until it's been the last month and like where it's just like, whoa, what the fuck are you doing? Like I was fine with like most everything. Like just like, oh, okay, you know what? That's fine. Well, that's cool. Like moving on with it. It was my first one was when they dropped tickets at like midnight on a fucking Thursday without telling anybody. And I was just like, okay, that's really weird. And then now this has been my final, like, what are you doing of, oh, we're not going to tell you that those movies aren't happening until after the tickets are sold. That I'm just like, well, okay, that is bad. Like that is a legitimately that's not how you run things. Like you have to be. It's the transparency of it. You have to be upfront with that all the way through. Or like I'm partially sad that it seems like there's only a few of us that are mad about it. People that listen to this show, I guess. But it's just like that's not cool. That's not. If you know what? Okay, let's look at Comic-Con. And I was telling you that thing about. Okay, here you have an Avengers panel, and there's actually, guess what? We're not going to tell you when you buy your ticket, but there's 2 Avengers panels, and you don't know which one you're getting to. And one of them has Robert Downey Jr. and Jeremy Renner and Bruce Banner, and then the other one has I was going to say Steve Rogers, Chris Evans and ScarJo and Chris Hemsworth. And you don't realize it till you fucking get there, and you're like, oh, these are 2 different events happening in separate places. Now I got to choose. Also, like, why is this not all one thing here? This is you wouldn't run a Comic-Con like that. That's hey, when you buy your ticket, this is what your ticket's buying. That's it. The only time, like for what we're talking about here, the only time I've ever seen something quite to this scale, and it's not, is so if you're running a con, it's like, oh, Robert Englund had a scheduling conflict and can't make it, so we're sorry, but we're refunding your ticket for that. Tony Todd couldn't make it. His doctor, actually, this is what I saw it for Flashback Con. That's why I'm saying it. Where it's like Tony Todd, his doctor said he wasn't allowed to go out. Like that was legitimately the reason. But hey, we'll refund your ticket, your photo op, your autograph that you already paid for that. To be like, oh, yeah, by the way, buy tickets to TremorsFest, and then 3 weeks later be like, oh yeah, all those things that you expected, they're not happening. And you know what? You can't refund your
or
ticket.
they're happening on the other ticket, and that's the thing. More to the point, what you were saying when you're talking about you have to pick, you're sitting there saying you have to pick. What if you get to that event, like you're talking about the Avengers and stuff, you're saying like Scarlett Johansson's over here, and you got I don't know who you said in the first one, Robert Downey Jr. Okay, let's just go Scarlett Johansson here, Robert Downey Jr. there. You got to pick which one. Now you're in a worse spot because you get there and guess what? You've already picked and you didn't even know it.
Yeah.
Like that's where I was, because when I saw these tickets, because like you said that maybe only people who are here are having an issue with this. I want to point out to people that me and you talking is not what created me having an issue with this.
Yeah.
Me seeing this is what created an issue for me with this, and which is why I'm here today, is because I saw this and all I could think of was what the fuck. And I was like, why? And what's funny is everything that I mentioned, because without you saying a word, you were like, so how are you feeling about TremorsFest? Here's where we're sitting on TremorsFest. What's going on? I listed off everything I wanted to say and said, here's why I like it, here's why I hate it, here's my issues, what the fuck. And when I finished, you said, I came to the same fucking conclusions. So when more than one person comes to the same conclusions, you've got a problem.
Oh yeah. And that was what was weird. Actually, I said I love you so fucking much was what.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said. I love you so fucking much.
Like, because it was like, oh my god, you have no context. You don't have any of the other pieces, and here you are being like, oh, here's this good. Here's a good, but here's a bad. Like, and I'm like, these are all the things that I was saying to myself, and I hate that because it shouldn't be. That I want everyone listening to know that I want the problem to be me. I want it to be my fault. I feel like there's a lot of people I feel like Derek knows what I'm talking about. Everybody in the chat probably knows what I'm talking about with that, where it's like, when something is your fault, it's fixable because it's something that you can do. Like I'm always blaming myself. I'm a child of divorce, and I blame myself for my parents' divorce, and that's just been there forever. Like, you're always blaming yourself because that seems like that's within my grasp. I can do something about that. I can change a certain behavior that I've done. I can change a mindset. I can change any number of things, and then that will solve the problem. When somebody else, and actually it wasn't just you, it was 3 or 4 other people that had come to me with the same thing, because I've been talking to lots of people over the last month. All of you coming to me with the same, like, yours was the most detailed list, but everybody else had the same fucking vibes and feelings. And I'm just like, now it's not my fault. And I hate that, because now it's out of my hands and I can't do anything. Like, and that's even like, it stabs me in the heart even more, because I have been doing stuff. I have a whole like 3 pages in my notebook over here of names and numbers and email addresses, and like sending out, and I have text messages chains of like working with these organizers, and then finding out that they even duped me. Like, I am so angry for everybody, and I can't do anything besides like hope and bring you on here, and like, we need to talk about TremorsFest. And I just,
and I feel like we all need to talk about it, not just on the podcast. I feel like we all got to say something. Like, and I'm not saying go out there and bombard people and say you're fucking up my shit. Like, no, I'm saying that maybe everyone should come together and be like, more than a few of us have more than a few concerns, and here's why. Because like right here in the comments right here, the final one says, I kept meaning to say this. I was unaware that they had a 7:30 ticket until literally tonight. We've gone over this like 5 times that we were all unaware of this. None of us knew that there was different tickets. I didn't know there was different tickets. There was no button. There was no, I didn't know what was going on. When I bought tickets, I was like, what do I click to buy tickets? And I looked at it and it just said 7:30 something, but they weren't both available. One was already deselected or whatever on my page, and I just clicked buy tickets or whatever button they had, and I clicked it, and I went to the purchase screen, and I put in the card details. And after I had bought it, and you had let me know, hey, I've got part of your tickets, and then I've got part of my tickets, and then later on, even after the purchase of both sets of those tickets, I still was not aware there was more than one showing. I was not aware, and I was like, oh shit, because there was only, like I said, only one of them would let me click on it. I don't know if they didn't have the 7:30 popped up at that time, because I saw that there was multiple times, but I could only click on one thing. And when I clicked on it, because I said, what am I supposed to click on? And I was even confused when I did it. I was like, what am I supposed to click on? What am I supposed to get? What am I supposed to do? I clicked the only thing it gave me, and then I clicked purchase or whatever button they had, which I don't even remember the process. I just remember clicking whatever button it wanted me to click. And then I went to the screen for the card details, put them all in. And then I'm like, yay, I've got the other 3 tickets. You got the first 3, I got the next 3. I'm set. I have enough tickets for all of us to go to TremorsFest. I was like, do a little jig. What's up? I'm happy. Next thing you know, like a couple days later, did you know there was 2 shows? There's a what? Caught me off guard. I even had to ask you, I'm like, what fucking time is on those tickets? Because I was freaked. I was like, are we going to different theaters? Is half my family going to end up in one and half in the other? Like, I mean, at this rate, they still have tickets, according to you. You said there was a couple left for theater 1. I mean, all of the diehard fans by now have probably bought their tickets. We're like, we needed our tickets. We got our tickets. Here we are, tickets. Boom. What if they don't sell much more into the second theater? Have they even thought about, oh, we haven't sold any into the second theater, maybe we're going to make this all one theater?
Oh, I thought about that too, where it's just like, I'm saying the 300 number or whatever, but it's like, so, but what if you only sell like 25, 50 tickets for that theater? And then like, that's the splitting the Q&A thing. So then you've got a packed theater over here with some, like, Michael Gross in that theater. And then over here, you got 25 people for Robert Jane and Charlotte Stewart and Finn Carter and Alec Gillis. And they're just like, I just don't want them to know. I guess that's my, like, it's because I've gone through so much effort, like, talking to these people, and really it's been great, like, interacting and learning about them, and just like, I want to protect them. Like, I know that seems wild, but it's just like, oh my God, I want to protect your feelings. And there's a great big dragon that's about to fucking roast him, and I can't do anything about it. Like, God, and Chris is great.
Yeah, I like this comment right here. I actually want to read this one because Chris said the irony is about a small community banding together, which I'm going to take that as a double meaning, because it's not only perfection banding together, but the Tremors community, though it can be big at times when we do our home movie sales and all stuff like that, the community that went to the first TremorsFest was a small community.
Did I lose you?
A small community. We're a small community.
Oh my God!
So the irony is this is all about a small community banding together, and they're quite literally segregating people with separate tickets. Which, when I first went to TremorsFest, that's actually what I thought. I thought this was going to be a massive thing because, like I said, I've got my foot in no doors. I didn't know how popular watching all 7 Tremors movies was going to be to people. So I was like, what, is the whole theater rented out for this thing? Like, are they going to be showing it in every room? What's going on? Because it said stuff like watch with the cast and crew. I'm like, are they going to put one person in each theater? I'm like, how's this going to work? And then I found out we're all in one theater. I was like, that's rad. Nothing lit my world up more than knowing we were all right there and that we were just in a theater together. At first, I thought that's how it was, some of us here, some of us here, some of us here. And I was like, that's going to be kind of weird, but that's fine. That's probably how it has to go. Until I found out we're all in one theater. My world lit up after that. I'm like, everyone's going to be in the same theater. The director, the writers, the actors, the fans, the family, everyone. We're all together right here. And I was stoked. I was like, do a little jig, do a little dance. I was stoked. Now we're going to get there this year, and everyone's going to be doing this. They're going to be looking at their tickets going, I'm in the other room. Why didn't you tell me to buy my tickets sooner? Well, I guess I'll see you after the movie. Like, don't you want to sit next to your best friend or your wife or your girlfriend or your boyfriend or your kids or your someone, where the hell you're going with? Don't you want to sit by them? Like, and all these comments and all of what I'm saying and you're saying in the comments, and everyone's just sitting here like, you know what? This looks like a big bowl of fuckeroni. Like, and it's like, yeah, I'm starting to feel the same way. And I'm worried.
like I said, that's where I wish that it was me. I wish that it was my fault and my problem alone. But the more you guys comment and say everything, I'm just like, it's fucking not. And it's this thing that I've been trying to warn people about for so long, and it's like I hate it. And to your point, so I've been wanting to say this the whole time, and I just keep missing my opportunity. One of my favorite.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no.
Dan's here. Dan, you missed 4 hours of a really amazing show. So Dan is the bigger gentleman like me who had a hat on. Who was with us out in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Dan. Daniel. Dan, brother.
One of the things I loved most about TremorsFest, and actually was watching the movie, was I wasn't watching the movie so much as I was watching like Steve and Ron and Michael like reacting to the movie, because again I've seen it a billion times or whatever, but I was just like those like really good moments. I just like look over and be like, what are you thinking right now? What's your brain going through in terms of everything, and seeing their joy. And it wasn't necessarily from what they were seeing on screen, but hearing and seeing their joy at like everybody else in the room laughing or saying lines with each other. But I did like, that was my like, I just loved watching people like that, like just the whole time. It's like I was watching Leela and Gladys. Elsa Gross during the 5th movie was one of my favorites because she was cackling just the whole fucking time. Like she could not stop laughing at her husband, and it was just like, I'm gonna have to reevaluate some things about this movie now. But just like that was my favorite in the theater experience. It was just like looking at them like, oh my god, you love this as much as we do. But now it's like, oh, now everyone's gonna be separated, and am I gonna get to watch everybody? No, that's not how it worked. And I guess I'm a weird voyeur for wanting to do that. However, I'm just like, that was cool. It was an interesting moment. And yeah, and Hunter over here, let me tell you, listening to the crowd cheer in the theater was amazing. Which goes, I'll then to the next point then of that, like, so what you're saying, even with the like, there's a difference between 150 people cheering in a theater and 25 to 50 people cheering in the theater. So if you're in that theater with less, you're just like, and it could even be that like you'd hear, because there's different times happening, you might hear the other theater cheering more because they're so loud. Like you'd hear the 150 people doing a fuck you like simultaneously, and just be sitting there like, oh, okay, now we'll just wait a half an hour and that'll happen to us, but it's not as loud. Embarrassed. That embarrassment thing is just killing me as a like, oh, I didn't even think about it.
And a big part of this embarrassment thing that's really getting to me also is I feel like a lot of people, because Hunter just said, I had no clue there was another time on there. Most people, I had no clue. Okay, Hunter had no clue. I had no clue. Everyone's got no clue. I feel like everyone's buying tickets, and we don't know that there's. I'm sure we're finding out later now that the schedule's out. Is that's your placeholder for which showing you're going to. We now know that, but before we knew that, yeah, you're right. We could end up with one packed theater that's got like 150 people, and then we could end up with like 10 people over here. And more to my point about embarrassment and bullshittery later, like I was talking about way earlier, is we fast forward now and we've got that embarrassment. Like you were saying, I want to bring this up because you mentioned the name Finn Carter. When you said Finn Carter, everyone loves Finn. We'd love to have Finn there. But it's so BS that everyone might want to be in this room, and then say Finn does come and say Finn's like, let's go. All of a sudden you got Finn down here. What makes people want to go to the next one and be a part of it is all that love. And if they get there and there's a room of 10 people and they go, yay, they're not going to have the same experience as Michael over here laughing his ass off because there's 150 people yelling out the same line of broke into the wrong goddamn rec room. Like he's going to have a much better experience. And then Finn's going to be over there like, oh, they said that this was lots of love. Robert King said it's all about the love. It's about the experience. It's so wonderful to have. And then if somebody else decides they want to come along, and then they don't have the same experience.
That's what I told her. Like we talked for 2.5 hours when I first spoke to her, like on the phone. And that was my big, like, no, you're not going to get paid. But there's just so much love in that room, in that building, that like you won't care. Like you'll feel all of that. And then I have to point out about Hunter, like the fact that even Hunter didn't know. that there was a 7:30 showing, is because I'm banned from that Facebook page. Hunter's been like updating me on stuff and sending me stuff because Glenn has been talking to him specifically, like personally messaging him, like, and telling him stuff before everybody else knows. And yet even he wasn't told that the 7:30 ticket was a different showtime. So here's a person that's supposed to be in that in group is being invited into this in group and being told, and it's because Hunter was there last year, and it seems like there was a rapport developed and all that, and here he is, and even he doesn't fucking know. So like, I'm an organizer, I'm the one like putting stuff together. Here's another person that's like, oh, here you're being involved. Neither one of us fucking know, and so that is why I'm trying to.
Yeah, there's a whole level of everybody not knowing because you're the organizer who didn't know, and then we've got Hunter, who was the one who stayed in correspondence and didn't know, and I'm the dude who went hanging out with him after the festival, and I didn't know. There's no level of people that didn't know. I almost feel like he might not have known at this rate. Like,
and that's where like, no, oh man, I so disagree, because that was where there was this double act, and it's been, you know what, it's been 4 hours. I'll say names now. There was this double act that was happening between Zach and Glenn with me, and like, I was talking to Zach for the longest time, and he was telling me all the time, he was updating me on different things. There was originally we were supposed to take a train ride out to the middle of the fucking desert because George R.R. Martin and the theater owner own a restaurant out there, and they were going to screen Tremors 2. We were going to travel 45 minutes on a fucking train to go watch Tremors 2 in the desert. All right. And then like, that was where Zach was telling me, because I would come to him with like, oh, hey, there's, I know I'm not a biggest non-Stampede Entertainment fan. I know he's not, to the point where Zach is a huge collector. I don't know if you like, he's fucking massive. And he was like, oh, I don't even have anything from Tremors 5, 6, and 7 because I just hate those movies so much. And I didn't have them have those people sign anything. And I was just like, I mean, that's a little fucking harsh, but whatever. And even I would be like, hey, here's an actor from that. Here's a producer from those movies. And he would just kind of be like, yeah, I guess we'll like kind of call them, but Glenn doesn't really want them around. So I was even knowing that already, that it's like, okay, this is going to be more of a Stampede Entertainment Tremors Fest, which again, I'd kind of be fine with. But then it's like, that's my like, hey, those movies, those people, as I would tell him all the time, like, those people still put in work and time and effort and blood, sweat, and tears to just go like, oh, you know what, I don't like you personally, so you're not involved. It's like, look, I don't like them personally, and I'm still like, hey, you should be involved. And so then there's that. And then, so it's like, okay, that's a piece of like, maybe then there was even the conversation being had of like, oh, we're not going to even screen these movies. Like, and it's like, I actually, so the pilot for Tremors, the Tremors pilot was filmed literally like right where you're at. The pilot for Tremors was filmed in Golden, New Mexico, which is like a little ways outside of Albuquerque. It's like it's 45 minutes away from Santa Fe. All right. And so I was getting people from the Tremors pilot because it's like, hey, they still mattered too. And then like about 2 months in, like Zach was like, well, Glenn says that we don't really like want them there because like nobody ever actually saw the pilot. So like, what are they going to talk about? And it's like that, they can talk about their fucking experience. Like that's not a fucking that's
like, I want to know about the pilot. I never learned about the pilot. I know the pilot existed. I've never seen it. Like, I want to see that shit.
Yeah, you can maybe you'll learn some more stuff that hasn't been put out there yet by those people telling their stories and shit. And so there's like what you just said, maybe Glenn didn't know. I disagree. Like, I am having to go back through like 6 months of correspondence in my brain and being like, you know what? That actually makes a lot of, now that makes sense. Now that thing over there makes sense. Now I'm seeing what I was being lied to about like multiple times. Like, there was even a point where, so I had talked to Jonathan Melville, like, about selling his books there. Like, he's going to send me like 20 copies of the Tremors book, and I'm going to sell them there and give him all the money for it. And I even like talked to Zach, and I was like, hey, I want to do this. And he's like, yeah, I'll talk to Glenn. Oh, Glenn let me know and said, yeah, that's totally fine. Go ahead and do that. I'm like, okay, cool. So then when I emailed him and I got that email back and he's like, oh, I have to check with the theater to see if like you're allowed to sell stuff. I'm like, oh, excuse me. 3 months ago, Zach told me that he had talked to you about this already. So what is this now that you've got to talk to somebody else about? So then that conversation was a lie. Then so is this one a lie? And now I'm just like, I'm going through here and being like, how many lies was I fucking told? Because clearly, if they're willing to lie to fans about, oh, there's not going to be those movies, oh, we're going to like fool you, then fuck, they're willing to lie to one like weird person with a podcast. Like that's fucking, it makes perfect sense. I know how people fucking do that shit. And I'm just, they knew. Just that was my point. They knew. Don't let them get away with it. And Hunter, if you're in the chat, that's for you too. Don't let them get away with it. They knew, and they chose not to tell anybody because they knew they wouldn't be able to sell as many tickets. Because it goes back to Zoran's TremorsFest video. Zoran made a whole fucking TremorsFest video that's on a YouTube channel with 6 million subscribers, and it made all those people go like, hey, there's a TremorsFest, I want to go. And then so you'd watch that video and you'd expect, well, we're going to do 7 movies. Let's just keep this fucking going or whatever. And then and one of my first like red flags for this was how last year the tickets going on sale, everything that we learned about TremorsFest came from Michael. And I have to say, from a PR standpoint, from knowing how that kind of works, that like the way he rolled out that information was exactly how you do that. Like, hey, we're going to have a TremorsFest and, months ahead. Hey, we're going to screen all the movies. Another couple, hey, we're going to be selling the tickets soon. They're going to go on sale soon. All right, here we're getting close to selling the tickets. This is the date that tickets are going to go on sale. The day before, okay, here's the exact time that the tickets are going to go on sale on all the different time zones. Be ready for it because they're going to go fast. Okay, here's the day of. Here's the ticket sales. Let's roll and go. And we got none of that this year. That's where that whole like Glenn just like releasing information at fucking midnight. Because I've gotten, Hunter, just so you know, it's not just you. I've had other people like sending me that stuff at like fucking midnight. Like I've been out, like, thankfully, I've been out doing stuff and not like asleep. And I'm usually like, oh, what the fuck is, okay, this is fucking, oh my God. That's why with the tickets with you, I was like, I am panicking. I was in a fucking parking garage. Like, oh my God, why is it? I'm just going to make this decision. Like, let's just fucking go. Because they went so fast last year. And now there's no thought to it. And it's just this one person putting it out on a whim. To Hunter's point about, and that's where, Hunter, you were right. I don't think you realized it, how right you were, that it seems like this TremorsFest was made for not one person. It was for 2 people. This TremorsFest was for Glenn and Zach. And that was where the only reason, and this is where I'll stop ranting, the only reason that Zach really wanted to talk to me and first started talking to me 6 months ago was because I told him that I had Finn Carter's info. I had her contact info because I had been talking to her the last like 2 years. And I was like, hey, she wants to go to TremorsFest. Do you guys know what's going on? And he was like, wait, you have Finn's info? Because none of us can get it. She's like, been so MIA. None of us can get, can you like talk to me? I would love to like, and I'm like, oh, and for me at the time, I was like, yeah, of course. Like, this is just information. Let me share it. I thought I was helping. And it's like, oh no, the more I talked to him, the more it became about, oh no. He was going to pull her arrest records to find out where she lives now and get her information from that. Because that's how badly he wanted her autograph for his collection. And that was my, like, I was so into helping. I didn't realize that, like, that's bad. Oh my God, that's really fucking bad. And and I said it to you too about neither one of us got anything signed. Like, I got the Trevor's book signed and my pants. That was like the grand extent. You got your badge signed.
I did my pass. And then the only reason why I got a paper, because there was some printer paper with the graboid on it. And the only reason why I got that is because Michael actually was like, would you like a better autograph? Like, would you like a better one for your family? And I was like, yes, please. He asked me specifically. He said, is there anything for me to sign? I said, would you like to sign my pass? And he's like, yeah, absolutely. He signed the pass. And then he's all like, well, wait a minute. Do you want like, like this? And he gave me the paper and he signed it, best wishes, Michael Gross, and gave it to me. And then we actually went back through the line kind of because he's like, get everyone to sign it. So we just went back a little bit where we got Steve to sign it, we got Ron to sign it, and Michael had already signed it. So we got a couple of signatures right off, and not everyone's signature is on the paper because that was just something that Michael offered us. He was like, you guys like a better autograph, one that you can really see because these cards are kind of cramped. And I was like, yes, absolutely, that'd be great. But I just wanted everyone's signature on the card just because it's a piece of memorabilia. It's something for me. And I wanted everyone who was involved in TremorsFest really to be signing it so that I could, there it is. Yeah, mine are in the other room. Yeah, I wanted to get everyone's autograph, and I just wanted to have it with me. I didn't really need, and it's okay for people to go up and be like, hey, I want my VHS signed because, like, we grew up. Like I said, mine was in a little milk crate. My family had a copy. I'd love to get, like, the first Tremors signed or something. That'd be great. It'd also be really great to have, like, Kevin's signature and to have everyone's signature. Finn, it'd be great to have everyone's signature. But if I'm not going to have that, I'm totally fine.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go out of my way. I didn't ask a single person, like I told you earlier. I didn't even get a picture of myself with Michael Gross because when I heard that they had come there for us out of the goodness of their hearts, basically, I did not really want to ask for anything. I just wanted to say, hello, how are you doing? It's great to meet you. What's up? All that kind of stuff. And if they said, would you like an autograph? I was like, yes, please. Like I got an autograph. And if they were like, do you want a picture? I was like, yes. The only person I think I even asked for a picture would have been, I think we asked George R.R. Martin for Lizzie. And I think I might have asked if Michael would take one with Colton, because he actually asked me, he's like, would you like a picture? I said, would you actually take one with my son? I think it'd be better for him to have the photo. And he was like, yeah, of course. He leaned across the table, put his arm on Colton's shoulder, and was in the photo. Such a nice guy. And it turned out to be such a good event, but I didn't ask for anything. And I thought about maybe having some stuff signed this year, like maybe I should bring my VHS and have it signed. And I guess that'd be cool, but I'm not really in it for the autographs. I'm not in it for autographs or signatures. I'm in it because I really enjoyed meeting them and having a good time with them. And it'd be really cool to have Finn's too, but I am not about to be so disrespectful as to pull up somebody's record and find their information. Hell no.
No.
Hell no.
I had to pick it up to finish it. So then one of the things I thought was super duper weird last year was that I was already helping, and then Glenn is we'll call it organizer, and then Zach was kind of like just there, like he hadn't participated in making anything happen, and yet he got this first access. He laid all of his memorabilia out on all of those tables in that lounge area before it opened up to anything. And I was realizing later, Glenn made me go out and keep you from, like, you and I, that was where we first talked, was at the door. Like made me go out.
Like I said, I was poking my head in.
And we were talking about, I think you and I were even talking about, oh my God, there's like Michael and Ron like talking over, what are they talking about? And like, he made me go out and like bounce for all of you. Cause I was like, okay, whatever. And actually pushed me out of the room, even though I had actually done stuff, but allowed Zach to stay in there and get all of this fucking shit signed. And it's like, okay, so in essence right now, you do realize that you're not paying any of these people to be here. You have, however, just increased the value of that person's collection, like actual monetary value of like, now that person has all these signatures. I know Zach's never going to sell it most likely, but now that collection actually has a higher monetary value, but you didn't pay any of those people. And it's kind of like, and then for them to like, oh, why does this one person get first access to all of us? Like, and then sign all of this shit. It made me so mad. I actually, that first night, I didn't ask for anybody's autographs, like at all. Like Michael was like, he asked me about my pants and to sign that. And I was like, oh yeah, sure. Like, Like, why not, man? And then because I had the book, I was like, hey, if you're here, there's the book. But it was only the next day that I was like, okay, so the line is way down. Now I'll ask for Robert and Leela and Steve and all them because this is much better time. They're not being fucking swamped right now. And like it just upsets me to no end to know that, like, okay, here's this collector. They're collecting people. I don't know. That's what, like, I think just rubs me wrong. And even why I like talking to you is just like, no. Hey, like, to the point, I didn't even get a picture with Michael. Caitlin did, because Michael stopped her, like, while we were walking to the theater, and like we were talking, and he's like, hey, do you want a picture? And she's like, well, hell yeah. And so I like whipped out my phone and grabbed it and like got a video and picture of them together. I didn't. Like, that was the grand extent. Like, I'm just so mad. I guess I'm just so mad. Then to see that same person now getting even more preferential treatment, not putting anything in, and I just don't get it.
They put something in or not, I agree with you wholeheartedly, because me and you, again, on some level, we're the same. Because you did not get a picture with Michael, I didn't get a picture with Michael, which, to put it in perspective, a lot of people probably saw it as to get an autograph from Michael and to get a picture with him. That's what most people were probably thinking that TremorsFest was for. Let's watch the movie, yes, but we want to get Michael's autograph and picture. I did not ask for his autograph. I did not ask for his picture. I did not get a picture. I got the autograph, but that's because he said, would you like me to sign something? And I said, yeah, here, sign this. And he's all like, just that? And that's why he offered me more and was like, how about I sign this paper for you so it's more legible, looks nice? And I was like, yeah, absolutely, do that. Like, but I wasn't going to ask him for diddly. And the reason why is because everything that I wanted was the conversation with him. I mean, I was the same way when meeting some other celebrities that I really love. I met some other celebrities. I paid for backstage access to a concert. And I met some celebrities. And what's funny is when I went up to go meet them, you know, I was just like, how's it going? You know, what's up? And they actually had to be like, they were talking to me for a bit, but then they were like, do you have something for us to sign? And I'm like, yeah, I guess so. Let me look. And I was looking around and I reached into my bag and I had bought a game that it's a music group, but they had a game. And I found the game and I was like, oh, here, sign that. And they were like, the game? They're like, most people want like a jersey signed or something or an album, and they're going to go flip that on eBay. Me, I was like, sign the game. And they were like, why the game? And I said, well, all my homies are going to see it when we play it. So that'd be cool, right? And I can't tell you the look on their faces. They were like, yo, they were like, that's what I'm talking about. I was like, I want all my friends to see that I got your guys' autograph on the game that we're all going to play together. And people, a lot of people, I feel like when you're talking about collectors, I just want to point out that collecting is not really a bad thing, because when people went in there, when people went in there, they did it with class. They were like, can I get my Uzi for you? License plate signed, please. And maybe they even asked for more than one. They were like, hey, I know it's a lot, but like, I got my license plate and I got my VHS. Can I get one on both? And they were nice about it. They would ask, they'd say, can I get one on both? And of course, everyone, like Michael was like, absolutely, don't worry, I've got you. So to have something so different as to have a whole table set up for you and be like, now I'm going to commandeer everyone before anyone else even gets a chance and utilize you. Like, I never talked to that person. I have seen their collection. I've never talked to that person. I have nothing to say against them, but that right there, that's a whole different scenario than just walking up with a couple of things and saying, hey, I've known you since I was a kid. I've watched you on the silver stream. Can I get a couple of things signed? It's a very different scenario from doing that to doing the other thing.
And you made me realize something that, you know, the guys that made the Tremors comic, like there's the recent Tremors comic that came out. The two guys behind it, Rob Diatierle and Michael O'Haver, were at TremorsFest with us last year. And Michael was actually the guy that had a Facebook Live set up and was like recording the whole thing, like, for their channel. And this is where I think it's really important to like make this distinction that, like, oh no, hey, collection and maybe wanting to sell stuff, I'm not entirely against. Like, there's like, I get it, because Michael, like, he actually had everybody like sign stuff for him, to the point where he had one of those drawings made that had everyone signed that they actually gave to Rory McLaughlin when she won the costume contest. But I know that he's had those, and he actually got like, I would say like 4 or 5 different ones like signed with everyone's name on, so that they could have like a couple for themselves to keep. But I know that they ended up selling one for something like, and in a way, but this is where I actually respect it, and I have a level of like, you know what, I'm okay with that, because they actually waited until everything was done to actually do that. They didn't interrupt anybody's time. They didn't expect preferential treatment beforehand. They waited until all things were done, and then we're like, hey, we've got a couple of things to sign over here. Would you do that? And that's my okay, here's 2 things that are almost kind of the same, and there's one way to do it and the better way to do it. And I'm just like, I didn't realize it till you're talking about that, where it's like, that's why that bugs me so, of just like, hey, like, one is about trying to make something a little bit and hey, make a little money. I get, like, you got the channel, you're doing that, hey, you're making it. And that's why I don't quite fall into Zach's line, because something I always ask is like, what have you made for Tremors? If you want to be treated with something, what have you given to Tremors? What have you done? Like, what have you? And honestly, right here, okay, so hold on, I got to bring up Hunter, because Hunter is someone that has made something for Tremors. I had my art pieces I did last year signed and mailed to one of them, to a fan all the way in Australia. The fan wanted to attend but couldn't because they were in a different continent. Like, that's a person that made something for Tremors and put themselves out there and did something. That counts to me. Like Michael and Michael and Rob made a Tremors comic. They put something out there. There's something to be said about the vulnerability it takes to like create. Like, it's not, and I'm not saying that hey, you don't always have to create. That's not, that doesn't mean that's what gives your opinion value. It just makes me like, if you want your opinion to be the number one, then what did you put into Tremors? Like, what have you done by the fans, for the fans? That's great. Like, that I say it like, just what have you actually done? What have you put into Tremors? And if you've got nothing besides like, well, I have a really big collection that I spent a bunch of money on, or I have my brother's last name, then it's just like, well, okay, but what did you put in? What have you done and put in? Like, and I know, like, and that doesn't like include you, Derek, or anything like that. Like, that's because you know what? In a way, you know what? I know what you're thinking. You're like, oh no, I haven't. I see your face over there. I haven't done anything. But what about? You know what, Derek? Fuck you. We're on 4:20 of minutes here. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Like, no, you've sat here and been vulnerable and spoken and put yourself out there in a way that you could be criticized. You could be said something about. Someone could like, hey, I don't like you, or hey, I love you. But you put yourself out there. That's something that matters. That means that your opinion, we should listen to you more. Like, that's I guess I come from the internet, the side of the internet where original content is king. I don't like a repost. Hey man, you know, sometimes you see the same meme a couple of times. Can't tell you how many times I've seen that fucking Tremors meme with the robotic snake and then the Kevin Bacon underneath. Just like, hey, okay, I get it. But original content to me is king. What are you creating now in the moment and putting out there? That's why I respect Don Michael Paul. Is like, you know what? Motherfucker put out 3 Tremors movies. He put himself out there and he got his ass handed to him by people who didn't do anything. And you know what? Fuck them. He did something. That's what matters. And that's all these people that are coming to the Tremors bed. That's where that goes back to. Were you a makeup artist on Tremors 3? Did you throw slime on Tremors 5? Guess what? You're just as valuable as fucking Reba McEntire. Like, that's what I just can't stress that enough. And I know you feel the same way. I'm just like, hey, Kevin Bacon, Reba McEntire. That would be, I get it, man. Super duper cool for them to come to Tremors Fest. Not necessary. Like, there's all these other people And guess what? They were only in one movie, a movie and a pilot, like, and they haven't been back around. Like, no, I don't care. I don't. It's just like I just don't care, and I kind of hate.
For everyone who was there, there's a wide variety of people who were there, and the greatest thing that I saw interaction-wise is that everyone was brought to the same level of Tremors. Didn't matter if you were the director, the actor, the fan, the this, that. We had that respect for one another to where we interacted together regardless of what our position was. And yeah, say what you will about those 3 movies, they still hold a special place in my heart. Any piece of Tremors, yeah, it's a treasure I hold dear. And I'm the same way because I went out and bought those movies because I know, just like Michael said, you buy movies, you get new movies. Like you gotta buy it. You gotta spend money on it. You gotta get something. You gotta give something to get something. And one thing that I can actually talk about, which is kind of funny, it's not really Tremors Fest, but I forgot to mention that I have interacted one time with Michael before Tremors Fest even happened, which was he was doing this thing, and it was on the day of the release of Tremors 7. On the day it released, which was like October 9th.
October
something
2020.
Yeah, it was like in October, and
Sorry.
No, you're cutting in and out a little bit.
October 20th.
You're just cutting in and out. I don't know how to interrupt with you. No, it's okay. So, the day the movie was dropping on Netflix for us to watch, he was doing these interview things where you got to talk to him, and it was just like a voice interview, and you could use it for channels, you could use it personally, you could use it for whatever. And the first interaction I had with him is I bought one of those segments, which was like a 2-minute segment or something to talk to him. And what was funny is it seemed like some people wanted to talk about family ties and stuff and talk about his career. And he said that there was other people who talked to him, but I just wanted to talk to him specifically to say, hey, we're about to sit down and watch your movie, your new Tremors movie, and we just wanted to say thank you and congratulations on it dropping today. And he responded to that very well because he was like, thank you. He's like it was other people wanted to talk about like maybe family ties or something. He's like, nobody brought up the fact that the movie's dropping today. He's like, so thank you for that. And then he caught me off guard because I just wanted to thank him for it and say, hey, I just want you specifically to know that we are watching your movie today. You could see from video, he wasn't on video, but he could see our video. Here's my family. We're watching your movie. Love you. That's all I wanted to give him. But then he caught me off guard. And he's like, "Do you have any questions?" And I was like, "Oh crap!" I'm like, I didn't prepare myself with a single question. And so I was like, if you do see Tremors return, would you like to see it after the 7th movie? Which at this point I have no idea what's about to happen with the 7th movie. I'm like, if you see a Tremors 8 happen, basically, I'm like, would you like it to see it return to perfection? Because the last couple movies we've been elsewhere, would you like to go back to perfection? And he said perfection always holds a special place in his heart, and that if it happens, he would love to see it return to perfection. And I was like, awesome. And he's like, but enjoy the movie. He's like, I'm not going to spoil anything, but do enjoy it. He told us to enjoy it, have a good time. And we said, thanks, bye. And then we sat down and we watched ourselves a little slice of T7. And that whole thing happened. And yeah, I'm pretty sure me and Dan, if Dan's still here, Dan remembers when that whole thing happened at the end, I was just like, I was like, I haven't hated on any of them up to this point, but now there's going to be some hate. Like, there's going to be a problem with this one. Like, the ending of 7 was a little bit of an issue for me. But yeah, I actually thought to myself, you brought up a good point. I guess I am on this podcast for quite some time, so I've contributed something finally at long last, because before that, the only thing I did was I made a meme for the 4th of July. If you remember that one? The one where Bert's all like, "Where's the fireworks?" on Tremors 2. He's like, "Where's the fireworks?" And Earl's like, "I didn't have time. I just threw one in the back of your truck." He's like, What? Like it was the same thing, the same theme, but with fireworks.
You know what? That counts to me like 100%. I don't care if it's just one meme. You make something.
I made something.
Yeah.
Wow. Make it. I thought that was funny. Like, where's the fireworks? I didn't have time. I just threw one in the back of your shirt.
You what?
You what? And I got the perfect pause for that. I gotta bring that up. I got the perfect pause for that. Where I was making that meme.
Oh, that's what's the best part. I love making memes, and because you got to scroll through the video and get that just perfect screenshot of like their facial expressions, and there's nothing that will make you like appreciate acting more than just like
What?
That's why I love Fred Ward. He's got some great mugs like that. He's just like, oh my god, that guy is just giving 185% in every fucking moment. It's just, oh my god, it's beautiful. Okay, well, this has been fucking fantastic, and I don't want to keep you any longer than necessary. I imagine you're sweating just as much as I am.
It's raining, so it's kind of humid.
Oh, that's actually worse than just regular heat. But Daniel is here with a ha 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 ha.
Ah, there you are. See, this is my brother from another mother. You know, I've known him forever. I call him my brother. He's the one that was out with us. And yeah, talking about the information for the tickets. Yeah, tickets were a fiasco. So like, yeah, the whole gist of this last 4.5 hours is about the good that Tremors Fest is and the concerns that we have of where it's heading. And I think there's a lot to be said. That's as evidence why we've been here for 4.5 hours. Like,
we had a good first hour too. That's where I have to say, if anybody fucking manages to do all 4.5 hours of this, they're like, you heard the first hour or so that was us being like, hey, this is what we loved, this is what was awesome, this is what was so cool, oh my god, Tremors Fest, love, 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 love. And then it was like, well, okay, now we have to address the elephant in the room. And then the elephant in the room was 3.5 hours of being like, what the fuck is this? So it's like, hey, like, and that's where I have to say, I was kind of sad that when you were like, hey, I want to come on the show to talk about this, and I'm like, oh, I like wanted you to come on the show like for your first time to talk about something good. This makes me kind of sad. Like, it's like, I mean, sure, this definitely needs to be addressed, but okay, I guess if you want to, we'll do it. Like, but I wanted to just gush with you about like how much fun we had, and like for me, it's like looking at the future, and that's why I appreciate Hunter being in here, because Hunter's been really great when we're talking about like having hope for the next one and trying to make a better next one. And that's always like, if I like, criticism is cool, and I think criticism has its place. Criticism should always be used to, hey, how do we make this better? It shouldn't always like that is such a thing in today's modern media, like movie review, TV review society, of just like, this is why this is shit, and I fucking hate it, and it didn't pander to me in any conceptual way, and I'm just so mad. It's like, and there's no, well, hey, but here's how I want it to be better. Here's how I could make it better. Here's the things that could work more. Here's the things that did work. And like, that's where it's like this criticism has been great, because it's so clear that you and I and everybody in the comment, your wife and Hunter and Chris and Thomas and Daniel hasn't been here, but I imagine Daniel would have had something to say. Just be like, I kind of wish he had been here to be like,
he's just letting me go. I know him so well. He's letting me go off with it because he knows that I got this all covered. But Dan actually has his own YouTube too. He does movie reviews, and like I said, so Dan's the guy who I was on his channel doing a reaction review of Bloodlines, and that was one of his lines right there. Let the shenanigans begin. You know, like we did a Bloodlines video when that came out, and we didn't rip it to shreds. We were talking about how, like, what we liked, what they could have done differently, and all the way back then, like 13, however many years it's been now, all those years ago. I don't even want to think. Don't even say it. I'm so old. Don't even go there. Like, I feel like it's been so long ago that we did that review, and Like, but we didn't rip them apart. We didn't be like, Don Michael, that jackass son of a. We did not do that. We were like, you know what? Here's why we liked it. Here's why we didn't. This is what I thought. And we always give movies a fair shake about that. And he's the one that we did that review on his channel, which was like 5 million years ago. So it's one of his very first videos. And honestly, I don't think that I'm the greatest person to help review movies or talk about these kind of things all the time, because I don't know what to say. But that's why I really liked being on this podcast, because you were like, we are gonna hit the ground running, and like hopefully we don't hit any boulders. Like, let's do it. I was like, that's what we're talking about. Like, and that's the way I like to work these kind of things, being so natural. So if you feel bad that it had, you said an hour of good and then 3.5 hours of bad, then let's end it on a good note. If you do want to end it, that's how we have to end it, is on a good note. So we talked about the good of Tremors Fest. You said we need to talk about Tremors Fest. So we talked about the good of Tremors Fest. We talked about the concerns of the upcoming one. Here's what I will give you for the last part of it then. Here's something I have. There's one part of Tremors Fest that we have not yet discussed. Do you know what that is?
I mean, there's a couple of things. There's the script reads. There's Alec Gillis, his panel.
Think big picture.
What?
Think about the bigger picture.
Bigger. Making another Tremors movie?
Oh, yeah, that'd be great. But I'm talking about Tremors Fest.
No. Fuck, man.
It's okay. You know you want to say it. You know you want to say it. Let's say it together.
I don't know what you're going to say.
Starts with an S. We both want to say it.
Steve?
Stampede Tremors.
Oh, okay. It wasn't
a Stampede Tremors Fest.
Yeah. Well, that's where.
Can you imagine what that Tremors Fest would be like?
Ooh, man. That's where, for me, that's that Lone Pine idea in the future. Like, that's my next year of just like, that's because it's Tremors in the motherland 35 years later. And I think it's just such a slam dunk home run. You don't got to do much. Like, and that's where I laugh, because everything that's happening for this Tremors Fest, like, I'm not going to lie, I'm going to steal it. And literally just like, we're going to take some of these, and we're going to use bits and pieces, and we're just going to do the same thing over here for that. We're just going to add, honestly, the outdoor screening thing. I was like, man, you know what? Lone Pine is a tiny ass little town. I know I can get the hotel there, to give discounts and stuff. But then it's like, they probably got little places all over where it's like, man, I could make an indoor screening fucking happen. That's fucking nothing, man. It's just a projector and then a screen. Boom chakalaka. And then you spread it out around town, and then that would be so okay, you're talking about going to bars and a brewery. Man, okay, like look, neither one of us drink or have anything like that. How cool would it be to go to the bar where everybody drank at while they were making Tremors? Like, fucking dude, man, you can't tell that wouldn't be a better fucking spot to like fucking show a goddamn Tremors to outdoor something. Just like, hey man, Fred and Kevin and Finn were all sitting at this bar on those stools drinking 35 years ago. How's that fucking feel? Like, that's a brewery experience. Like, that is an actual, now there's a reason to go to a fucking bar. And like I said, that's Stampede Entertainment Tremors Fest. I'm into it, and I want to bring it on. Please and thank you. I would still like, that's my, like I said, I got all my love and respect for 5, 6, and 7. I would still try to work them in somehow, because that's actually something that like, because Don Michael Paul was talking to me, and he said it at the fest. He would love to see Steve and Ron and Brent and like actually talk to them and thank them. And that was something I tried to do. And I like tried to hook him up with Steve, but Steve was like, I can't. It's such a broken chapter in my life that like opening that up. And he was even like, Michael's actually told me that Don's a really great guy, and he seems like a sweet guy, and I've got no ill will towards him. Hell, Levi, you're coming to me and saying this, so like I know that there's got to be something there. That just hurts so much that I just can't. And I'm sitting back here like, yeah, okay, look, I know, but like, hey, what if we get your baby back, and we get that baby back, and we say like, now you're in charge, and hey, this guy, he did an all right job. Let's like work him into the fold a little bit here. Like I've said it on the podcast for years that like I think a Don Michael Paul directed Tremors movie with Steve, Ron, and Brent and Nancy writing and producing would fucking knock it out of the park. Or a TV show, not even a movie. That's what I always want, a TV show. So then everybody gets a chance to direct and do different episodes. And it's like, man, that would just be so cool to see. I just want everyone to get along, man. I want the family back together. And then it's just, I know this is one thing that I okay. When we were at TremorsFest this year, did it feel like being the child of a divorced parent? I don't know if you're like, if you
kind of, yeah. I mean, it was like there was a hard line right between 4 and 5. Like we have certain people to meet here, and we have certain people to meet here. It was like going from your mom's house to your dad's house. Your mom got you the Xbox, your dad got you the PlayStation, whatever. It was different. That hard line in between 4 and 5 of the cast that you got to meet, the way that they did their Q&A, this, that, the other thing. It was that hard line in between them. So you knew there was a difference between 1 through 4 and 5, 6, 7. You knew there was that difference. You felt it. You saw it. I knew it was there. Everyone knew it was there. It was just one of those things where we weren't bringing it up. we were just trying to not mention the fact that our parents got divorced.
Like that. Caitlin said that. Caitlin said that like afterwards, where she was just like, wasn't that like really weird? It felt like being the child of a divorce, and like we were spending part of the weekend at mom's, and then dad showed up and took us, back to dad's house, and it was just like, this is really weird. I wish that big brother Michael Gross was here right now to like tell us how to react to this, because like I don't know what to do with mom and dad. Like this. So that's where, like, again, as an actual child of divorce, that's just my like, I just want mom and dad to get back together again. Even if they don't live in the same house, they need to live in the same town, and then that way it's easier for us to commute like back and forth. Like, so I agree, and that's a great positive way to end it. Like, well, let's make next year better. I'm like I said, I don't want it canceled. I just want, if anything, if they change my one change, please, not 2 theaters, put both Q&A, or change something about that Q&A setup, so that way everybody's together, like splitting people up. Like that's my fucking hard line in the sand of just like, don't put us all back together. Like, and
either the theater back together, or the brewery's got to go, kind of thing. It's like neither one of them really makes much sense. Like those are 2 big issues that everyone's having. But yeah, if they could solve anything, if they could just solve something, like it would show that I think it would show that they care if they say, hey, here's a tentative schedule. If they say something like, here's a tentative schedule, and then people be like, do we think that's the best way of handling this? And if some people come forward and say, do we think that's the best way of handling this? Then all of a sudden they say, well, you know what? That was tentative. Let us work on this specific one piece right here, like, and see what we can do. And if they make some changes in benefit to us, I think it'll show that they care more about us than the fest itself. Because right now it just seems like they're like, what can we put in the fest to make it more of a fest? Because it's a fest for Santa Fe. And it's for the town, and it's for the rail yard, and it's for the business, and but it's supposed to be for the fans. Like, even I know that we both say it should also be for the cast and crew and stars and everything, but it's mostly for the fans. Like, yeah, just like right there, like Hunter said, by the fans, for the fans. It's mostly for the fans. Like, in the end, that's where we're at. And I think there's a lot of potential for next year. Like, and I still want to go this year, but for next year, there's a big potential. Like you said, 35th anniversary, Lone Pine, Stampede. The potential there is like massive, and and I would love to go to that. I would make I would make us go to that, like my whole family. I would, if it does happen again, we got to make sure that we keep an eye on things like, because like Hunter was saying again, like we can make it amazing this time, you know, with everyone getting the full information, you know, like actually give people the full information. Like if the tickets go on sale next year, people better let me know it happened, because like you said, this time it was like midnight and we had no idea what was happening. We're all scrambling to buy tickets. We're all like, we don't want to get left out, and it was such a fun experience that nobody wants to get left out, you know.
Yeah.
And I want more people to go, but if they can get us into one theater, I'd go. No, I would somehow accommodate the brewery if they could get us into one theater, but I would also accommodate two theaters if they could get rid of the brewery. One or the other. I feel like something's got to give. You know what I mean? There's got to be some give and take, and one of those has to be the one to.
There's because both of those things are about money. Like
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's how you show fans that you care. If they're both about money, one of them's got to go.
Yeah, just to like, yeah. Oh man. Well, Derek, what you need to do is you need to go onto that official Tremors franchise fans page and just write a screed. Just be like, look, fuckers. This is some bullshit. This is some graboid shit. Eat a bag of dicks. Hell, anybody that's been listening, I implore you to go do exactly. Honestly, it's not even go voice concerns. Like that's my no. Like go and be kind. Actually, when I was talking to Ben Swart about it, because Ben is like so on the fence and wants to like sell their tickets, and I was like, well, hey, go to that group and say something. And they're like, oh, I don't want to get banned. I don't want to kick that hornet's nest. I was like, it's not kicking a hornet's nest to go in there and say, hey, I'm actually looking to sell my ticket because I bought it with this expectation and now this lineup has changed. I'm not interested anymore. Like that would actually, that's the constructive criticism of being like, hey, I need my money back because you sold me on something that I'm not getting. So I don't want it anymore. Like that's not a reason that anybody should ever be kicked out of anything, to be like, I spent money. I don't want to spend money now. Give it back to me. And so that's where go. Like I said, everybody go and please voice your concerns. Like Derek and I have both done here. And it has been really good. Honestly, I love talking to you.
It's therapeutic. It's very nice. I feel better about it. And this can serve as like everyone who watched, this can serve as a way of doing that constructive criticism, because I'm going to go there and I'm going to mention the brewery. I'm going to be like, yo, there's kids tickets. Why are we going to a brewery? Like, come on, y'all. Like, that's what I'm going to do. And I think that if we each do, like, because if I go in there and I make a list and be like, here's 50 things, you know, that I think suck, like that is going to make them do something like ban somebody or not listen. But if I go in there and go, what the hell's with the brewery thing? Like, I got kids tickets. What's up? Like, why brewery? And then if, say, Hunter goes in there and is like, yo, I just found out there's like 2 showings. We did this all in one theater. We were like a family. What's up? Why is there 2 theaters? And if there is 2 theaters, like, is there a better way of doing it? Do we all get the same Q&A? Is it different? And then maybe Dan can go in there and be like, hey, last year there was like 7 movies. This time we're only getting a couple movies. Why is it that the show and the movie are placed on the same day for 2 episodes and the second movie, and then the last day has no Tremors happening? There's the first movie, there's on the first day, and then there's the second day, which has the show and the movie, but then the last day has nothing. So why is there even 3 days at that rate? Like, what are we doing to spread this out more? Why aren't we scheduling this better? Like, if we each pick something and say, here's one of our concerns, like everyone needs to pick their concern. That way, even if we end up saying the same thing, if you got 4 people that go on there and go, what the fuck brewery? That's going to make them go, okay, the brewery's the real issue. But we need to get them to change something. And I feel like if everyone voices their main concern at the very least and goes there and says, well, what's my biggest issue? And then airs it out and says, look, y'all, here's my issue. Maybe they can come forward and be like, okay, we got to do something.
That's fucking stellar thinking. Holy shit, man. Oh my god damn. No, that's fucking brilliant. Because again, what you said, nobody's going to listen to a list, but multiple people coming in with different, like that, it's fucking.
Yeah, and just focus on one thing, and you can word it as long as you want or as concise as you want, but just say things like just like I said, like what the fuck brewery? Like I got kids, why the fuck brewery? And then somebody else comes in. It was all in. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hunter. Yeah, that's. I think that's what we need to do. We need to go in like in an organized but happy. Nice. We're not trying to take anyone down. We're not trying to tell them that they suck. We're just going in and being like I'm going to go in and be like, yo, brewery, what the hell? And then Hunter's going to go in and be like, yo, 2 theaters, like, what the hell? And then Dan's going to go in and be like, yo, the Q&As, 2 theaters. Do we get the same one? What the hell? Like, if enough people sit there and act confused and go, what the hell? Because, I mean, let's be honest. We're not acting fucking anything. Like, we're going to legitimately be confused and we're going to need these answers. So if it confuses enough people, this whole tentative schedule thing needs to turn into, okay, this is why it's tentative. We need to fix something. And I think we can get some ground done as long as enough people come out and go, hey, like, here's my, thanks, brother. That's what we need to do. We need enough people to just come forward and be like, yo, let's fix this up a little. Let's, like I told you earlier, I know sometimes we're like, we don't really want to polish a turd because polishing turds don't sound great to start with. Well, maybe we could flush and restart, you know? How's that sound? Like, instead of polishing a turd, let's flush and restart.
Right now we have diarrhea. Let's flush it, get a solid. Let's just get a good floater in there. That would be great. Rather
yeah, right?
Diarrhea.
We're gonna look for something that sticks, you know.
I better see streaks on the bowl, baby, with this next one. Jesus. That is a stellar fucking plan. Hunter is right. That is amazing. And I hope anybody listening to this back also takes that to heart and does the same thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait a little bit before I voice my concern, just because let's try to stagger it too. Let's just throw it out there because we got like 2 months, and I feel like that first month of the 2 is a good time for them to make changes. I really want everything to be set in stone a good amount of time before people go, but for now at least, let's work on trying to get some changes made.
Yeah.
Or some contentions, at least something that helps the fans, because right now I don't feel like we have a lot of help.
Yeah, it's not hard to change a schedule. Like been there, done that. You just kind of, okay, we're not going to do that. Let's change it around. Yeah, I would agree with that. Like let's excuse me, sorry. Let's fucking do I wish I could go in that group and say some of these things. That's where I'm like, oh man, I don't like telling other people to do them when I can't. But that is such a it's too good not to do. So anybody listening right now, take your time, go into the official Tremors franchise fans group, because that is where your voice is going to be heard for this, and pick a topic that means the most to you and just quick air it, let it be known. Actually, it's not even air it, ask questions. I always think that like asking questions, you can't be arrested for asking questions. Like there's no accusations, there's no criticism. It's just like, hey, what? Like a brewery? There's kids tickets. Does the kids tickets still go to the brewery? Do I gotta like find a babysitter in Santa Fe to like, or is there gonna be? Or do you have a bunch of like shriekers around to like watch my kids while I'm doing this? Like, what's going on here? Is Michael Gross gonna babysit my kids? Sorry.
No, it's gonna be a survivalist seminar. So while we're watching the movie, Michael takes all the kids and he dresses them up in little tack vests, and he tells them what they need to put into which pocket. So in this pocket you got to put your fishing line, and then in this other pocket that's your matches.
Listen, you little pipsqueaks, I know what you're thinking. You can't survive out here in this world as a 3-year-old. But Bert Gummer is here to tell you that any 3-year-old can beat off an ass blaster with a stick, a sharp stick. And I'm going to teach you how. Oh my God, it's so hot that nothing's staying out. Everything. Holy shit, that was weird.
I converted my first sharp stick to a rapid poker when I was 3. You know, like I tied it to my mom's dildo and turned it on him.
I built my first snare trap at the age of 5. But that's a great place to end. This has been so awesome, Derek. The only thing I'll say, I always got to thank people here at the end, and you know what I think? I thank everybody that I've ever thanked before. You've all been thanked again. You're wonderful. I love you. The only person I will extra thank is my wife, Caitlin Marie Lutz Bursloff, because she's the best, and I love her. And I will do something, and I'm only reminded because of a certain special someone on this show, Colton. And Colton says to like and subscribe and hit that notification bell. You know what? Now it's going to be in my head, and that kid has taught me from now on. Like and subscribe to this podcast. Find it everywhere you find your podcasts, and the Spotify's and the YouTube links and all that shit. And I got nothing else to say. And as I said before we were talking officially, I always love the guests to end on their last words. So, Derek, just fucking take it away.
I think that the best way to end it for today is to say that I think we're all looking forward to, of all the things we're looking forward to, we're all looking forward to mostly each other. And I can't wait to see everyone back there because Hunter, I remember your cosplay. I remember you specifically, but I didn't get a chance to speak with you. And now that we've had some chat going on tonight, I feel like that was a missed opportunity last time because I did talk to a lot of people. It's not like I was trying to be a shut-in or nothing, but I felt very welcomed by everybody. But there was enough people there that I didn't get a chance to speak to everybody. And this time, after being on the podcast, after sharing memes on the pages, I feel like I know more people now. So one of the best things about all of this is instead of looking at it as let's do our thing and go to the official page and say what we need to say about what we need to say. But another thing that we can use as a pro for all of this is let's use this as the opportunity to see each other. Because honestly, I can't wait to see you, Levi. I can't wait to see Caitlin. I can't wait to see you, Hunter. I can't wait to meet Chris. I can't wait to have Dan back there again because Dan's coming down. That's going to be like our family thing. He comes down to see me every year, and this year he's coming down again because of TremorsFest. So I can't wait to see Dan. I want to see everybody together, and I want to spend time with everybody. So please don't just like and share and subscribe. Please do everything you can to convince yourself to come be a part of this because I want all of us to be together. And I want to spend the time together because if there's anything that's going to save this year, whatever we can change, or whatever stays the same, I promise everybody this one. The one thing that's going to elevate it is going to be how we handle it. Our decorum and how we face this scenario, how we're handed this kind of information and respond to it, our honor that we have with each other, the rapport that we have with each other, that's going to carry us much further than any planning, poor planning, good planning, any of that. It's going to carry us further than that. So I just want everyone to know, please try your best. I hope to see everybody there because I'm still planning on going. I want to thank everybody for having me here because I don't feel like I had anything but love tonight. I didn't know how to expect any of this to go. I honestly didn't expect this to be a 5-hour live, but I'm happy with it because it was really fun and it makes me want to do more videos like you, Dan, if you're still there. I want to do more videos with you. I want to help people out. I want to be a part. I don't want my own channel, but I want to be on everybody else's doing my thing. So have me there. Welcome me there if you can. I welcome everybody to come to TremorsFest. I want to see all of you there. I love you all. It was great seeing you, and I will see you again October if everything goes as planned.